What is everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. This episode is going to first start with this intro.
This is the mini-series of the University of Idaho murders. Episode 1.
We're starting to win over Bonner's.
Some very interesting details about why investigators have linked him to these murders. One, the biggest clue so far is a tan leather knife sheath that was found next to one of the victims. They found DNA on that knife sheath. And as they were investigating a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found some trash at his parents' house and they took some DNA from that, and that's how they were able to get a match to link him based upon the fact that cell phone records, the forensic evidence there, the several. They're saying that there were 12 different times that his cell phone pinged near that residence before the murders, and they say that that's usually an indication that someone is staking out a crime scene before they actually commit those murders. Vicki, Savannah?
Savannah, these clues coming out of the affidavit showing why he was arrested. We know that he is going to make, or has made, his first court appearance back there in Idaho. Walk us through what happens next.
Question: have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question: have you read, seen, or heard that DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Kohlberger?
The damage has been done. We've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case. And now it's been injected, at least to these 400 people.
Nobody's injecting anything into the case. A random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media?
Walked into a courtroom today. He's charged in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students last November. The defense today questioned the validity of the DNA found in the knife sheath allegedly connecting Kohlberger to the murders. They are demanding more information about that DNA from the prosecutors.
They have provided full discovery for the sheath, the DNA found on the knife sheath, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples.
Prosecutors say they've handed over what they have.
We have given the defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Police arrested Kohlberger at his family's Pennsylvania home back in December, more than 6 weeks after the gruesome murders set off panic on the Idaho College campus. His attorneys argue he's innocent and was out driving alone at the time of the murders. Is that a strong alibi?
No, it is not.
Criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who is not part of this case, says it's a weak argument.
But an alibi defense is not, I simply wasn't there at the time. It's you must provide specifically where you were, time, place. Also, if you have any witnesses.
The defense had also been trying to delay the trial. Just moments ago, the judge ruled the trial will continue as scheduled in October. The victims' families were inside the courtroom and said they are optimistic.
College student killings. New documents just unsealed show that prosecutors say DNA left on a knife sheath was used to link Brian Kohlberger to the murders. And one of the surviving roommates came face to face with him that night. News Force Chris Glorioso has been looking at it. He's in the newsroom with details. Chris?
David, police believe Brian Kohlberger was a sophisticated killer using his advanced knowledge of criminology to try and outsmart investigators. But the court documents released today say he made a monumental blunder, leaving that knife sheath next to one of the victims. Police say forensics on that sheath, combined with cell phone and vehicle records, all point to Kohlberger as the killer.
I am going to leave the bail set in this case as no bail.
28-year-old PhD student Brian Kohberger will have to fight his murder case from behind bars for now. At his first court appearance, Idaho prosecutors argued he was a flight risk because police found him 3,000 miles away from the murder scene at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. It turns out that house is where critical DNA evidence was harvested from the trash. According to this unsealed affidavit of probable cause, first, an Idaho lab located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of a knife sheath next to one of the stabbing victims. Then, Pennsylvania agents recovered that trash from Kohberger's family residence. DNA from the trash and DNA from the knife sheath identified a male who could not be excluded as the biological father of Kohberger. Kohberger's father is not accused of any crime. This is police body cam video showing both father and son pulled over for tailgating as they drove cross country from Washington state to Pennsylvania about a month after the stabbings. Brian Kohberger was arrested in his family's Pennsylvania home last week. The public defender who represented him said Kohberger planned to prove his innocence.
He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words.
In order to beat the case against him, Kohberger will have to explain not only the DNA on that knife sheath, but also cell phone records cited in the affidavit. Before the 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death, police say Kohberger's phone pinged cell towers near the crime scene on at least a dozen occasions, suggesting he was scoping out his victims. They say his mobile phone did not communicate with nearby cell towers during the hours of the stabbings, but the affidavit suggests that is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide. One of the most chilling passages of the affidavit unsealed today comes from one of the 2 surviving roommates in the apartment. She told investigators just after 4 a.m. in the morning of the killings, she heard crying. She opened her bedroom door and was frozen in shock when she saw someone in black clothing and a mask who walked right past her and out the apartment's back door. The mask, she said, covered the killer's mouth and nose, but the roommate told police she could see bushy eyebrows, and police described Kohberger as fitting her description.
And welcome back, everybody. During the Idaho College student murders investigation, Moscow police contacted the makers of the knife believed to be the murder weapon. The probable cause affidavit says that officers found the sheath to a K-bar knife next to Madison Mogen's body. DNA on that sheath helped police connect Brian Kohberger to the scene. Now, the director of sales and marketing for K-bar told TMZ that investigators contacted the company about the knives and sheaths they sell, but K-bar did not have any records of someone named Brian Kohberger purchasing one. Experts say the knife that would fit the sheath is a 7-inch utility knife, commonly used as a tool by campers or hunters. While police haven't found the knife itself, the sheath with Kohberger's DNA is on it. It's a pretty big get for the prosecution. Wouldn't you agree, Terry?
What is everybody? Welcome to the Transparency. In the District Court of the 2nd Judicial District of the state of Idaho, in and for the county of Latah, Lana Oriani plaintiff versus the city of Moscow, a municipal corporation, petition to compel proper disclosure of public records and waive fees associated with compliance pursuant to Idaho Code 74-101 through 74-127. Comes now plaintiff and hereby requests a meaningful opportunity to be heard, followed by an in-camera review of plaintiff's numerous public records requests made between July 2025 to December 2025 that solely pertain to case number CR01-24-31665, Idaho versus Brian Kohberger. Idaho versus Brian Kohberger was the result of a 6-week nationwide manhunt led by the Moscow Police Department investigating agency to locate, arrest, and hold accountable the responsible party or parties of a quadruple homicide stabbings in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The homicide occurred at an off-campus, in quotes, sorority house that was well known by the Moscow Police Department, local law enforcement agency, as a party house for Greek life students who walked from Greek Row housing to the budding neighborhood of King and Queen Road. As the courts are well aware, after seeking the public's help on or about December 7th, 2022, Moscow Police Department, along with Idaho State Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, over 120 law enforcement officers from over 6 states were able to locate and arrest Brian Christopher Kohlberger across the country in Pennsylvania. The extraordinary national media coverage began in November of 2022 and really never let up until an eventual plea deal was made on or about July 7, 2025. This case featured a change of venue hearing, which was granted on or about October of 2024, which then forced the remaining hearings before the trial to be heard in Ada County, Boise, Idaho. The public interest surrounding this case matched those high-profile cases such as Scott Peterson, Casey Anthony, and O.J. Simpson, resulting in, again, Judge granting the defense's motion for change of venue. If there is ever a case where public interest outweighs potential privacy concerns, this would be the case. Not to mention the relevant facts that the defense maintained Brian Kohlberger's innocence the entire time until the plea deal, as well as his defense attorneys stating more than once on the record that their client was factually innocent, and that to prove their client's innocence, they hired over 25 expert witnesses. The defense team filed numerous suppression motions and a voluminous Frank's motion exceeding 1,000 pages with exhibits. The defense team made it no big secret that the crime was not committed by their client, that the police lied in probable cause affidavits, that the crime scene was clean and staged, and at the time of the crime was most certainly up for a big debate at a future trial. This case also featured a secret grand jury after a stipulated preliminary hearing date by both parties. The defense would later accuse the prosecution of 16 to 21 bad acts during the grand jury proceeding. Eventually, the defense came to learn that Moscow Police Department and the prosecutors secretly employed the help of a private laboratory, in parentheses, Offram, and the FBI to employ investigative genetic genealogy to locate a suspect from touch DNA left at the crime scene on a foreign movable object at the scene.
Murders. She's on the
At a hearing to suppress the investigative genetic genealogy, Judge Hippler determined that there was not a breach of privacy across databases of over 1 million Americans. What is up, guys? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. What you guys just heard there is a blurb from my petition to compel proper disclosure of public records and waive fees associated with compliance pursuant to Idaho Code 74-101 through 74-127. Woo. Not going to give all the cookies away right now, but I will tell you guys that we will be having a hearing as soon as this is filed. It's mandatory in Idaho that a hearing is held within 28 days of a filing. Hold on one second.
Dana, these clues coming out of the affidavit showing why he was arrested. We know that he is going to make, or has made, his first court appearance back there in Idaho. Walk us through what happens next.
Question: have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question: have you read, seen, or heard that DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Koberger?
The damage has been done. We've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case. And now it's been injected, at least to these 400 people.
Nobody's injecting anything into the case. A random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media?
What's up, the media? We're going to talk about all that. All right, guys. A couple things here. So what I've been doing is, obviously, I've been filing a lot of public records requests. And like I said, this is no knock on the Moscow Police Department or those that are working as the custodian of the records. My understanding, there's only 2 people. Also, my understanding is nobody wants to make a mistake. So with all of this said, I think at the end of the day, the people that are in charge of the records are just doing things out of abundance of caution. And as we've seen the last time that they did things out of abundance of caution, they shouldn't have been doing the things that they were doing. With that said, you have to pay attention whenever you file a public request to see if it's, obviously, if they just give it to you, there's nothing really to pay attention to. But when they don't give you something and they're denying something, or they're partially redacting something, you want to know why. Why would they be doing something? And we've been paying attention to what they've been labeling as an unwarranted, okay, they've been hiding behind this, an unwarranted invasion, okay, of privacy. Well, that's a very key word there. An unwarranted is the key word there. And if there's anybody that knows the chronological history of this case, so I'm going to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it this way. If there's anybody that knows the chronological history of the case as much as anybody else out there that's not actually a party to the case, I would put my name in that hat and say, yeah, I think I know the dates and timestamps of everything that pretty much went on with this case. And so if there's anybody that's going to know that procedural history, to be able to tell anybody about it, and have a good solid argument against the unwarranted, that's the claim that they're making right now, is that there's basically they're denying my request because my requests it's an unwarranted invasion of privacy. Well, that's not true. Okay. It's absolutely warranted. Absolutely warranted. And why? Well, because there's 2 things that I'm looking for to have happen here. Is I'm looking for Idaho to recognize that, number one, there's absolutely these are everything that we're requesting is investigatory records that were during the course of this investigation to explain the investigation and the way that the agencies, not just Moscow Police Department, went about this investigation. And if people's names came up in the investigation, or people that were being interviewed mentioned locations where they were on a specific night, or people that they were with, those are all parts of the investigation that came up because of it. There's nobody that's seeking to have information such as date of birth, social security numbers, phone numbers, addresses, medical, like if they were to have a conversation about something to do medically, no, those would be redacted. But the public's interest in this case outweighs this unwarranted invasion of privacy. Nothing is there's no this is warranted. Okay, you have the defense that claimed all the way up until this man took a plea deal that this man didn't do it, and there's all these facets along the way where the defense is filing motions after motions, affidavits after affidavits, claims after claims of huge secrecy in this case. We're not going to let plea deals, all of the information that we are seeking, police reports in a closed, I mean, this is a closed, the man pled guilty. You know, he's never to appeal. He forfeited all of his rights. We have a right to know, okay, why there wasn't a plea deal and why thousands upon millions of dollars were spent if you were just going to plea on the eve of trial. We also have a right to bring to the attention of the courts that a plea deal is not a way to prevent the public from viewing what would have come out in a trial. These are not people that are not 18, age or younger. What Moscow police are doing is not in it's not in line with the orders. Once Judge Hippler unsealed the witness list from both sides, how in the world can you say it's an unwarranted invasion of privacy to release the name of the person on who the cops are interviewing? This is subject matter. Okay, subject material. In order for us to see if a cop gave or if a witness gave 4 names, okay, to see that the cops went and then followed up with 1 or 2 or 3 or all 4 of those people, how would we know that? If we don't have the name of the person that was interviewed, if we don't have the names that were given, if it's hey, I was with Susie, and then you talk to Susie and she says, I don't even know that broad. Well, did the police go back and talk to the broad that said that she was with Susie? But when we hear blankety blank was with blank, 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 blank. So, the redactions that are coming out from Moscow Police Department, when I say police department, I should say the city of Moscow municipal agency. When they're telling me that we're not going to give you the names that are listed on a law table document of 27 pages that feature every piece of evidence that went through in a chain of custody, which was entered into evidence in this case. If we can't even know the name of the, item number 642, it is the letter M redacted the rest of it, and then the letter S redacted the rest of it. How is it an unwarranted? How is it an unwarranted invasion of privacy if for that name to be revealed? And also, I want to know how in the world is the police department or the custodian of the records making that decision? So a privacy interest is being an unwarranted. Usually what happens here is that there'd be like an injunction from like the people that were part of this person was interviewed. How I see it is if you interview me and I was like, well, I want to go to the police and be like, I don't want my name to be revealed. So I'm like making that known, right? But what can come from your name being revealed? Hippler put it on the record and said that there is nobody being threatened in this case. Nobody's being contacted. Nobody's being stalked, harassed. None of that's occurring. So how would it be an unwarranted invasion of privacy? This is all what would have come out in the trial. So I try to look at it from all angles. And then I went back and really truly like went through This case is all about privacy. If you think about it, every claim that Brian Kohlberger was trying to make was about privacy rights, right? His constitutional rights. Okay. Nobody seems to have any privacy interests anymore. But the government here is going to deny my FOIA request and say that there's an unwarranted invasion of privacy. Are you out of your mind? I want that argument. I want to argue that. I want to argue how it is an unwarranted invasion of privacy to list the name of the fraternities or the sororities where somebody says that they were at that night. If you were at Tom Smith's house, redact the address of Tom Smith's house, but you to say in a report, hey, this person told me that it was, Tom Smith's, they were at Tom Smith's house. That's their statement. That's subject matter material. That's not an unwarranted invasion of privacy. For the truth in a report to be stated as subject matter. Now, for example, if you're having small talk with somebody to build up to your interview that has nothing to do with the case, and you're having small talk about, I don't know, something that happened in your life, 10 years ago. Redacting that, sure, that's an unwarranted invasion of privacy. That to me is what that would be. But nothing about subject matter material that the detectives are asking these questions of a person, and us finding out the question and us finding out the answer is an unwarranted invasion of privacy. They have an unwarranted Privacy Act in place. They do. But guess what? An unwarranted invasion of privacy. Let me tell you the ways around it. Glad that you said that. So here it is. Ooh-wee. The Idaho Public Records Law Manual, the statute here. So, for example, before you get to the statute here, okay. What happens once a petition is filed? The court must set a time for the public agency to file a response and for a hearing at the earliest possible time, not later than 28 calendar days after the petition is filed. The court then has the discretion to examine the documents in chambers and shall consider the written and oral presentations from the individual requesting the record as well as those from the public agency. If the court finds that the records are not exempt from disclosure, the public agency will be required to make them available. If the court finds in favor of the public agency, the records will be returned to the public agency without being disclosed to the individual requesting them. Now, prior to that, now, anytime that you make a public records request and you get denied, they have to keep those records at least for another 180 days before they could ever try to discard them. Okay? Which is really, really important. So anybody out there that's thinking that like they're denying because they don't want to give us stuff because it's going to lead to like, oh my God, we found something or whatever. You have 180 days. And none of my requests are past that right now. That's why it's imperative that this gets in. Okay. So want to go back down here. All right. Okay. Unwarranted invasion of personal privacy means disclosure of information used to identify, locate, or harass a juvenile. Okay. There is nobody that's a juvenile in this case. Okay. So nothing that Meghan Markle already determined in a pre-existing basically order that 1 does not apply. So that's what 1 is right there. That 1 does not apply to this case. She already determined that. Hold on. Right here. She said that 2 applies. That disclosure where release of information is likely to violate legitimate and substantial privacy interests, okay? And the reason that she said this applied was because of that was the murder crime scene pictures, okay? This is what the unwarranted part is. There is no way that releasing the names and releasing like all these huge redactions that are going on where we have blankety blank, we don't even know what the subject matter is. We don't even know what they're even saying. We have no way to examine or inspect the record because of these redactions. Also, we get charged based on how much time it takes to retrieve a document. Okay? I know what items I need. I know how to read the material. I know how to navigate it. I know how to minimize the work that would be required and how many minutes and hours. And so I'm able to significantly reduce the time that it would take somebody that's the custodian to find, review, and provide me with the material. If I have to just say, I want everything on Dylan Mortensen, what? What does that even mean? It's horrible. Next. So here, disclosure where release of information, this is the number 2, and they're not going to be able to get this. Disclosure where release of information is likely to violate legitimate and substantial privacy interests of the person identified when such interests are weighed against general public information. That's why the intro to my petition speaks on all the matters that I'm talking about. For example, number 1, the first thing in my narrative here is this was a 6-week nationwide manhunt. This was not the public was sought for help. The public has an interest, a huge, huge interest. Okay. So number 1 was Idaho versus Brian Kohlberger was the result of a 6-week nationwide manhunt led by the Moscow Police Department. They made the decision. They made the decision to bring on Idaho State Police. These are all arms of their agency. They made the decision that they were going to stay in charge and that they were to locate, arrest, and hold accountable the responsible party of the quadruple homicide. And in order for them to locate, arrest, and hold accountable Brian Kohlberger, there was an investigation that occurred. It's imperative to say that the homicides occurred at an off-campus sorority house, in quotes. Why? Because that is how it was well known by the Moscow Police Department. How do I have proof of that? From the FOIA that I did, where Blaker says, listen, I've been doing this for 37 years, 27 years, however many years he wants to say. I know this is an off-campus sorority house. So you want to fuck around? We're going to get the Greek life involved. This was not a privacy. It's not privacy. There's no privacy here. There's no protective anything. Like the police knew. The community knows that area and who lives over there. To redact the name of a nickname of a house? Are you kidding me? What's the privacy interest in that? Redacting the name, the treehouse, redacting the whites. What? No, that is the slang that somebody is using to describe a place, a location. That's subject matter. That's context. That's imperative material. Next is, I state that it was well known by MPD that that was an off-campus party house for the Greek life students. I'm hammering that. Why? Because the Greek life, the names of these sororities and fraternities being redacted. Why? And it was a place, it was a party house for students who walked from Greek Row housing, and I'm going to be adding, or took sober bro, quote unquote, private drivers. All of this matters. As the courts are well aware, after seeking the public's help. Okay, so here, they sought the public's help for us to give them all these tips, right? Be on the lookout for the white Elantra, right? Well, I'm seeking my request for all the tips before the white Elantra. That's why I stop on 12-7, because I wasn't seeking anything after that, because it was to flood the line, in my opinion. But everything up and until that point, going to the more bigger picture here, is that's what the police had at that time, which was supposedly 30,000 emails. Okay. And I want to see how far they got through those emails. I want to see what emails were cleared or vetted, or how they were labeling what they think is pertinent when they would look at something, who was flagging it to say, yep, here, yep, this one, you know, who's making these decisions, right? That's what Ann Taylor wanted to know. Why are you picking this email to say, yep, pass that on? This one doesn't matter. Also, Moscow Police Department, alongside of the Idaho State Police and the FBI, there was over 120 law enforcement officers from over 6 states. They were used to be able to locate and arrest Brian Kohlberger across the country in Pennsylvania. This then expanded this extraordinary national media coverage to not only just be local places in Idaho, right? But it's then everybody started plopping themselves down and getting hotel rooms, and whether you were a YouTuber or you were mainstream media, you were going to Idaho. But as this stretched out to Pennsylvania, right? And then as as it became aware that you're asking people to look at their surveillance cameras to see if something was happening in the area between 3 and 6, but then look for the white Elantra, but we're not supposed to tell you about anything else. We shouldn't tell you about it. Well, yeah, you can. I want to see the notes that were made on these lead sheets, right? If you redact all of this stuff, then we don't know when things were changed in terms of how they were truly investigating to when they got the name Brian Kohlberger, what then changed? Why would you change a philosophy, or why would you stop doing something a certain way if this was best practice? How did you then incorporate the tip that you got from the feds? I can't tell you how many times Ann Taylor said in hearings that there was secrecy. The big thing is that we were supposed to have a preliminary hearing in this case, and it was stipulated to. And then, poof, all of a sudden, there was a grand jury, a secret grand jury, at the last minute to get somebody indicted. At that preliminary hearing, we would have had information, right? If a trial would have happened, we would have actually heard what people testified to at a grand jury, because you can use those statements in a trial to say, do you recall testifying at another hearing? Yep, okay. And do you recall saying X, Y, and Z? So the big thing here is that when the defense comes out and says the relevant facts are that the defendant has maintained his innocence the entire time, so what changed that made him want to do a plea deal at the 11th hour? And what made his defense team co-sign on that plea deal? I don't believe that you should be using the death penalty as a way to get plea deals. And I also don't think that you should be giving out plea deals so that you can shut down FOIAs or shut down the public. Hey, if we don't have a trial, then the public's not going to hear anything. And then guess what? We're the custodians of the records, and we're just going to deny everything. It's pretty fucked up. It's what it seems like to me. So they do not, this unwarranted, so this is what they're denying it on here, is 17A, unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And I have no idea how it would be something that's unwarranted. This is a quadruple homicide that was the headline case for the past 3 years across the globe, not just the United States of America. This is not frivolous, okay? I'm not doing this to get a body cam of somebody so I can go fat shame them in a video, okay? Disclosure where release of information is likely to violate legitimate and substantial privacy interests. You guys, these videos are at a police department, okay? What expectation of privacy do we have at a police department? What expectation of privacy do we have anywhere in public? How are they redacting everything and anything to do with the camera that was taken and put into evidence from 1112? I want to know how they are claiming an unwarranted invasion of privacy interests for other people. It's called discretion, right? Well, I don't think that anything's going to be able to trump that of a person identified when such interests are weighed against general public information. Release of the name, age, sex, and hometown of any deceased person after notification of next of kin shall not constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy and shall be disclosed unless otherwise exempt under this chapter. Writings, this is very important. Writings includes but is not limited to handwriting, typewriting, printing, photography, and every means of recording. And every means of recording, including letters, words, pictures, sounds, or symbols, or combination thereof, and all the papers, maps, magnetic or paper tapes, photographic films and prints, magnetic or punch cards, discs, drums, or other documents. We have the rights. The writings includes, so the public records right to examine. Every person has a right to examine and take a copy of any public record of this state. And there is a presumption that all public records in Idaho are open at all reasonable times for inspection, except as otherwise expressly provided by statute. Okay, so plaintiffs' numerous requests have resulted in highly questionable discretion exercise by the custodian of records and the city lawyer assigned to review said material. Responses has varied in quotes saying redacted / denied, must align with the orders set forth by Megan Marshall and or Judge Hippler. To date, requests have been categorically denied, meaning a meaningful opportunity to be heard at a meaningful time is what is being requested, as well as an in-camera review. Now, this is a two-parter because there's two ways to get the material without paying a dime. One is if you don't have the financial ability to pay. Okay. Number two is that the interest of the public outweighs it all, and then therefore, like, adios the fee. So you'd have to prove and show, and I believe that we have that, and I want to show you guys a case that I found. Now, Annie Potts is determined to say that she thinks Wendy Olson would be a great person, right here. Okay. So, for example, this is okay. There's always situations. That's why I think that it's best to just work. You have to go about this by filing a petition, and then you can even get to the works of like, okay, let's talk, okay? But you guys, this case is so extraordinary. This is not something that comes across. I mean, this is like once in decades and centuries of case, like type of case. So, also, I believe that the internet has taken on a beast of its own. Okay. And, but how can we examine the records if the redaction is so prevalent? Okay. That you can't even understand what's going on. How can you examine the records? I want to know why Ann Taylor, or any expert for that matter, on Ann Taylor's team, okay, would be saying that they thought that this was committed by multiple people and this was a staged crime scene, right? And, all these things, just X, Y, and Z. Well, Judge Hippler just determined yesterday, our big batch here, that from March 31st to January 2nd, everything is getting unsealed. And what I mean by everything, I want you guys to see this. Order unsealing redacting and or maintaining sealed status of documents. So I went through, and as it pertains to like all of this, just straight unsealing. And I wanted to see if anybody was challenging any of this. So 89, defendant's objection to state's jury questionnaire proposals. It just unsealing. Unsealing, the state objects to the unsealing of Exhibit D13E, as this item is protected pursuant to ICAR 32I391, contains highly intimate facts of statements, the publication of which would highly be objectionable to a reasonable person, and it has to do with regarding records of psychiatric care or treatment and professional counseling records. Okay, like this is the type of stuff that is an unwarranted invasion of privacy. This is that type of stuff. That's the type of stuff that should be sealed. Okay, somebody's name that came about in a quadruple homicide investigation, or where somebody was, or who they were with, or what they were doing, or what time it was. None of that. None of that. None of it should be sealed, or should be an unwarranted invasion of privacy. This stuff was filed. This stuff was filed with the courts in documents. That means it's part of the record, and it's getting unsealed. Okay. So when I'm getting responses like this, well, I'll come back to that. Let's see. Okay. For example, this is what should be maintained as sealed status. On 3/27/2025, Exhibit C to defendant's third supplemental response to request for discovery. This filing contains sensitive personal information of third parties, the release of which into the public realm would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. Thus, they shall remain sealed pursuant to ICAR 32I3A1. States Exhibit S7- Douglas's. Okay. 113. Defendants exhibit in support of their objection in this state's motion, and it's their grand jury shit. Of course it's going to be sealed. Grand jury material. Okay, perfect. Makes sense. Okay. The next one, Exhibit D13 to defendant's response to the motion in limine. Okay, again, that's going to be private matters that have to do with mental health. Makes sense. Exhibit 1 to defendant's objection to state motion in limine. 911 call under seal. It's because it's grand jury testimony. That's the only portion. That's the only portion is any type of grand jury testimony that has to do with the 911 call. With that exhibit. 3/13/2025, Exhibit B, defendant's second response to discovery. This filing contains sensitive personal information of third parties, the release of which into the public realm would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. Thus, it shall remain sealed pursuant to, and I believe this right here has to do with Brian Koberger's family's there's stuff that has to do with credit cards, bank records, shit like that. That's like the family when they went and dug into their shit. Okay. See, this is sensitive health information. Third parties should be sealed. All of these exhibits. Seat, Miller. All of this. These were all of like parts to do with like the lab. Seat, Miller, those are all lab workers. This is the vague and undisclosed expert testimony. These are the documents, and they consist of forensic science reports documenting DNA testing and analysis performed on various items of evidence gathered by law enforcement for purpose of excluding certain third-party witnesses as potential contributors. While the scientist's summary of conclusions and biology analysis notes will be unsealed, the remaining portions of the filings will be redacted. Not sealed, but just redacted. And it's citing under 1 and 7 as that contains personal and sensitive DNA data. It doesn't say their names. Their names. No. It's about this. It's about their DNA data. Exactly. So that's why it should be, redacted. About the DNA. We should not have information about people's DNA data. Okay. Okay. 116 here. 317, Exhibit 1 through 4 to state's response to defendant's motion limit number 7. Exhibit S1 to this filing contains personal phone numbers of the victims, witnesses, and third parties, which is private and protected under IC 74-10633. So I was just on that. So hang tight. I want to take a look at something. Ooh-wee. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, 33. What number was it? Oh, shit. Hold on. $106. Okay. 106.33. Okay. Records exempt from disclosure, personnel records, personal information, health records, professional discipline. The following records are exempt from disclosure. And they cited 33. And so we'll go to 33. And I'll read it off for you guys, which is $33. Personal information, including but not limited to property values, personal and business addresses, phone numbers, date of birth, social security, and driver's license numbers, or any other identifying numbers or information maintained by the administrator of the unclaimed property law set forth in Chapter 5, Title 14, Idaho Code. Nothing in this subsection shall prohibit the release of names. Names, motherfucker. Names. I'm going to show you guys. This is my arguments. This is what I've been working on. I've been working on this for us. This stuff takes a lot of time. Okay, but we're working on it so that we can get the stuff that we need to get right there. Nothing in this subsection shall prohibit the release of names, last known city of residence, property value. So come on, let's go. No, names are fair game. Name the names. Okay. This is why Hippler's over here, right? So when I make my let me just read this verbatim, fuck it. Okay. When I got a message back from, and like I said, I love these women. They're really, I get where they're coming from. I can put myself in their situation, and I wouldn't want to fuck up either, you know? Okay. Lana, the request you submitted to the city is asking for records with unredacted information. The city is not changing its interpretation of the privacy exemption of the Public Records Act and will continue to redact people's names, leaving only initials, and will not release any photos of bedrooms. Okay. I was like, motherfuckers. I was like, first of all, I thought that was hilarious. Girl, I'm not trying to get you to change your policies. Okay. Or your interpretation of it. But hot damn. Based on this information, do you wish to continue with the request and receive a cost letter that will result in records that will have some names redacting, leaving initials? I said, hey, blank, thanks for getting back to me. I'm trying to understand the clarification. Is this in regards to the entire request or a specific portion? Any example you can give me might be helpful. Thank you for your time. Lana, I should have had a different subject line. It's more of a question for you before I put the time into putting a cost letter together for you. In your request, you reference Judge Hippler's order. The city will continue to redact information within the records if contents are exempt under the Idaho Public Records Act as determined by the city. You guys see that? By the city is determining this. Because I said I provided Megan Marshall's ruling as an exhibit, and I provided Judge Hippler's ruling as an exhibit. And I said he unredacted, completely unsealed, okay, the names of all of the witnesses, both stateside and defense side. The names are there. There's no, so why are you redacting these names? And then so that's what I wanted to be sure you understood. So the names may, the name, I'm sorry, she says that may include names, faces, photos, etc. As your request specifically asks for unredacted records and such, that's never how I talk and such. You'll never hear me say and such. But just so you know, like she was just saying that in I wanted to be sure you understood some information you are requesting may still be redacted and or denied. With that information, would you like to go forward with your request knowing that the records will not be released as you are requesting? As the city's examination of records will find that there are contents that are exempt under the Idaho Public Records Act. You guys, Judge Hippler is using the Idaho Public Records Act. He is citing that when he is making his determination. Okay. So what I want to show you here is that he's using, they act like Judge Hippler's just whipping this shit out of his ass. Okay. 74-106-33. Right there. This is Judge Hippler, and he's citing and that's why he's saying here, all but the last 4 digits of the phone numbers will be redacted pursuant to ICAR 32I3A1. Exhibit S4 to this filing will be redacted in its entirety as it is a transcript of the grand jury testimony provided in this case. which is exempt from the public disclosure. Da, 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 da. So my question would be here is, why did we ever get the names of all the witnesses on the witness list? Is that not identifying the witnesses? I don't know. You guys tell me. I think it's pretty obvious, but okay. So next is the exhibits 1 and 2 to defendant's objection to state's motion in limine, text messages and testimony. For the reasons articulated in 92 Supra, all but the last 4 digits of phone numbers and the username of all email addresses will be redacted. It says all but the last 4 digits of phone numbers and the username of all email addresses will be redacted. We get usernames. Okay. So again, they're using we're gonna win this eventually. Okay. It's happening. Documents to unseal and redact. With regards to the following documents, the court received objection by one or both parties to their unsealing. So what I went through is I kept this so I would know what the state, because the other one was sealed. So I went ahead and documented which ones the state put down. So when Judge Hippler's making a reference to, let's say, right here, 90, when I would go and look at number 90, I would see that number 90, the state had hella. Okay, exhibit 90 here. This is exhibits to defendant's third supplemental response to request for discovery, expert witness penalty phase. See how it says the state has no objection to the unsealing of the index. The state has no objection to the unsealing of exhibit D7. So it went down on like this. And then this was redacted, just unsealed completely. He found that there was no warrant for this, for them to say anything about this, which was the state objected to the unsealing of exhibit D13E as this item is protected pursuant to, contains highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would highly be objectionable to a reasonable person regarding records of psychiatric care or treatment and professional counseling records related to an individual's condition, diagnosis, care, and this is being unsealed. The state has no objection to unsealing of exhibit D19A, exhibit D19B, page 12. I mean, this is how specific this was. Now here, this exhibit, D20, only pages 1 through 5 are being redacted. The rest is available. So all this shit right here, basically redacting all of this, and you're going to get the exhibits. Because it's the CV of the expert. Anyways, this has everything to do with the okay. If there was a trial, all of this stuff was going to come out. Whatever this expert is going to be testifying to about this defendant or about whoever was for. Okay, this was going to come out. One of the reasons I thought Brian Kohlberg took the plea deal is because of this type of stuff. It's like a bargaining chip if somebody had a complex with that. And I think that that's pretty wild. You know, just like the death penalty is becoming a bargaining chip. Well, now what could become a bargaining chip is for the prosecutors to say, hey, let's have plea deals happen, because then nothing's going to come out. Because we're the custodian of the records. Well, they say they're supposed to assign certain people, but at the end of the day, I mean, if there's corruption there, they're going to be sealing those records. I mean, you're not going to get them. Okay. This is the defendant's exhibit 1A in support of affidavit and objection to state's motion in limine, text messages, and testimony. This filing contains personal phone numbers and email addresses of the victims, witnesses, and third parties, which is private and protected. See this? And the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. Thus, all but the last 4 digits of the phone numbers and the username of all email addresses will be redacted pursuant. So this is, I believe, going to be a geofence. And okay, let's be honest. Who's to stop somebody from going and looking up with like companies that, okay, let's back all the way up. In the 1980s, there was a phone book. Do you guys remember those days? A phone book. Does anybody remember the phone book? The phone book gave you the person's phone number. Here's their name. Here's their phone number. And here's their address. The public phone book. And if you wanted to not be in the motherfucker, guess what you had to do? You had to pick up the phone and call and get yourself off of it, right? Nowadays, if you talk about somebody's phone number, okay, and you talk about where somebody lives, it's considered doxing. So for how many years? Oh, for eternity, up until when? I don't know. Maybe they even still have the phone book. Fuck, I don't know. Nobody was out there saying, oh my God, they're doxing me. Like, what the hell is going on? Do you guys know that yesterday, my 7-hour live, the sample that I put up and showed you guys of that lead sheet, they said there was a phone number on there. I said, that's a landline from 1996. It's not in use. It's no longer in service. And it was from 1996. How is that bullying and harassment? What the hell? How are you writing that out there? I didn't bully and harass anybody. No, but you showed a phone number on your screen for 6 seconds. Okay, well, normally you give me the opportunity to do what? Hey, you give me the opportunity to just take that out of my production. No opportunity given. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Anyways, so the government can dox us and put out a phone book to the whole world, right? To the whole city, and here you go, and then this city, and then here you go, there's that area. And it wasn't name, address, phone number. You became a witness in a quadruple homicide. Like Hippler said, well, then don't leave your DNA at a crime scene. Well, I guess don't hang out with people that are targeted, people that could be killed. I mean, do you understand how just crazy that is? I guess, yep. Don't hang out with people. Don't talk to the police. How about that? That's actually a really good argument. They had the opportunity to not talk to the police. They chose to talk to the police, knowing that they were being recorded, knowing that, actually, that's a really good argument. Hold on one second. I got to add that. They have the right. They knew that they were being recorded, and they could have not spoke to the police. Boom. That's actually really, really good. If I can just amaze myself. Bella's over there like, because I make her go opposite of my arguments. And today she's like, no, that's what I mean. I'm like, here, come on. If you're the judge here, what would you want to hear? Well, give me what you got, girl. Let me hear your arguments. They chose to talk to the police without attorneys. They chose to be recorded. Expectation of privacy. My ass. Bullshit. Okay. What was my best argument? What was my worst argument? Best argument, worst argument. How's the phone book looking? Okay, here we'll have Bella grade this. Okay. All right, first argument. The Idaho versus Brian Kohlberger was the result of a 6-week nationwide manhunt led by the Moscow Police Department, who was the investigative agency, to locate, arrest, and hold accountable the responsible party or parties of a quadruple homicide. Stabbings in the early morning hours of November 13, 2022. How many people were interviewed?
Total or on a day? Like, are you talking about a certain day?
Yeah, in order to examine the whole entire case, then that would be relevant then. So,
Put that in.
Yeah, actually it would be. They said 500 interviews.
You said your big background, that's why you're doing it. That's fine, you can put it in.
T, sure. The homicides occurred at an off-campus sorority, at quote unquote a sorority house that was well known by MPD as a party house for Greek life students. And the reason that that's important is because there is no privacy. I mean, everybody, it's Greek life. It's a known thing. You went to that house party, huh?
Oh, not Greek, the party.
The party has no privacy. The murder scene has no privacy. Well, the reason it's important for the whole Greek life portion of it is because of the redactions that are coming with the fraternities and sorority names in these reports. What is the interest in that? Who the fuck? And then they're going to say this, well, if that person lives at that sorority house, if that's their address. But that's not what we're saying. That's not what's happening. You get what I'm trying to say? Their argument's going to be, there's people that actually live at those houses, the sorority house itself.
For not releasing what is going to be.
For redacting the name of a sorority or fraternity. What's their reasoning for that?
Well, first of all, it's a secret society.
Secret.
We're not supposed to know who's in what, right? So, like, just naming a fraternity and saying someone is a part of it, or saying that they're not. I don't think that meets the burden that they're stating.
Correct. Like, that's a bullshit burden.
Right.
It's a bullshit argument.
Yeah.
Like, my question is if you were the city, how would you justify redacting the name of a fraternity or sorority?
Well, I would justify it until you make that argument. Now, to make that argument properly, you might have a case, but you just have to do it properly. Maybe everyone they're not victims.
Okay, what about this? What about this? They released to the police the rosters of all the sororities and fraternities.
Okay.
Would that then?
No, because you're not the police, so you can't use that. But go ahead.
But it became a piece of the investigation.
Sure, but
It became a material. It's writings.
But your argument was stronger. Whatever you had said. Okay, look, this didn't go to trial. That was the best.
Well, yeah, we're there. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Now, people from Greek life, because where it's located, would walk, okay, from Greek Road to the housing that butted up to the neighborhood of King and Queen Road. And why that's relevant is because the crime was to have said and occurred by somebody that had to be driving. Okay. And so for them to rule out that the people that were walking couldn't have been the killers, right? It would be relevant. It's within context. How did somebody get somewhere? Did you have a driver? Did you walk? I'm trying to cover all bases here.
But see, now
because
almost like letting them know, like, you want to investigate this. Like, that's why you're.
I'm inspecting the record.
But are you inspecting the record?
I'm inspecting their investigation. That's what I'm doing. Like if you interview this person and they say they were with Tommy and he picked them up in a private driver, okay, I would need to know the name of the private driver. Why are they being redacted?
I think there's more. I think you have a more valid point if you were to say that, and you were to say that it's the public interest, and you go with the word of the law.
Well, that's what we're.
Yeah,
but if we're going to be breaking down every single thing that they're, because that's what it's going to come down to, it's to show the examples of what they're redacting.
Or you want to go and show examples of what they're, but see what.
Well, because that's the whole point. Because how do you get an order?
Because this is how we said it before.
You have to show what they're doing.
Listen, take out names, take out birthdays, take out social security numbers, take out addresses, but don't make us play Mad Libs, right? So don't make us do like adjective, verb, and like someone's name that was interviewed that is clearly on the witness list, right? So if you stay in that vein instead of saying, I'm investigating the investigator, it's more on the vein.
I don't have to tell them why I'm doing anything, though.
But that's why you're using
and they're not allowed to ask me that.
You just did, though. That was what I thought you were going with.
No. I'm not telling them that. I'm saying that because of all of this, the public interest is outweighed in any unwarranted. There's nothing that's unwarranted here. It's warranted because it's a quadruple homicide.
Right.
It's warranted because it didn't go to trial. It's warranted because of all the claims over the past 2.5 years that cost the taxpayers $5 fucking million to end in a plea. A plea for what?
You don't have to.
Oh, I am.
Well, then you're going into, you know what I mean? Like, you have to tip the scale just a little. So warranted versus unwarranted, just tip the scale.
Yeah, if this was a DUI, it's not warranted, right? What type of? There'd be no public interest in that. There's public interest in it from the onset.
Yes, and there will be public interest for millennia.
Yeah.
So let's put the rumors to rest.
Well, we don't have to say that. We're not going to say that. We're going to talk about the fact that there was over 120 law enforcement officers from 6 states. We don't have an interest. There's not a fucking public interest in what 120 fucking officers are doing and how they're communicating and seeing how anything could possibly fall through the cracks. The purpose of public records is to see how the agency operates. We are the government.
Because we pay the taxes. Because these are public servants. That is the reason. And everyone needs to keep that in mind.
I'm going to keep that in mind. God damn these bastards. I'm just kidding. Okay, here. Everybody can just go to hell. That can just go to hell too. Next, everybody. That's done. A heavily redacted version of this document was filed during litigation. Several of these redactions will be removed. Document 150 was misdated in the court's third order seeking parties' position regarding sealed documents, so we'll be fixing that. Okay. All right. I want to show this one more time. Right here. I think as soon as the fucking defense team said that there was prosecutorial misconduct and that Ashley Jennings, okay, is lying her balls off. All right, look at this. Let's talk about what went on at the grand jury right here. 220 on February 24, 2025, state's motion limiting regarding the text message and testimony. For the reasons articulated in 92 Supra, all but the last four digits. Oh, you know what that means he did? Supra means it was just. Where's 92, hoes? Where's 92? Oh, that was from the last one on that side. 96. 91. Okay. So S1, we're going to get phone numbers and users' names of all the emails. And S2 will be redacted in its entirety as it is a transcript of the grand jury. Redacted. Hearing this document will be filed in redaction form. Okay. Number 151. February 18th, 2025. Proposed redactions to January 23rd, 2025. Closed transcripts. That's the closed hearing portion. Reference is made within this filing to the last name of individuals identified by Othram Labs. Okay. Whoa. Through 151. 6. Verse 7. That's why. Through genetic genealogy. So here we go. Take a look. Pursuant to right here and 7, the last name will be redacted. So we get the first name of the names that were provided by Othram. We get the first names. Why the fuck would that happen like that? So these are the type of things that you have to look for where it's like, okay, I'm going to be putting this into my argument is why is Hippler over here saying, okay, the names that were given by Othram, you're just going to get, it's not even initials. It's you get the first name. You don't get the last name. How the fuck can Hippler say that there is a privacy interest in that, and yet Brian Kohlberger or any of us wouldn't have a privacy interest if we were a defendant in a murder case where they just take your DNA and just start uploading it to databases to make matches? Makes no sense. But hey, whatever, man. Okay, what do we get here? This is the big one. Within the findings are grisly images from the crime scene, the disclosure of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. Thus, this images will be redacted. Blah, blah, the images. Blah, blah. Okay. Exhibits of defendant's supplemental response to requests for discovery regarding expert witnesses. Redacted from this filing are the following. So what I believe this is a big one, is now, ready for this? The defenses, this is the defense. Exhibits to defendant's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert witnesses. This is your big moment where Ann Taylor filed all of these pictures. These pages all feature pictures of the crime scene. This is your Matthew Nodal in his report about a staged crime scene, about multiple perps, multiple weapons. That's what this is right here, in my opinion. So we're going to get everything that he put in his report. We're just not going to see the pictures that he's referencing to point this out, but you're going to be able to understand it. You know, you really are. I'll help break that down, and I'll bring out an expert to help break that down. In fact, I think that once we get these expert reports about the crime scene, that somebody like a Scott Roeder can actually make a 3D model and do a reenactment, like a digital reenactment. And so like, I would much rather pay somebody like a Scott Roeder dollar bills to recreate all of this stuff and then treat it like a presentation that would have happened in a courtroom, you know, and take like a couple days where I have them on for extended amount of time. Here, pay you this money and put this all together. Okay. After you get to the grisly crime scene photos, the mental health stuff, that's going to be redacted. All but the last 4 digits of the personal phone numbers pursuant to IC 74-0633 and IC. Okay, so we're going to be able to get the last 4 digits of the phone numbers from the phones. The phone numbers appear in exhibit. So let's see how many pages there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 20, 30, 31. So this is going to be probably Tom Slavinsky's report is going to feature, or like Josiah Roloff. You know what this means? It tells me is that they're going to be talking about the movements of other people's cell phones. So now we're getting into my favorite part, which is the health data, the steps, the stairs, the movements, text messages, phone calls, times of all of those things, and then the location of them. So reference to grand jury testimony, which is exempt from public disclosure under ICA, the information. Well, what? Oh, okay. Oh, how about this? So in one of these experts, they referenced how the grand jury used certain exhibits in which was going to then, so this is going to go to also Ray then, and you're going to get into this is what the grand jury was told. Here's the grand jury testimony. Here's the exhibits that they used, and that was part of their report. So this gets into showing all the fuckerage right there. That's going to be that, because that's the only portion of the grand jury that would have anything to do with this. It would have been like a Maori testifying to a bunch of bullshit. The DNA, obviously, that's standard. Okay, so 88, all of these then. Now we're going to go through. This is just getting unredacted in its entirety. So that's what. So all of these. So what you see right here, all of these, unredacted in its entirety. Like unsealing, as is. And then these same things happening here, but he separated them to show that there was no objection to any of these by either party. These ones, there was an objection by one or more of the parties, and he still said no. Like basically, with regard to the following documents, the court received objection by one or both parties to their unsealing. However, after consideration, the objections, the court finds no further justification under what they were trying to claim. So, and with that said, these are things like okay, so 99. So I want to show you guys something. So number 99, this is what the state said. And Hippler said, nope, it's being unsealed as is. Number 99. And that's why it says here, unsealing over objection. OOBJ is what I use for over objection. It's being unsealed, but it's over objection. And if I just put unsealed, that means that there was no objection and it's just being unsealed. So look at this. This to me is interesting for an argument. The state requests redactions to lab reports 5, 10, 27, 32, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41 to redact the names of unrelated third-party witnesses pursuant to ICAR 32 and 7. The vast majority of the named unrelated third-party witnesses voluntarily provided their buccal swab or their latent prints so that they could be excluded as suspects in the case. The unsealing of this record would contravene privacy concerns for these individuals and likely subject them to reputational harm as being identified as possible suspects in a quadruple homicide. You guys see that right there? Pretty decent argument, right? What'd Hippler say? Not good enough. Not good enough. No. That means all of these reports by Martinez, 5, 10, 27, 32, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, we're getting them as is. So again, I go back to then my public requests, and it's like, how in the world are you, what's going on here? This is just people being interviewed to gather information, and we can't know about, like, who anybody was, who, that's never going to hold. You guys, the police, we have a right to inspect the record to see who the police interviewed to be able to determine that Brian Kohlberger was the person they should be arresting. Do you understand that? They want to tell us none of the names of who they interviewed in this case. That's what they think. They think that that should be upheld. Excuse me? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck are you talking about, man? How do you even make that claim with the straight face? They had a huge time. Megan here. When they told me that they were not going to give me, I just read it for you guys, we're not releasing any bedrooms. I said, excuse me? That means Bethany's bedroom, the spare bedroom, and Dylan's bedroom, and Kaylee's bedroom. Those are the ones that I asked for. I didn't even mention where there was bodies. You guys, after the bodies would have left the scene, how come every single photograph after the bodies would have left the scene, there's no bodies there? Do you know how many photographs then were taken? A ton, right? How are we not able to get those? There is no body next to any blood, nothing. We have a defense team that literally has a shit ton of experts that are going to show that the crime scene was cleaned and staged. Multiple weapons, multiple perps. And we have the prosecution saying that this crime happened all within 2 minutes. That is what you call a factual dispute over what occurred. Like, it's a huge... These two sides couldn't be more further from what they believe occurred and when it occurred. Lana, I should have had a different subject line. It's more of a question for you before I put the time in to start putting a cost letter together for you. In your request, you referenced Judge Hippler's order. The city will continue to redact information within the records if contents are exempt under the Idaho Public Records Act as determined by the city, not the judge. City of Moscow Public Record, this is their response to me. Based on this information, do you wish to continue with the request and receive a cost letter that will result in records that will have some names redacting, leaving initials? I also cited Megan Marshall. I'm requesting tip 3195. If this was emailed in, I would like the original email. This tip was handled by Jake Schwecke with the Idaho State Police Supplemental Report 143. An interview on February 7th, 2023 was conducted with a person that had to do with tip 3195. What date was the tip submitted and by whom was the tip submitted? Recordings of the interview with this person on February 7th, 2023. This recording was transferred to Moscow Police Department evidence technician Tim Smallridge on a CD. How much more motherfucking descriptive do you... Dude, to locate this, it should take all of... I mean, literally 2 minutes to locate. 2 minutes to locate. I just gave you the tip number. I just gave you the report number, the supplemental report number, the date. I could not give them any more information, though, because of the way that the redaction is. This is all I could give to describe what I'm looking for. Let me pull something up. The response here. Dear Lana, the city has received your request attached for tip 3195 and the resulting interview conducted on February 7th, 2023 by Detective Jake Schwecke. Due to the increased volume of public records requests, the substantial number of records you are requesting, and the city's legal obligation to review and determine if there are exemptions from release of the requested records, the city will need a longer period of time to locate, retrieve, review, and prepare the requested records for public release. It may take the city more than 35 days to obtain this information, conduct our review, and provide it to you. In regard to tip number 3195, the record you are requesting is an FBI record. And the city is not authorized to release FBI records pursuant to, ready? Now, it's not an FBI. How could I possibly list report 143? So let me go and get this. Sons of bitches. Okay, I'm going to share 143. Okay. $143. Okay, right here. Boom. So see how it says report date 2/6/2023. That's the day that they're saying that they wrote this report. Okay. Do you see how it says the person that wrote the report is Gideon Roberts? Okay. It says, see how it says Detective District 2, During the subsequent investigation following the homicide of Madison Mogan and Kaylee, blah, 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 blah. I, Idaho State Police Detective and Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Task Force Officer, TFO, Gideon Roberts, reviewed several tips and contacted, just because you're part of a task force, okay? You could be part of a task force and still be local or state, for the record. Okay, during this time, so Gideon received several tips and contacted or attempted contact with several subjects. During this time, Brian Kohlberger was identified as the suspected perpetrator and arrested. The following tips were evaluated, and some subjects contacted. Okay. So tip 78, 177, 954, 1389, 3195. See this? In-person interview. See this one? Wow, Lana, yeah, that matches your request. You're damn right it does. Why? Well, let me show you why. Let me show you why I wanted this mother and why I'm going to get this mother. Okay? So, first of all, I have to show you that this is what is really important. In this miscellaneous, so reporting party 1, that's the first person that reported something. Reporting party 2, okay? First person was a female, second person was a female. Person was 50 years old, okay, that reported that. The second person was a female, and they didn't just fucking put in the rest of it. Look at that. Ohio, Diamond, Ohio. I live in Ohio. Never heard of Diamond, Ohio before. Anyways, this person, reporting party 4, female, age 20. She gave her cell phone number. Okay. Reporting party 5, reporting party 6, reporting party, where's reporting party 7? See that? Very interesting. These motherfuckers can't add. That person was reporting party 8, was an individual female from Moscow, Idaho, and it was her work business address that was given. And then reporting party 10's missing, but reporting party 11, reporting party 13. Do you see this? So I'm like, something seems a little off. So miscellaneous tips it's under. And then these people are listed as, so it goes all the way to reporting party 16. Okay. Now, where's suspect, 1 and 2? Here it is. So suspect 1 and 2 means we're starting with suspect 3 because 1 and 2 are already taken up because there's already people that would be considered suspect 1 and suspect 2. Okay. And so I was like, that's interesting because that's how I would read it, but whatever. We're going to ask those questions. Okay. We're going to ask all these type of questions. So suspect 3 here, then suspect 7. Okay. But let's look at it. Suspect 3 is an unknown male, 1992, 31 years of age, non-Hispanic. Next person, unknown, 2022, unknown, male, 1931. Suspect 10, white, female, 1995, 28. Female, look at that female. Suspect 12, white, male, 42. Suspect 14, 44. Suspect 15, 64. Okay, so here we go. Now this is what I wanted. I didn't want tip 78. I didn't want tip 177. I didn't want 954, 1389. Nope. Okay, I get to see right here on February 7th, 2023. Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke and I interviewed this person at the Moscow Police Department. Okay, did we see that? Okay, now hang tight. I'm going to go back over here to show you something. See how it says number 2 over here? And then it goes into like A, B, C, D. Okay, when you go back, see how it says number 1 for the narrative. It says during the subsequent investigation following the homicide, I reviewed several tips and contacted or attempted to contact with several subjects. During this time, Kohlberger was identified as the suspected perpetrator and arrested. The following tips were evaluated by investigators, plural, follow-up started, and some subjects contacted. Okay, now, on February 7th, 2023, Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke and I interviewed this person at the Moscow Police Department. At the Moscow Police Department, this interview was there. Why this is critical is because you did it there. That means, were you using an interview room? Were you using an interview room? I'm sure you were. This interview lasted, well, this specific interview is what they're telling me. Hey, this is an FBI record. Immediately. This is how I know I can sniff them out. Oh, it's an FBI record? No, it's not. It's not. Jake Schwecke works for the Idaho State Police. He is an Idaho State police officer. 1000%. Go look it up. Okay. This is an Idaho State Police document. Okay. Are you going to sit here and try to tell me that the FBI was conducting this interview, was in charge of this interview? Wait for it, though. So what you're basically saying is that there was Jake Schwecke, Gideon Roberts, and at least one FBI agent was in on this interview. Immediately is what you're telling me by this answer. But I'm going to come back with some heat. After being advised of the nature of the interview, so do you notice here? So if you look at this VCC number 5450H, per tip information, reporting party blank. You see that? Reporting party blank believed blank was a suspicious male who should be contacted due to his alleged activity making blank feel quote unquote uncomfortable for years, as well as one of his Facebook photos showed him wearing a face mask. I wanted the date of this would be important. Investigators began evaluating the tip. However, before blank was contacted, Kohlberger was identified as the primary suspect and arrested. Okay. Now, do you see how G says per the tip information? Do you see how F says per tip information? Reporting party is what RP stands for. Okay. Now, look it on February 7th. This, as you can see, does not say tip 3195. Do you see that? It does not say per tip information, reporting party believed blank was. No. It says Detective Jake Schwecke and I interviewed this person at the Moscow Police Department regarding information received in serial number 3195. Why didn't they tell us what the information was? That was a telltale sign for me that they are hiding that material. They don't want to put it in writing what it was. That's what made me, number one, want to obtain this record. Right there. Number two, and why I wanted to obtain this record. After being advised of the nature of this interview and that it would be recorded, blank provided the following information. Voluntarily, no lawyer. He is a blank at the University of Idaho studying blank and currently lives at blank. Okay. On November 13th, 2022. He returned home at about 4:30 a.m. after playing video games at his fraternity house, which he identified as blank, later identified as blank. So he gave like a nickname. Okay, I'm going to help you guys out. Oh, wow, Lana, this is the person that came home and would be the vehicle that was seen at 4:29 or 4:30 and parking right up against for the entryway next to the houses to go back to, Queen Road Apartments. Yep, that's this interview. So let me get this straight. You want me to believe that during the course of this motherfucking investigation, beginning November 13th, you knew that there was a vehicle that came at 4:29, like towards the house from 1112 cameras, you could see it, right? You didn't interview this person until now. So let me show you what this tip really meant. Okay. We'll let it go on. He parked his blank, whatever you want to say, the vehicle make model. He parked his, whatever it is, the make model of his car, on blank, directly to the east of 1122 King Road. After returning home, he took his dog out to relieve itself at about 4:50 or 5 a.m., walking to the dead-end portion of blank, Queen Road over there, that dead-end portion that's back by the Moyes, which is right behind also the house, directly to the south of the 1122 King Road house, it should say. While out with his dog, he heard music playing from a nearby residence. Matt Moyes' house, motherfuckers. You see that timestamp? Remember the craziness that surrounds that timestamp? If he goes at around 4:50, 5 o'clock, remember he's walking his dog. Remember he kind of sounded like it was two dogs. Anyways, he hears now you didn't interview him until February. Because at first they were trying to keep all this under wraps with all the FBI crap. But so right here, you didn't interview this person until February 7th. Let's continue. So while out with his dog, he heard music playing from a nearby residence. What do you mean a nearby residence? I want to hear this interview, right? As well as another dog barking in the area of 1155 King Road, but didn't notice anything unusual. Now, is this a typo and it's supposed to be 1122 King Road? Because I think it is. I haven't seen in any document 1155 ever written. So I believe that that's a typo. You guys, this is wild. This is wild. Okay. Now, he returned to his apartment and got into bed. About 2 minutes after getting in bed, he heard a tapping on the window next to the front door. He peered through the blinds on the window, but didn't see anyone. After learning of the homicides at 1122 King Road, he read reports and articles that he believed showed Kohlberger could have been the subject who tapped on his window. You've got to be absolutely fucking kidding me, right? So what does it say then? Ooh, once the interview was complete, I transferred once the interview was complete. See that? Once the interview was complete, I transferred the audio recording to a compact disc and provided it to the MPD evidence technician, Tim Small motherfucker. Do you see how the FBI had never had this ever, not once? Now, back to my... Dear Lana, the city has received your request attached for tip 3195, and the resulting interview conducted on February 7th, 2023 by Detective Jake Swacky. Due to the increased volume of the public records, first of all, blah, 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 it's going to take longer than 35 days. You write all this. Then you tell me, like, why would you, like, tell me any of that? Why wouldn't you just say, go right to this? In regards to tip 3195, the records you're requesting is an FBI record, and the city is not authorized to release FBI records. Excuse me? This is not an FBI record. This is not an FBI record at all. Not according to this report. This report is absolutely so important. I knew it was important. I put in my request. When did I put this in? I put this in on November 3rd. And this is the shit I get back. You're going to try to sit here and tell me that this is a FBI record. And it says pursuant to IC 74-1041A and federal regulations, any request for FBI records can be submitted through both the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act. That's bullshit. Can you guys tell me if I missed this? What does it say right there? Once the interview was complete, I, Detective Jake Schwecke here, and or doesn't matter, Gideon, doesn't matter, I transferred the audio recording to a compact disc CD and provided it to MPD evidence technician Tim Smallridge. Now, I'm going to go to something else now. Now we're going to go to the MPD law table of all the evidence. And we are going to go to the date of February. Okay, now I'm going to share this. Even better if that's the case. But I find that hard to believe because we didn't see anybody walking their dog over by 1155. So 1155 is right next to 1260 Walenta. In fact, if the dog was all the way down by the chain link fence, that's exactly what it would look like, that it was at 1155, but really it was in the backyard of 1260 Walenta. Right? Right. Okay, so check this out. So then I went, and just to make sure that I'm kind of like nutting it here, we then go to the Spillman, and let's take a look. This is the law incident table that I was trying to get unmotherfucking redacted. And all I wanted is, see this right here? This subpoena for Tim Smallridge. Why are you redacting this? Right here, 11/17/2022. Because this is all I have to say is, how about all the people that requested the public requests for this? Why aren't our names redacted? For example, well, let's get to 7. I'll go backwards. Okay, all these people. Why aren't any of these names redacted? It's an invasion of privacy. No, it's not. Why isn't it? Anjanette Levy, Andrea Griffin, Lisa Henry, Kevin Fixler, LexisNexis. plunders on here. William Tardy, look at that wrench. Look at you. Look at you go. anyways, look at you. Okay, so then we're going to go to 7:23. I mean 2:23. I mean 7:23. Okay. 7:23. See this DVD right here? There it is, bitches. Fuck with me now. The DVD right there, item 627. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? Come on, tell me that you guys see it. I need to make it bigger. Item 626. There's CD photos. Then item 628. Black boots. Then on February 7th, 2023, item 627 DVD. Suck it. Look at these bastards denying me my shit. There it is. So on December 10th, they told me that I can go get that from the FBI. Nope. You're going to hand me that right there. Item number. DVD, item 627, February 7th, 2023. It's in the possession and custody and control of Moscow Police Department as it's item number 23M-0425. February 7th, 2023. Do you see how I just walk these people like horses to the water to literally drink it? And what do? They fucking throw up in my water and then try to serve it to us. They think that I'm just like pulling shit out of my ass when I'm just like asking for stuff. I knew this was not a federal request. I'm not a fucking moron. Okay. I wouldn't waste my time or your time. I knew what I was requesting, and it's a very important piece of this puzzle, which is how in the world is this person just being interviewed who came home and driving a vehicle right past the murder house, right? At when you don't know when this was committed, who could have committed it, what time, if those even timestamps on the surveillance is accurate, because you didn't even go get a search. You didn't do anything. So early on in the investigation, you'd want to find out who that person was, okay, that drove a vehicle at 4:20, 9 and 50 seconds. What do? From my understanding, they didn't go to this person. This person called in a tip, and they were tip number 3195. And that's why I asked for in my very specific questions. I am requesting tip 3195. If this was emailed in, comma, I would like the original email. This tip was handled by Jake Schwecke with Idaho State Police Supplemental Report 143. An interview on February 7th, 2023 was conducted with a person that had to do with tip 3195. What date was the tip submitted? Why would that be important? It's very important. This person's memory, okay? They should have immediately after there was a murder that happened the next day, right? They should have talked to investigators that next day. How is this a tip that's literally the number 3,195? It almost looks like that this person was, I don't know, here, this is what you're going to say type of thing. Why would anybody come forward to say like a month or 2 or 3 after the murders and a month after the arrest was made? If you're going to try to say that this person came forward once Brian Kohlberger was identified and they're like, oh yeah. Like, I mean, listen to what this thing says. This is bizarre, right? They're ridiculous. It says, this person is a blank at the University of Idaho studying blank and currently lives at blank, 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 Moscow, Idaho. On November 13th, 2022, he returned home at about 4:30 a.m. after playing video games at his fraternity house, which he identified as blank, later identified as blank. How could it be later identified as blank? You know, like, where was the follow up with that? That means there would be something from that. Anyways, he parked his whatever type of vehicle it was on blank, which was directly to the east of 1122 King Road. After returning home, at 4:30, he waited 20 minutes and he took his dog out to relieve itself at 4:50 to 5 o'clock in the morning, walking to the dead end portion of blank, directly to the south of 1122 King Road, which would be right in the back, like where they say that Brian Kohlberger parked. While out with his dog, he heard music playing from a nearby residence, as well as another dog barking in the area of 1155 King Road, but didn't notice anything unusual. He returned to his apartment and got into bed. About 2 minutes after getting in bed, he heard a tapping on the window next to the front door. He peered through the blinds on the boom. He didn't see anyone, though. After learning of the homicides at 1122 King Road, he read reports and articles that he believed showed Kohlberger could have been the subject who tapped on his window. If that isn't the most fucked up report you've ever read in your life, this would have happened before you even knew anybody like that. If somebody really tapped on your window and then you looked out, no one's there, then that's what you would have told the cops on November 13th in the morning, in the afternoon, maybe the 14th. Why would you have to wait to have somebody arrested to say, oh, that's who I believe did that? What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. It either happened or it didn't. And if it did happen, you'd be coming forward immediately. And how I know that he didn't come forward immediately is you would not be tip number 3,195. Okay? You could expect this tip to be tip number 4. Tip number 10. Tip number 40. Not tip number 3,195. And what I really didn't expect was Moscow Police Department to fuck with me. Because now we're going to fuck. Right? Let's dance. Let's play. You want to play ball? We'll play ball. Because then they tell me that this is not a Idaho State, or this is not Moscow Police Department. This is not their. I'd have to hit up the FBI if I want this. Really? Because that's not what Jake Schwecke told me. Jake Schwecke told me in this document that he turned it over to Tim Smallridge. And then this piece of paper right here tells me that y'all have it and you've been had it since 2/7/2023. Item number 627 DVD, and it is a piece of evidence, and it was marked, labeled, tagged, everything. Here's the tag number, and guess what I did because I'm so smart? Okay, I left off the tag number on purpose. I did not put 23M dash whatever. I did not put item 627. You want to know why? Because I wanted to see if they would try to do something like this. I'm not going to play my whole hand. And they did. I cannot believe that I gave you the date. I gave you the date and I said, The date is February 7th, 2023. I said the recording was transferred to MPD evidence technician Tim Smallridge on a CD. CD, DVD, it's all the same thing. Look at this. No shit. There's only 2 items on February 7th that were entered into evidence. 2 items. Now, guess what my request was before this? My request before this was I want this law table right here, this index, unredacted. And they said it was an unwarranted invasion of privacy. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? The index, Hippler just has been doing nothing but giving out the indexes for everything. Like, here's the exhibit list. You know what I'm saying? This person, 633, item 633, P, okay, interview. Wait, we can know that the seatbelt was swabbed. We can know that the radio dial swabbed. We can know CD photos on the Hyundai fob, criminal books, dark hat, black gloves. This is Showalter, MC Prince. Okay. C, well, this last name here, their fingerprints. These are pieces of evidence that were collected in a homicide. There is no privacy interest in that. And this is why I'm like, look here. The state requested redactions to lab reports 5, 10, 27, 32, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. To redact the names of unrelated third-party witnesses pursuant to this ICAR. The vast majority of the named unrelated third-party witnesses voluntarily provided their buccal swabs, latent prints, so that they could be excluded as a suspect in the case. The unsealing of this record would contravene privacy concerns for these individuals and likely subject them to reputational harm as being identified as possible quote-unquote suspects. Why are you shifting it now? They were never suspects. They were subjects. Okay, these were never labeled as suspects. You see how they put 10 on top of 2? And Hippler saw that, like, no, in every report that you put them in, they were subjects. This subject is, that's what you do in an investigation. You rule all these people out. You want to show your investigative material work that, here, look at this. This is why we know that we got the right guy. Why do you want to hide how you know that you got the right guy? And then so Hippler's like, thanks for this write-up, but guess what? All of those reports are being put out to the public as is. As is. Hippler said that that is not good enough. So I'm over here like, how the fuck can we not get the names of the pieces of evidence that were used? And how am I supposed to then, for us to, for example, okay. Item 500, K, okay? K interview, 1/19/2023. Well, God, if that doesn't look like it's Kohlberger, I don't know what is, okay? See, K. Item 498, last name is H something, interview. How is this an unwarranted invasion of privacy? An unwarranted. You got interviewed in a murder investigation. The cops asked you questions. You chose to answer them. You chose to speak with the police. You did not have to do that. You chose to. Also, if you called in a tip and gave your name, what privacy interest do you fucking have? I want to see how many times JLR called in with a tip. Also, there is such a thing that people could possibly call in tips that are purposely wrong to send cops on, a crazy path. I mean, what the fuck is going on? I thought Idaho was supposed to be like, this hard ass state. This is a bunch of soft pussy ass bitch shit. That's what this is. I thought we were supposed to be all fucking conservative, hard motherfuckers. Like, woo. No. Oh my God. My name can't get said. That's invasion of my privacy. What? This is four people were murdered. 4 people were murdered. And over $5 million, if not like 10, went into this case. Well, I want to know what the fuck $5 to $10 million was for, because this should have been a plea deal right out the rip. Don't talk to the police. Don't do an interview. I mean, this is laughable, and we're going to win. We are going to win. Some invasion of privacy is warranted. Let's see. So that's the interview that I wanted, and just in that simple one. And I was just, when I got this, I was like, you got to be shitting me. I was like, this isn't the FBI. I was like, I can't believe. And here, this is. I want to show you guys how my shit gets flagged. Every time. Follow up, flag status, follow up, flagged. How the bullshit. All right, let's get into something good here. You guys want to see some juicy juice? Okay, so Ann Taylor just, let's go back to this craziness. Let's go back to this craziness of an investigation. All right, I played a video for you guys earlier. Let me share that.
This is the mini-series.
Some clue so far about why investigators have linked him to these murders. One, the biggest clue so far is a tan leather knife sheath that was found next to one of the victims. They found DNA on that knife sheath, and as they were investigating a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found some trash at his parents' house that.
Okay, so when I made this back a long time ago, right, I was putting together, I mean, this is the craziest mainstream media. Like, this was right after he was extradited, okay? This woman, God love her. Listen to how this just doesn't make any sense. Like, none.
Why investigators have linked him to these murders. One, the biggest clue so far is a tan leather knife sheath that was found next to one of the victims. They found DNA on that knife sheath, and as they were investigating,
they found DNA on that knife sheath. They found multiple people's DNA on that knife sheath. So right there, what the media is putting out, crazy wild. So multiple, okay, that probable cause, multiple people's DNA, and to include the victims, and the victim's blood, one of them mixed with another person that wasn't Brian Kohlberger.
A 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, and as they were investigating,
a
2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger. And
okay, she says right there, 2015. We're over here, all of the public being asked to look for a 2011 to a 2013. Two. Like, listen to this, ready? Two things right there. Crazy.
And that's when they really started surveilling him. They found Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they
listen to that. Listen to that sentence.
The victims, they found DNA on that knife sheath, and as they were investigating a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found
they really started surveilling him when they linked a 2015 Hyundai Elantra to him. That's really when they started investigating him. Third huge lie. That's not why they started investigating him. Okay. They started investigating him because of IGG. Okay.
Some trash at his parents' house, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found some trash at his parents' house.
They found some trash at his parents' house in Pennsylvania.
And they took some DNA from that. And
they took some DNA from that. They took some DNA from his parents' trash.
That's how they were able to get a match to link him based upon the fact that cell phone records.
Wait, they took his parents' trash so that they could link him to some cell phone. Wait, what? This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. Ready?
They were able to get a match to link him based upon the fact that cell phone records, the forensic evidence there, the several. They're saying that there were 12 different times that his cell phone pinged.
What were they able to get the parents' trash and link it to? This is crazy. And then the cell records and
near that residence before the murders, and they say that that's usually an indication that someone is staking out a crime scene before they actually commit those murders. Vicky,
he was staking out the crime scene 12 times before. So you have GPS? You have GPS? You got timing advance records? What?
Savannah.
Dana, these clues coming out of the affidavit showing why.
These clues coming out of that affidavit. Spread it far and wide, baby.
He was arrested. We know that he is going to make or has made his first court appearance back there in Idaho. Walk us through what happens next.
And I said, no, we've heard enough from you. Thank you so much.
Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question. Have you read, seen, or heard that DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Kohlberger?
The damage.
Have you read, seen, or heard? Now, why would these be so important? Have you read, seen, or heard that the DNA on the knife sheath was matched or linked to Brian Kohlberger? Because that's all inadmissible in the way that the defense was going about it. Okay. This was for a survey to move and switch venues. Remember? To move because it's just so highly publicized.
Just been done. We've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case.
We've been working so hard to keep the noise out of the case. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. I work for Dateline, and that is absolutely not what the fuck happened. Thank you, Tina, for being interviewed. Tina, can you tell us what happened? Well, right off the rip, we had access to everything. I mean, we had his Cellbrite. We had his download. We fucking had all of his pictures in his phone. You know, we had the thumb that he put up his ass, his butt, woo, stick your thumb up your butt, right from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. We had it all. So I don't know what Judge is talking about that they've kept anything out of the noise. No.
And now it's been injected at least to these 400 people.
Nobody's injecting anything into the case.
Nobody was injecting anything into the case. This is what the media is reporting on. This is what was in the probable cause affidavit that is public.
random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media?
Right there, she just said straight out of the probable cause, out of the lips of the media. Unbelievable.
Walked into a courtroom today. He's charged in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students last November. The defense today questioned the validity of the DNA found in the knife sheath allegedly connecting Koberger to the murders. They are demanding more information about that DNA from the prosecutors.
They have provided full discovery for the sheath, the DNA found on the knife sheath, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples.
Prosecutors say they've handed over what they have.
We have given defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done.
To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. Single source male DNA. Right here's proof. People think it's out of the mouth of Bill Thompson right here. They did no workups. Okay. Right here. Right here. To the extent that they don't have them, those 3 single source, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist. But that's not true.
We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Police arrested Koberger at his family's Pennsylvania home back in December, more than 6 weeks after the gruesome murders set off home back in December.
Look at you guys. They're on the wrong house. You guys, they're on this white house. Are they not? Okay. This white one that's directly in the middle of the screen. Yeah. Kohlberger's house. It's not this white one that's directly in the middle of the screen.
More than 6 weeks after the gruesome murders set off panic on the Idaho College campus. 6 weeks after the gruesome murders set off panic on the Idaho College campus. His attorneys argue he's innocent and was out driving alone at the time.
Right there. Okay. His defense team arguing that he is innocent. Do you hear those words? Innocent. That is part of my argument. Okay. It's one thing to zealously advocate for your client for their, hey, you're protecting their rights. It is another thing entirely to come out and say that your client is innocent. And because of those statements by the defense team, not just Ann Taylor, but also said by Mathis, that I think that's enough in and of itself. I want to know why these defense attorneys came out and claimed that Brian Kober was innocent. That right there is enough, in my opinion, to warrant this, what you're calling an unwarranted invasion of privacy. No, we don't get to be circle jerked for 2.5 years while money. All of those experts and all those reports. I mean, do you know how many thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon millions of dollars was spent on this case?
Time of the murders. Is that
people say that they're innocent all the time? I didn't do it, man. I didn't do it, man. Lawyers aren't coming out and claiming people's innocence when they're defending people. You don't see it. I think the 3 last cases that I've seen it is Karen Reed, Delphi, in this case.
a strong alibi?
No, it is not.
Criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who is not part of this case, says it's a weak argument.
But an alibi defense is not.
That's the other thing that's a misconception here. Ann Taylor wasn't coming forward and saying, hey, we have this alibi defense. Okay. Ann Taylor was taking the totality of, if you move the time of the crime, then my client does have an alibi defense. And it's not in the sense of a person anymore, because eyewitnesses suck anyway. All right. It's in the form of exactly what you arrested my client off of, which is cell phone data, his locations with cell phones, where vehicles were. The same thing that you arrested him on and with is the same thing that we're going to use to claim that he was elsewhere. And if it was good enough for you to arrest him on, then why wouldn't it be good enough to combat that? That's my argument with that. But the way that this got blown up about an alibi, why was Bill Thompson so eager to lock Brian Koberger in on an alibi? If there was one. If he had the right guy. I mean, that was really premature of him to ask, so much so that Judge was, said yeah. And it was a partial. It was a partial, because there's going to be two things that happened during that trial. And this is what the records that I want to see, if the records would reveal this, which would be the time of the crime is not off of Murphy barking anymore. Okay. The time of the crime it wasn't even Murphy barking. Okay. It was a different dog barking. All right. So that the fuck goes out the window. That actually mixes and comports well with the fact that none of the girls are texting about Murphy even barking. They don't even mention Murphy in the barking until they are asked about it. And even then, so like it's next. If the time of the crime is actually earlier, between 2:52 and 4 a.m., the white car has nothing to do with anything. The white car that you're linking to him. If you move the time of the crime, then the white car doesn't have anything to do with it. And that's what you're saying he's in. And then so how can you make any other claims past that point? It doesn't matter. That's why it was imperative for them to get this. The crime had to happen during the window of what they're saying that they're having this conversation in text messages. But what nobody's understanding here is that when Bethany actually called Dylan, Bethany and Dylan are just texting back and forth, not about what was happening right then and there, but Dylan is informing Bethany on what happened earlier in the night.
Simply wasn't there at the time. It's you must provide specifically where you were, time, place. Also, if you have any witnesses.
The defense had also been trying to delay the trial. Just moments ago, the judge ruled the trial will continue as scheduled in October. The victims' families were inside the courtroom and said they are optimistic.
Ann Taylor was trying to get discovery for 2.5 years, like pulling teeth. Everything like was hidden and trying to be suppressed until it was until an order came in. You're going to compel. Okay, yep, you're going to have to give them this. Wow, do I see a cycle here? We're all asking for stuff, right? They're either trying to say it's exempt, or they're trying to put astronomical figures on these FOIA requests. Well, I did some more digging, and there's 2 ways that we can get around even paying $1. Okay. And it could be because of one can't afford it, so you can show that you can't pay that. But the other thing is that if you can show that the public interest outweighs everything else, then the fees automatically get waived. And I think my next FOIA is going to be on, I want to know the $1 million that was given by Brad Little. I want to know how every penny of that was spent. The $1 million. The fees associated with anything, all of it should be waived. Okay. You're not going to upload this little shimmy sham fucking reports. Okay. And redact everything and say, here, look at all the stuff we did. Okay. No, we're going to see what you spent the $1 million on. We're going to see where all the money went. Every single fucking penny that was spent in this case. Literally, we've only just begun. Okay. It's like a chess game. I mean, you have to move a piece and they move a piece and you move a piece and you compile everything. And then you say, here's all the evidence. And what it seems like you're trying to do is you're trying to suppress the public from seeing things that would have come out in a trial. There's no reason to prevent this disclosure. There is, this is not an unwarranted. I mean, do you guys understand? The city flat out told me that Judge, great, awesome. He made his call with his docket. The city is going against Judge Hippler's order. The orders that he's putting down and how he's unsealing stuff and how he's choosing to redact things. Same thing with Meghan Marshall. The city is not going and following the way that they're doing it. And it specifically says in my request, it says that the city is going to do it this way. Like it's the city's discretion to do this. Well, yeah. Well, and I've determined that your discretion is highly questionable. Highly questionable. Yeah, maybe I'll put you as a co-defendant. Or as a co-plaintiff. You said, maybe I can do it, for God's sakes. I live in my car. Bubbly Waters. Merry Christmas, Bubbly.
College student killings. New documents just unsealed show that prosecutors say DNA left on a knife sheath was used to link Bryan Kohberger to the murders. And one of the surviving roommates came face to face with him that night. News Force Chris Glorioso has been looking at.
Look at this, was out of New York. New York is in the bottom corner.
The surviving roommates came face to face with him that night.
New York.
News Force Chris Glorioso has been looking at it. He's in the newsroom with details. Chris?
David, police believe Bryan Kohberger was a sophisticated killer using his advanced knowledge of criminology to try and outsmart investigators. But the court documents released today say he made a monumental blunder, leaving that knife sheath next to one of the victims. Police say forensics on that sheath, combined with cell phone and vehicle records, all point to Kohberger as the killer.
I am going to leave the bail set in this case as no bail.
28-year-old PhD student Bryan Kohberger will have to fight his murder case from behind bars for now. At his first court appearance, Idaho prosecutors argued he was a flight risk because police found him 3,000 miles away from the murder scene at his parents' home in Pennsylvania.
What? A flight risk. Because because he went home to see his parents for the holidays. He was fleeing. We know that's just not the case, but whatever.
Turns out that house is where critical DNA evidence was harvested from the trash. According to this unsealed affidavit of probable cause, first, an Idaho lab located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of a knife sheath.
None of that's accurate. It was not on the button snap of anything. It was on the strap. This is not even accurate. But this is left on the button snap of the knife sheath. It wasn't.
next to.
It was not. It was not. In fact, going back to my writing over here, I say, as the courts are aware, after seeking the public's help on or about December 7th, 2022, Moscow Police Department, along with Idaho State Police and FBI, over 120 law enforcement officers from over 6 states, were able to locate and arrest Brian Kohlberger across the country in Pennsylvania. The extraordinary national media coverage began in November of 2022 and really never let up until an eventual plea deal was made on or about July 7th, 2025. This case featured a change of venue hearing, which was granted on or about October of 2024, which then forced the remaining hearings before the trial to be heard in Ada County, Boise, Idaho. The public interest surrounding this case matched those high-profile cases that ended in a trial, such as Scott Peterson, Casey Anthony, and O.J. Simpson. If there is ever a case where public interest outweighs potential privacy concerns, this would be the case. Not to mention the relevant facts that the defendant maintained his innocence the entire time until the plea deal on the eve of trial. Period. It is well documented that his defense attorney stated on more than one occasion on the record that their client was factually innocent and that it planned to prove their client's innocence when they hired over 25 expert witnesses. The defense team filed numerous suppression motions and a voluminous Franks motion exceeding 1,000 pages with exhibits. The defense team made it no big secret that the crime was not committed by their client, that the police lied in a probable cause affidavit, that the crime scene was cleaned and staged, and at the time of the crime was most certainly up for a big debate at a future trial. This case also featured a secret grand jury after a stipulated preliminary hearing date was set for June 27, 2023, 6 months after the arraignment of Brian Kohlberger. The defense would later accuse the prosecution of 16 to 21 bad acts during the grand jury proceeding. Eventually, the defense came to learn after the grand jury proceeding that the Moscow Police Department and the prosecutors secretly employed the help of a private lab, Othram, and the FBI to employ investigative genetic genealogy to locate a suspect from touch DNA left at the crime scene on a foreign movable object at the scene. That information was not released in any probable cause affidavit.
One of the stabbing victims. Then Pennsylvania agents recovered that trash from.
Pennsylvania FBI agents did not recover the trash from the Kohlberger family residence. Actually, the garbage people recovered it. Okay. But they were instructed by the FBI to collect the trash separate from anybody else, keep it separate, and then deliver it and hand deliver it to Pennsylvania feds.
Kohlberger's family residence, DNA from the trash and DNA from the knife sheath identified a male who could not be excluded as the biological father of Kohlberger.
Okay, so I've always asked myself this: why not just did they really not have the ability to get I just put in a FOIA for the search warrant DVDs so we can hear what was said to obtain these search warrants. What's the audio? The question just remains is why wouldn't you just get search warrants? Why didn't you get a search warrant to search the trash? Okay. You couldn't obtain a search warrant? Did they even try?
Koberger's father is not accused of any crime. This is police body cam video showing both father and son pulled over for tailgating as they drove cross country from Washington
Pulled over for tailgating.
State to Pennsylvania about a month after the stabbings. Brian Koberger was arrested in his family's Pennsylvania home last week. The public defender who represented him said Koberger planned to prove his innocence.
He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words.
Those were his words. We violated attorney-client privilege over here in Pennsylvania. And, yep.
Beat the case against him, Koberger will have to explain not only the DNA on that to beat the case against
him. The media is telling the people, we the people, that it's not, the burden is not on the state here. If Koberger wants to beat this case, he's going to have to explain all of this shit, not the state. This is fucking crazy. This is absolute crazy talk.
Koberger planned to prove his innocence.
He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words.
In order to beat the case against
well, just so we're all clear, in order to be exonerated, you have to be found guilty of something. That's when you get exonerated. Okay? You don't get exonerated. You don't use the word exonerated when you haven't been found guilty of anything. That word's not used. So as a lawyer, why wouldn't you be telling your client, you want me to use the word exonerate? Like, you're innocent and you're wrongfully accused? Like, you know what I mean? He's going to exonerate himself. Fuck.
Against him,
I find it hard to believe that a criminal justice guru and, PhD criminology student wouldn't know what exonerate means.
He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words.
In order to beat the case against him, Koberger will have to explain not only the DNA on that knife sheath, but also cell phone records cited in the affidavit.
He's going to have to explain those cell phone records in the affidavit. No, actually, that would be the state. I mean, what planet are we on?
On that knife sheath, but also cell phone records cited in the affidavit. Before the 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death, police say Koberger's phone pinged cell towers near the crime scene on at least a dozen occasions, suggesting he was scoping out his victims.
Yep, cell towers. That's what that shows you. Cell towers that cover the whole entire Moscow area. You could be anywhere in this whole big area because of the way everything's situated.
They say his mobile phone did not communicate with nearby cell towers during the hours of the stabbings, but the affidavit suggests that is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide.
So then the big question is he wouldn't have been trying to conceal his location during the homicide if the homicide was earlier, right?
One of the most chilling passages of the affidavit unsealed today comes from one of the 2 surviving roommates.
Okay, now this is wild.
Most chilling passages of the affidavit unsealed today comes from one of the 2 surviving roommates in the apartment. She told investigators just after 4 a.m. in the morning of the killings, she heard crying. She opened her bedroom door and was frozen in shock when she saw someone in black clothing and a mask who walked right past her and out the apartment's back.
That is absolutely not what she said. She actually told Victoria Gooch that I was not scared at all. I did not fear. I was not I just, okay. This is a letter that we've been writing and working up for the ultimate documentary. This is absolute crazy. All right, craziness. Absolute craziness. My channel is highly critical of mainstream media due to mainstream media's biased coverage of true crime cases across America. The title of my channel is Truth and Transparency because it is a fundamental philosophy of mine that transparent practices allow the people, which eventually become juries and judges, to sort fact out from fiction, which results in the truth, thereby delivering just outcomes when employing our criminal justice system. Transparency in all phases of our criminal justice system is the main ingredient needed for we the people to believe and trust in our government's characters, policies, procedures within our criminal justice system. Without transparency, how can one accomplish unity? You can't. There are no winners, in fact, only losers when you engage in daily one-sided narratives / debates with yourself or others. One-sided narratives will never be a byproduct of transparent practices. To be transparent, you need as much information as possible, as much material as possible, whatever that material consists of. Transparency is a byproduct of constantly researching and adding more material as it becomes available. Transparency never ends. It is essentially the never-ending story. Fluid thinking, logic and reasoning, deduction and reasoning skills, common sense, chronological timeline plotting, cause and effect, explaining all of these thought processes out loud. This is the definition of transparent characteristics that make up truth and transparency. That is also the definition, that defines the channel creator, Lana Oriani. I am looking to create a team of professionals, some beginners and some with lots of experience, for an upcoming project that is a guaranteed winner, regardless of the final outcome, because this project is a project within a greater purpose. This is a real-time documentary about the murder of a chiropractor in a small Idaho town that had made headlines before, which was Bonner's Ferry for the Ruby Ridge incident. A murder of a chiropractor in Bonner's Ferry in 2020, at the beginning of COVID, has created one of the nation's unseen and wildest legal domino effects ever to be documented in real time if you take on this project I am proposing to a team of highly skilled and capable professionals who yearn to be a part of something that is bigger than them. Within this project are chronological dominoes. Those are the battles that we will produce in real time. Obviously, there's going to be some wins. Obviously, there's going to be some losses. But regardless, whatever those future decisions, that will be all documented. It will be used to educate, enlighten, and entertain, and trust me, move the entire nation. Like I have said, the wins and losses won't matter as they unfold because the story with receipts is so egregious. And the results to date, $15 million lawsuit on a wrongful death that never went to trial, where there was a default judgment due to no more money, okay, due to lawyers making wrong calls on purpose, lifting stays so that they could make money, only to bleed the money dry and then, turn somebody, cut them loose. If you guys have been following my channel. But these results, to date, they are just so egregious, outrageous in and of itself, that it trumps any need or pressure to win any of the future legal battles. We could literally lose every future legal battle. Just the documenting of these future legal battles and showing the story is the ultimate win. While working on the University of Idaho student murders case in 2022, I stumbled upon a 2020 homicide case of a local chiropractor out of Bonners Ferry, Dr. Brian Drake. At the time, the case was only of interest to me due to the fact that the Idaho State Police, who were charged with leading the investigation into the murder of Brian Drake, they were the same entity, the same agency, and the same officers in charge and in part leading the investigation into the University of Idaho student murders. After the arrest of Brian Kohlberger for the murder of the University of Idaho students, my coverage of the case really focused on all of the defense's filings where well-respected Idaho defense attorney Ann Taylor's literally over hundreds of filings centered around prosecutorial misconduct, law enforcement corruption / conduct, and just all around bad faith practices during the investigation and eventual arrest of Brian Kohlberger. Ironically, just a few years before the allegations made by Ann Taylor and the defense team about the prosecution and law enforcement for the Brian Kohlberger case, the same state police force and FBI task local officers would be the subject of the same type of criticism from a current unsolved murder of a local chiropractor, Dr. Brian Drake. Brian Drake was shot once and found dead in his Bonners Ferry office on the evening of March 12, 2020. The Idaho State Police were called in almost immediately within hours of finding Brian's body by local Bonners Ferry Police Department to take over the investigation and partner with other agencies to work the homicide. It goes on and on. The expertise needed to overcome the uphill battle specializes in some criminal defense work, police corruption specialties, civil litigation, looking for one law firm in Ohio, Florida, and Idaho. Some field experts, such as false confession experts, I think I have that down. Crime scene reenactment specialists have that down. A team of ex-law enforcement detectives. And working with students, law students from law schools to complete what would result in documenting through film the process that a family from Idaho endured the Moors over the past 5 years, and all centered around everything that's pretty much happened in the Idaho4 case. But I mean, this is a train wreck that you just can't look away from. A production team, an editing team. This is literally being a part of something that's bigger than you. But the only way to truly show the world what is happening is to document it and then produce it. Okay? It does not matter what the outcome is of any of the battles. Literally showing everything by receipts. And the documentary in this aspect, I want it to be, you are Juror 13. You get to decide at the end of watching a 10-episode Netflix original or a Hulu, you decide if you were in that jurors, number 12, number 6, number 3. Here it is. This is the reality. This is the reality. This is what is going on. this is a vicious cycle here where you have defense attorney who's your criminal defense attorney for murder. And then all of a sudden they become your civil rights attorney. When you get sued by the wife for wrongful death and it's a total conflict of interest, but hey, you did a flat fee negotiation for the criminal defense and they dismiss those charges, but they can bring them back. But you think, okay, I'm going to take on the civil case with this family and lift a stay so that I can charge $300 to $500 an hour for 2 or 3 years, only to countersue for defamation, forcing a defendant from a murder case that was dismissed only because of X reasons and they could bring it back. You'd forced him into, by filing a countersuit to the wrongful death for defamation, you are now forcing him into a deposition and forcing him to take the stand and be subject to cross-examination. Who the fuck would ever advise their client to do that? Then you have some peon like me that comes along who finds the case literally because I stumbled upon it, because of the Idaho4 case, because I was researching. Holy shit, look at these claims that this Ann Taylor is making. Who are these people? What's up with the Idaho State Police? Like, let me dig. She clearly has a history with them. Like, she's been doing this for a long time. Sure as shit, Jill Bolton, who was Dan Moore's attorney, files this fucking thing. Complaint and jury demand for the city of Bonners Ferry, these officers, and it's for the false confession that they coerced out of him. I've never seen so much fuckerage. So then here's someone like me that comes along and I'm like, wait a second. Why are you doing a deposition? Why are you testifying? Why is this ever lifted? Let me tell you what that means. Back in 2020 rather, Brian Drake was murdered in March. It took them 6 months to say, okay, we're going to arrest this other chiropractor. When they arrested him on the same day, they got this doctor, Dr. Moore, to make a false confession. After he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to counsel, they continued to interrogate him. After he said, okay, well, I need a lawyer. So fast forward, immediately after the false confession, he was arrested, charged with, he said, if you confess now, we'll just give you second degree murder. It won't be, first degree, and you'll probably serve 6 to 7 years. And that'll be it. So there was this false confession. Then the wife of the guy that died, Brian Drake, Jennifer Drake, she files immediately a wrongful death claim immediately after the arrest of Dan Moore. Well, Jill Bolton is representing Dan Moore for the criminal case. And literally just a couple weeks later, boom, you have a civil case now. And Jill Bolton says the right thing initially and says, I can't represent you in the civil stuff because it's conflict of interest. Duh. You cannot have your criminal defense attorney representing you in when it's still going on, your criminal defense case. So, but the Moores, they didn't know that. And they were like, no, we want you though. Like, come on, we don't want to have to deal with anybody else. Like, so what does she do? She goes home. She thinks about it. The next day she's like, okay, yeah, no, I'll represent you guys. So she files then a motion to stay the civil case until after there's a resolution of the criminal case. And that's normally what happens. It happened in the Karen Reed case. Paul O'Keefe and that family sued Karen Reed. That gets stayed until the criminal case is handled, and then you can go forward with the civil case, because you're not going to have depositions going on during the criminal defense preparation, because you have the right to your Fifth Amendment. Okay. So Dan Moore gets his civil case stayed. But before she got the civil case stayed, Jill Bolton, acting as Dan's criminal defense attorney and his civil attorney, she answers the complaint and countersues Jennifer Drake for defamation. And when she did that, she filed, you're claiming all these claims within it, and you're filing, I don't know if she did it at that point or she did it a little bit later, a declaration for Dan Moore. Now we're going to get to that. So after she files this, she answers the complaint where she's denying all the stuff, and then countersues. Then gets it to be put into a stay. Then motions to the court for the criminal case for a motion to suppress the false confession, because that's the only thing they used against him at the preliminary hearing. She was totally not prepared for the preliminary hearing. Anyways, he wasn't indicted through a grand jury. He had his preliminary hearing, Dan Moore, and because they used the confession, the recording at trial, that's the evidence that they used to bind him over for, probable cause. So then Jill Bolton moves for the suppression of that false confession. He asked for a lawyer. They continued. So they have this hearing. And right before they had that hearing, she's also filing for a Franks hearing. She files for a Franks motion. She puts a Franks motion in because she wants a Franks hearing. And she did not make any additional discovery requests. Whatever the Idaho State Police ended up giving her, just a couple months, like when Ann Taylor got her first discovery dump, okay? That's pretty much the majority. That's all that she would have ever gotten, okay? She didn't keep filing, discovery requests like Ann Taylor was doing. But also because there was only a couple months more there where she files then, hey, we want to have this suppression hearing. And the judge says, yeah. Buchanan comes back and she says, yep. Fuck yeah, you violated his Miranda. So the confession is out. That's the only thing that you used. Do you have any other evidence? If not, it's being dismissed. Without prejudice, meaning that Dan Moore could be hauled back in here and arrested at any time, because there's no statute of limitations on murder. So Idaho State Police, this is the Van Leuven and Detective Tolson and the Ed Jacobsons of the world, Andy Huddle, Brittany Clark, Leslie Lehman, all these motherfuckers that you hear in the Idaho4 case, they were involved in this case. And they said, yeah, no, we don't have anything else. We're not going to put forward, we're going to put nothing on for this to maintain Dan Moore being held for the murder of Brian Drake. And Judge Buchanan's like, well, if that's all you guys have, then we're dismissing without prejudice. Now, immediately when that happens in March, April, May of 2021, the state files an appeal and takes it to the Idaho Supreme Court for because of the ruling, because of Judge Buchanan saying that was a false confession, that it was coerced. It was in basically that was like the worst of it, that the detectives, it wasn't voluntary. So the state immediately appeals that, and so it goes then to the Idaho Supreme Court. Thank God Dan Moore has been out on bail, but a year would go by. The Supreme Court says we uphold and remand in part because, one, yes, he invoked his right to a lawyer and they didn't give him one. So we're tossing out the confession that stands. But we are going to reverse Judge Buchanan saying that this was a byproduct of police coercion. Okay. Which is huge for them to reverse that portion of it, because that has a lot to do with your, moving forward with any type of filings against those fuckers. So when that happens, that's in 2022, that decision comes out. The wife of Brian Drake says to her attorney, her civil attorney, well, I want to move forward with the civil case. Okay. But when Judge Buchanan determined that, hey, there's a stay until the criminal case is all adjudicated, meaning until there's a resolution into the homicide of Brian Drake, somebody either being found guilty, not guilty, that has to be adjudicated. So Jennifer tells her civil attorney, hey, I want to file a motion right before the holidays going into 2023, so at the end of 2022, for the stay to be lifted. Like, let's just take it to Judge Buchanan. What's the worst they can say is, let's see what the other side says. Well, would you fucking believe this? Ready? Jill Bolton, after it came back from the appeal and it upheld for part of it, and that means the confession was out, Jill Bolton's like, hey, we're gonna file in district court here. It's right here. I'm gonna put you guys on it. We're going to file in United States District Court for the District of Idaho. We're going to sue the city of Bonners Ferry, Brian Zimmerman, who was the police chief, Marty Ryan, who was the assistant, Michael Van Leuven, Gary Tolson, and John and Jane Doe 1 through 10 as agents of Bonners Ferry Police Department. Okay. And this was filed August 31st, 2022. This was after the ruling. So here she's Dan Moore's defense attorney. Like, this murder is still hanging over his head. At any point in time, they could bring him back in there. But she's also now his civil litigator and his interest in the civil matter. Okay. Which is total conflict of interest. And she basically told the Moores that, I know that it is, but doesn't really say those words, but she knowingly knows that it is, because she already said, like, no, you guys need to have somebody else. Then they said, well, we don't know anybody. Like, who else are we going to get? Like, we trust you. Okay, she slept on a night. She comes back. Yeah, I can do that. I'm going to take you guys on. And now the civil case isn't a one payment, all lump sum case. The civil case was, here's a retainer, and then we're paying per hour for work. So when Jennifer Drake at the end of August, or at the end of 2022, tells her attorney, hey, I want to move forward with the civil case. So they file a motion to lift the stay. Do you know what Jill Bolton does? this is what you should have done. Any competent attorney would know that you are going to object to the stay being lifted because the criminal case, number one, has not been adjudicated. It's still holding over his head. It's a parallel case, and he has the right, Dan Moore has the right to remain silent. Okay. But guess what? If the civil case stays, Jill Bolton doesn't make any money, right? So Jill Bolton talks to her clients. Now, what do you think should have been talked about? Well, hey, what's in the best interest is that, listen, all of this just needs to stay, and you're not going to spend any money, and that means you're not going to get any money, you're not going to spend any money, but that'll stay until they want to do something with the criminal case, and it'll just stay there forever because of the ruling by Judge Buchanan. That's not what this attorney said to do. This attorney filed a literally wrote the words, no objection. The defendants have no objection to the stay being lifted and moving forward with this civil proceeding. What the fuck? Why would you ever do that? Now, think about this. Like, Jennifer Drake must have had like 5 orgasms when she read that no objection and we're going to move forward. So I don't know anything about anything because I don't come into the picture of knowing anything about this because the Brian Kohlberger case, he's not arrested and Taylor doesn't start making filings until 2023. And then that's how I come across these actors like the Van Leuvens and the Gary Tolsons and the Brian Drake murder case with the Dr. Moore being, arrested for it and all this fuckerage. And I was reached out to because somebody had saw my coverage and asked, hey, do I want to talk to the Moores about all of this? And I'm like, okay, you're probably a troll. What the fuck do you want? Anyways, long story short, I find out that they had countersued Jennifer Drake. And I'm like, wait, if you countersued for defamation, I said, that means you are going to be making statements. That means you're going to be, if you're suing for emotional distress, if you're suing for defamation, it's your story. You have to testify to what has happened to you. And then I looked at the fucking, the filing. And I'm like, why is all of this information out here from your criminal defense discovery in your civil filing? And how does Jennifer Drake know about the discovery in your criminal case? Because she wouldn't have ever been given any copies. Well, here, the police, when she filed her civil case, the police gave her, during an active murder investigation, their entire ISP discovery files. Have you ever fucking heard about that ever happening in your life? No, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. To tell their only chance to tell their story, fuck their story. Tell their story. What story? You can do it. Let me tell you how you would do it. Ready? No. You don't need to countersue to tell your story. You need to treat her lawsuit like a fucking mini trial. Because in order for her to prove just the tip of the iceberg, which is the preponderance of the evidence, okay, what evidence should she be using? What evidence does Jennifer Drake have? There has been no trial, no evidence, nothing. Why the fuck would you ever lift that stay? Now, let me tell you what happens here. So I come along and I wanted to just know about all of this like corruption, such as in these filings. I want to show you guys. I said, I want to see the probable cause statement. The probable cause statement was exactly the same amount of pages that the Brian Kohlberger one was. Okay, I was like, wait, what the fuck? I was like, that's crazy. You know how we got like 19 pages? Yeah, it was like the same. And I was like, that's really bizarre. Like very bizarre. And then I said, okay, well, I want to put it out, this probable cause, and I want to use it to explain, like, so let me go ahead and do something really quick. I want you guys to see and hear this. Oh, okay, here we go.
Dr. Drake shared the building with a financial advisor, Kip Hartman. This building is sited at a 45-degree angle to the north-south compass bearing. Dr. Drake's office was located. There's sufficient. I am a detective sergeant employed by the Idaho State Police. This affidavit is intended to show only that there is sufficient probable cause for the requested warrant and does not set forth all of my knowledge about this matter. I have set forth only the facts necessary to support a finding of probable cause and any facts that would lead the court to not find probable cause on the charges. My knowledge of the facts set forth in this affidavit are based upon my own observations or the observations of other sworn officers who've relayed their personal observations to me for purposes of this probable cause affidavit. Murder in the second degree, a felony, Idaho Code 18-40.
Chiropractor in town, Dr. Daniel Moore, but the case against him quickly fell apart when his alleged confession was ruled by a district court to be coerced. However, prosecutors appealed and the fight went to Idaho's Supreme Court, which dismissed various parts of the argument.
End result is that charges could be refiled against Moore, but as of tonight, There was no one facing criminal charges for the death of Dr. Drake.
And nobody has been arrested, okay? 2026, about to be, no one's been arrested, okay? So back it up to 2023, and I say, well, if you want my help, love to cover your case, like, and this is how I find out that Jennifer Drake was given the entire criminal discovery, because I started filing my own FOIA requests with all these different, like, up in I did Bonner's Ferry stuff, I did Bonner County, and I did Coeur d'Alene. Literally hit them before they even knew who I was, and I just got a ton of shit, like so much shit, before they realized, oh my God, you cannot give this girl anything. And because what I'm asking for, these people had no idea that it had any relevance because of the fucking lies. Okay. So, when I read this, probable cause.
Investigation into what try to generate new tips and leads. And now the Drake family is getting creative to try to generate new tips and leads.
And they tell her, help me, Haley. They want justice. They will stop at nothing to get it.
Okay, so the Drakes come out with in March of 2023, this video seeking the public's help to generate tips and leads to be able to arrest somebody for the murder of their husband and dad. You know what I mean?
Small.
This is the video.
Town community, closely knit.
Bonner's Ferry, Idaho.
We've got a lot of family-oriented people, a lot of people that attend local churches.
The address for about 2,500, home of the Badgers. Nestled along the Kootenai River, the Selkirk Mountains almost serving as protectors from evil until they couldn't.
How did you find out what happened? I was on the phone with them when it happened.
Okay, boom. I was like, wait a second. She was on the phone with her husband when this happened? Like, holy shit, right? Like, fucking wild, right? Talk about an alibi.
Just like the community where murder victim Dr. Brian Drake would launch his successful chiropractor business. His wife says he was wholesome, a man of God, loved music and family.
He was amazing. We had it all. We really did.
Brian and Jennifer married in '99. Love at first sight.
Oh, it was. Was it? Yes, we met at church.
Brian's career took them to Montana, Texas, and finally North Idaho, welcoming babies along the way.
We have 4. We have 3 boys and a girl. Very few people ever win the lottery like I did.
They had hit that sweet spot in life by the time Brian, Dr. Drake, opened up his own office along this stretch of Main Street in Bonner's Ferry.
A great chiropractor, as opinion from his wife.
But also his patience.
Very compassionate. He helped me out a lot.
She didn't want her face on camera. Who could blame her after what happened on March 12th, 2020?
He was an innocent man who... Sorry. It was killed at the end of a business workday.
While on the phone with his wife.
It's a memory of sitting next to my daughter when it happened, and I'm the one who had to call 911.
Responding officers found her husband of 21 years executed as he sat at his desk.
He did not know. It was behind him. Somebody shot him in the back through a window, and by the time he realized what had happened, the next step was unconsciousness.
A space once dedicated to healing turned the first murder scene in city limits since the early 1960s. And despite, as Jennifer calls it, diligent police work, 3 years later, the case remains open, in desperate need of perhaps you.
We really are hoping that somebody will come up with some more information to substantiate what we already know.
To substantiate what we already know.
Billboards like this one along 95 are trying to
Right there, $10,000. I should have got that money.
Appeal to whoever that could be.
We have a $10,000 reward.
Brian's face, front and center, a some 672 square foot reminder to the public of what already consumes Jennifer's mind.
As the saying goes, for evil to triumph, good men do nothing. And I believe that we owe it to my husband, and not just my husband, but my children and the community at large, that something is done.
Haley Genthner.
I will fight for closure, and I will fight for justice.
On March 12th, 2020, Dr. Drake had spent the day seeing patients at his office.
Okay. Factual allegations. Okay. Straight from the probable cause here. Dr. Drake saw his last patients on March 12, 2020, Eldora Gatchel and her brother Caleb Kakoa Nazara around 7:17 p.m. that night. Timestamps from Dr. Drake and his wife's telephone conversation made by Drake after his patients left established that Drake was shot at approximately 7:26 p.m. Eldora Gatchel and Caleb Kakoa Nazara would report seeing a two-toned white and tan Ford-style pickup truck near Drake's office building when they were leaving. Dr. Moore's vehicle at the time of Dr. Drake's shooting death was an all-white four-door 2019 Toyota Tundra. In his sworn affidavit for probable cause to search Dr. Moore's residence, storage unit, business, and vehicles, and also to establish probable cause to charge him with second-degree murder, Detective Michael Van Leuven would not accurately describe the patient's description of the pickup truck as a two-toned white and tan Ford-style pickup truck. This is Jill Bolton's one of her arguments for Franks as well as to sue. Instead, Van Leuven described it as simply a white large pickup truck so that the description would match the description of Dr. Moore's all-white Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Do you want to know what I did? I make a call and I say, actually, this needs to be amended because what really happened was Eldora Gatchel's pilot vehicle had, due to surveillance cameras in the area, had left the building 1.5 to 2 minutes before this white truck ever even came into the parking lot, where it then was right next to the drive-through of where Brian Drake was shot, but a little bit up more. And thereby, Eldora Gatchel and her brother that left in this pilot couldn't have possibly seen a white truck because they had already left. That's like the most bombshell thing that you could ever say there. Okay. But you would also argue to say for Eldora Gatchel and Caleb Kakoa Nazara to say that they saw that white truck, that would mean that they were still there and did not leave in the pilot truck that left. To know that eventually, after 1.5 minutes would pass, that there would actually be a white truck come through, leave its running lights on, and park and block the drive-through, making it so you couldn't get through and have to go the other way. Leslie Lehman, Van Leuven, and Detective Tolson, they all were sitting at laptops, looking at surveillance. And these three individuals who were in the Idaho4 case, literally, if you're watching surveillance, you see a car leave, you mark it down. Okay? There is no way that you could possibly fuck this up. You would have been documenting what time the truck, the pilot leaves, and therefore it would be on your Excel spreadsheet at, let's just say, 7:17. Then the next column would be the next thing that happened in chronological order, so it would come after it. And then it would be the white truck arriving at 7:19. I think you could be in 4th grade and be able to get this question right. Hey, Tommy, how could Eldora Gatchel see a white truck if she had already left in a pilot at 7:17 and the white truck does not come there until 7:19? And you're watching like I think Tommy would immediately say, hey, this person's story, I get that they saw that truck, but that means that they didn't leave in that pilot. And then I told Miss Bolton that, hey, there's another problem. Because there's another interview that happens with the guy that was the person before the last patient. His name's Paul Jacobson. I said, when he was interviewed by the police, when he left and Eldora Gatchel was already there with her brother playing the ukulele, I said, he was walking out to the parking lot, and he told the detectives that when he was leaving, he saw a woman arriving in an SUV. She was younger, and it looked like it could be the woman's daughter who was just inside recording the guy playing the ukulele. She was tan skin, looked like she could be Hawaiian. Oh, is that a fact? Well, guess what Eldora Gatchel said in her interview? That she was at the airport earlier before she went to her appointment to pick up her niece, who's late 30s, attractive Hawaiian woman that looks just like Eldora, but, younger. But she didn't come to the chiropractic appointment because she wasn't feeling well. Well, here, according to Paul Jacobson, damn, him not knowing anything, and he was interviewed, he's saying that there was a woman in a different SUV that came. And so what do? I run the tape back, and I found the SUV that's entering in right before Paul Jacobson is leaving in his big truck. So his statement is accurate as well, to say like what he saw, and there's an SUV pulling in. Next. So I say, is anybody going to fucking report this? How about this? Then I call and I say, you do realize that Jennifer Drake said that she called the police from CDA. She made a 911 call. Do you know that there is no 911 call on Jennifer Drake's Cellbrite, her cell phone? Do you also know that there is no 911 call ever had and made to the CDA dispatch? What do you mean? Well, here you go. Here's the FOIA. Here's all the 40 some calls for 911 that day. Look at the 7 o'clock block. Do you see anything there? Look at every 911 call that day. There, I did another request and I said, do you have any 911 calls from Jennifer Drake ever calling Hayden, that area where she lives? Are you sure that day? Nothing. That address, nothing. Nothing. Because the story is that when she called 911 because her husband got shot, where she was located, when you call 911, it directs you to that dispatch, which is Coeur d'Alene, and then it transferred her 2 times. And I said, that's absolute bullshit. And I was right, because guess what? They didn't introduce into evidence, and they couldn't introduce into evidence the 911 call at the preliminary hearing, because I go and I pull those records. And I'm like, holy shit. Guess what? 2 people called 911 in Bonners Ferry before Jennifer Drake's 911 call made it in. Wait, wasn't she on the phone with her husband and she then hung up immediately and called 911? How were other people? His body wasn't found for another 30, 45 minutes. Oh, some kid heard gunshots and called the police. His name is Isaac Funderburg. He not only heard gunshots, plural, he didn't know. He's like, it could have been the echo. But after immediately hearing the gunshots, he saw a male, short, dressed in all black with a black beanie and a gray vest, walking and running from Dr. Drake's basically side of his office. Said he had dark skin complected. He had a little goatee, and then he had a beanie on, and he had all black on. His beanie was black, and then he had a gray vest. I said, oh, that's interesting. I said, here's this. Take a look at this. I said, I found this. How about that video? Remember Paul Jacobson? He said, I personally interviewed Paul Jacobson, great guy. He said, yeah, Lana, there was some guy that was playing the ukulele and I walk out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in here? I said, oh, really? And he said, yeah. I said, oh, okay. I was like, how many people were in the room, the waiting room? Just, the guy and the girl. And I was like, yeah, they were Hawaiian, dark skin. Mm-hmm. Yep. So check this out. Let's pull up. Let's go with. Oh, wait, sorry. Damn. Oh, there we go. What is up, guys? What? Okay, so take a look at this. Whoopsies. All right. So I finally got to realize, whoopsies. Let me see. Is this not doing the right one? Oh, here you go. You guys know how you can go on Facebook and you guys can share stuff. Well, after the murder of Dr. Drake, I noticed that this was the video and somebody had posted it. And I found that the person who posted it, this video actually extends as far over so that you can actually see the person who's playing the music. Okay. That's Brian Drake right before he's shot and killed. Well, guess why that was blocked out? Because I got the original version, and the original version is Caleb Kakoa Nazara dressed in all black with a black beanie and a gray vest. So let me tell you something. These people, the Eldora Gatchels of the world and the Jennifer Drakes of the world, they knew not to post the video to Facebook and to crop out Caleb Kakoa Nazara. Do you understand that Gary Tolson and Mike Van Leuven talk to each other and include Jennifer Drake in it? And they say, hey, yeah, we interviewed, one of the eyewitnesses, and he literally gives a description to the T of Caleb Kakoa Nazara. Then told Dr. Moore to answer for the second-degree murder charges. Then I found this picture right here of Jennifer Drake the night before the murder breaking into her husband's cell phone. So you see that picture that's next to here's Johnny. That Brian Drake had a hidden app on his phone called the Hidden Eye app. And what it did is if you tried to get into his phone by using a incorrect password or by using a thumbprint that wasn't his, it takes a picture of the back side of the phone as well as the front side of the phone, and it does it like repetitively. Okay? And that's what I was looking for. That's the picture of the phone. That is the night before the murder. Now, the night before the murder, Brian Drake had a password on his phone. Jennifer Drake's trying to break into his phone. 3 weeks before Brian Drake was murdered, at his other office, he supposedly slips and falls and breaks his leg, except for the fact that the doctors and his in-laws and his family are like, dude, he did slip and fall, man. The motherfucker, that's a twisting fracture. That's somebody beating you with a baseball bat. like taking something and whacking your leg. Okay. Now, when Jennifer Drake would be interviewed by the police, she tells the police that, oh, you have all of Brian's phones? Okay, his work phone and his regular phone. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have any passwords on them. He doesn't have any passwords on them. What? Literally the night before his murder, she's breaking into his phone and she can't get in because she has the Cellbrite shows in the Knowledge C database that she attempted 6 times. For sure 4, and then there was 2 partials. How am I catching all of this? How are the detectives not catching any of this? And you have to ask yourself, did they not catch it, or are they burying it? And then I'm over here asking myself, who the fuck is your attorney, Mr. Moore? What the hell's going on? You over here concerned about Mike Van Leuven talking about a large white truck? Fuck, I'd be over here talking about Van Leuven knew that the information that Eldora Gatchel gave was, not only was it not accurate, it couldn't have been factual unless you're going to say that Eldora wasn't in the pilot. Okay? Which I believe that one of them was not in the pilot, obviously. But more importantly, ready for this? You have Isaac Funderburg's statements. And Isaac Funderburg is saying, now check, see how awesome this is. Isaac Funderburg nails the description of Caleb Coco and Azara. Ready for this? Do you understand that the cops are saying that at 7:26 is when this man was shot and killed, because his wife is saying, I'm on the phone with him, and you can look at and see when the call ended. I immediately then call 911. So he was shot here at this time, because then I hang up and I call 911. Now think about the Idaho4 case. We have these text messages, man. And these text messages, we're texting back and forth like this has to be when we saw the guy. But guess what? None of the witnesses say that. Dylan Morrison nor Bethany are in any interview where they're ever saying to anybody, when I was texting with Dylan or when I was texting with Bethany, this is the moment that I saw him. This is when I saw him. None of that happens. Okay. That narrative just comes from the police. Okay. Versus saying that actually Bethany called Dylan to alert her because of something else, because of the dog barking is what I believe, and it wasn't their dog. And then Dylan's then talking to her about what happened earlier. Now, Isaac Funderburg tells the police that he sees this person after he hears the gunshots, right? And the person that he describes is literally Caleb Coco and Azara to a T. Do you understand if Caleb Coco and Azara had to get in that car, the pilot, to leave at 7:17? That would mean that Isaac Funderburg had to have seen Caleb Coco and Azara before 7:17. Do you understand that logic? It's illogical for it to even be possible if you're going to say as a police officer that Caleb Coco and Azara and his sister Eldora were in the pilot when it left at 7:17. That would mean that Isaac Funderburg would have had to have seen Caleb Coco and Azara before 7:17. Like common sense, right? That's just like logic, because they're not in the area anymore. They're not at that building, right? Oh, it's a great point, Lana. Right, yeah. And if Isaac Funderburg is telling you that he saw that guy after the gunshots, okay, then the gunshots had to be before 7:17 at the very latest. If you were going to put Isaac, or if you're going to put Caleb Coco and Azara in that pilot leaving with his sister, right? Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Then Isaac Funderburg tells the police that after he heard and he hears this gunshot. Then he kind of sees the guy running, or coming and walking, then running. He's like, hey, did you hear that? It was right across the street. The guy runs off. He then says, he's like, yeah, I got in my car. I had and I went to go, like, it was just weird, so I went off to, like, look for him, and I couldn't find him. Okay. And then, because I had my dogs with me, or I grabbed my one dog, and when I went to go look for him, as I got out of my car to go look for him, then I couldn't find him. And then I go to the grocery store to get my fiance. She wanted me to she's making burgers. She wanted me to get ketchup. So I have to go get ketchup. So I go and get ketchup. And then on my way back, I pull in. And as I'm getting out, I talked to some guy, and I asked him as he's walking, I was like, oh, did you hear those gunshots? And then I called the police. Well, now the big question is when did you call the police? And so I interviewed Isaac Funderburg multiple times. Isaac Funderburg said, Lana, I will give you consent. I will go with you to the Verizon store. You can have all of my phone records. The cops never got my phone records. I said, what? I said, oh, they must have just done it and you don't even know about it. Well, I asked Dr. Moore, hey, can you go ahead and ask your attorney if they have Isaac Funderburg's phone records? Because he told me that the reason that the cops were suspicious of his story is because he didn't call the police right away. And I was like, oh, is that right? Like, why'd you wait to call the police? And I'm like, what time did you call the police? He's like, well, I don't know. What does it say? I was like, well, they're actually merging your call and saying it was Jennifer. Like, they're putting Jennifer Drake's call on the same. They're putting Jennifer Drake's call on the same incident sheet. And so there's only like one, and they're listing at 729. Okay. And then Ed Jacobson, come on down, Ed Jacobson. He interviews the guy that Isaac Funderburg happened to see walking. And his name is Stephen Hartman. And Ed Jacobson's like, okay, yeah, like I'm an FBI special task force motherfucker. I got this shit. Well, during the course of his interview, he's like, well, where were you coming from? What were you doing? You had all black on and blah, 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 and he's like, I work for I travel for work. I walk every night and I walk down. And then I walk back. I think it's an exercise thing. And basically what becomes being revealed out of this is Ed Jacobson thought that because Leslie Lehman sucks, that Stephen Hartman was basically the guy that Isaac Funderburg had saw running away. Okay. And Leslie Lehman has to call Isaac Funderburg and say, hey, the guy that you saw walking, that you talked to before you went into your apartment, what did he look like? What was he wearing? What did he look like? He's like, oh, that dude, he had nothing to do with it. I don't know. He was white. I don't know. He had I think headphones on, or I don't know. He was wearing black sweatpants. I don't know. That was after though. And he said that was I had already gone to the store and had come back. So that had to be at least 10 or 15 minutes after the gunshots. Well, guess what we have on camera? The time that you see the Stephen Hartman crossing the gas station camera, which is a minute away from Dr. Moore or Dr. Drake's office. And it puts him walking past it at, basically, if you back up the time, you're getting, if Isaac Funderburg saying, God, I had already heard the gunshots. I had already, the gunshots already had gone off. I had already gone to the grocery store and come back. That's when I saw him. And so that was and so Leslie Lehman puts in her report that she never recorded the phone call. And all she puts down is that Isaac Funderburg said that that had to be like 10 or 15 minutes later, like 10 or 15 minutes after the gunshots. Those are her words, not his, because there's no recording. Do you understand that even just using the words 10 or 15 minutes, that pushes the time of the shooting at 7:10, 7:05. And guess what Stephen Hartman says when he's like, oh yeah, this kid asked me if I had heard gunshots. He had a silver hatchback and he had a dog or two with him. He was getting out. He was like carrying stuff like, bags and going into an apartment. All of this was given within 24 hours of the murder of this man. What should be the reoccurring theme right there? That this shooting could not have happened at 7:26, as Jennifer Drake has told the entire world. Like, everybody is saying how she's the only person that's extending and saying, oh, I called 911 right after, I'm on the phone with them. And the phone shows that it calls her at 7:16 from Dr. Drake's phone, and that they're on the phone until 7:26. Now think about the Idaho4 case. So I said, why the fuck is this lawyer over here of yours letting it even be an option that Brian Drake made that 7:16 phone call? Okay. Because Jennifer Drake says, yeah, I was talking to Brian and Brian said he was waving to the people that had left, that he just had his last patients. He was standing, looking out, and he saw them pull away. So Jennifer Drake becomes Eldora Gatchel and her brother's alibi. And Eldora Gatchel and her brother become Jennifer Drake's alibi / the time of the crime and pushing this back. Okay. But all that had to happen here is actually it was Eldora Gatchel or her brother that call using Brian Drake's phone, right? Mm-hmm. And have this conversation. But then somebody be like, well, but how does the pilot leave? Well, that's where Paul Jacobson comes in and him saying that there was another female there in a SUV. And I found it. All it would take is just looking at this shit. Wow, imagine that. Let's look at shit. They knew all of this. All of these detectives knew this. The same detectives in this case. Same detectives in the Idaho4 case. It's like, how does this happen? And she had come there and talk to you through the glass and yeah, wrong one. Hold on. That is not the right one. Okay, the night that Dr. Drake was murdered, the body cams were either off an hour because they weren't reset, or this whole entire thing is just completely fucking fucked.
And what if it's one of these husbands that just, they come home and they talk all about Brian?
All right, this was Jennifer Drake's second police interview, March 26th, 10 days after her first interview. Listen to some of this shit.
Remember, like, I have racked my brain because I've been to their house. I remember everything we looked at. We have known them for a long time.
Okay. This is about Eldora.
One of them that just keeps, I'm hesitating to say things just because in case people are innocent, but if they're on my brain, I feel like I need to say it just in case. Something that keeps plaguing me is that I know you guys, I'm assuming you've talked to Eldora Gatchel already. And I love that woman. I know she loves us dearly. We met her brother who was in from Hawaii and met him as the last person who saw him. And ever since they came, I think it was the day or the day after that I talked to you guys.
Is it Eldora or
yes,
Eldora?
Eldora, Eldora. And I think you guys already talked to her. She was that last patient.
We haven't talked to her, but other detectives in our office have talked to her.
Okay. So the thing that I just, and I don't know, this text that, well, first about him. She's married. No, so Eldora's husband. We have known them for a long time, but I don't remember ever meeting him. We've been to their house, and she's been to ours. She's been to several of our children's performances. She drives down for it. And I remember at one point, you know, Brian has talked about her husband, but he has mentioned that they don't have a really close marriage. It's a little bit estranged or a little bit odd. And every time we see them, or her.
Have you ever seen her husband?
Not that I can remember. Like, I have racked my brain because I've been to their house. I remember everything we looked at and we did, and we were with her, and I cannot in my brain form what he looked like.
How long have you known her?
Probably 6 years.
And how did you meet her?
Through him she came down to one of our children's performances. Because I have a lot of those conversations. I have a good discernment of people. She's always been very, very kind. At one point, she really reached out because she really wanted to hang out some more as a girlfriend, and I just couldn't. At the time, I kind of let that go. She lives in Sandpoint, and she had wanted to kind of get girlfriends together, and because she's farther, and I do have a lot of girlfriends, it was hard for me to make that happen. And so I've never mistrusted her, but the more I keep thinking is the fact that the husband has never been around, and I know how much she loved my husband. It seemed, even as I talked to him, it was always very platonic. There was never, and they would go months without seeing, you know, to where it would be months before she came to the office. It would be when she would have problems, you know. But if they had marital problems, and it was constantly a thing that she looked up to my husband so much, I never know those discussions that happened behind the door, and whether or not her husband just got tired of maybe hearing about Brian. I don't know, but it's one that I know that she's known for a long time. They've been, that I'm aware of, there's been nothing, even when I see her, it's not like she's gushy over him, she's just been very thankful for him. And I have never seen anything even close to inappropriate. But the fact that every time I see them, and every time Brian kind of talks about
I just remember in my brain thinking their marriage is not very good, but they're fine. Like, I don't know if it's because he just
Their marriage is just not very good, says Jennifer.
didn't have a faith that she did. I don't remember the marital problems.
Did they have children?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you remember her husband's name?
No. Like, I can't even remember what he looks like. But I know she's married. And if you find out that I'm totally wrong, like, I feel like I am in la la land that I can't remember detailed things I should know. Why is it that I've never met him? I don't know anything about him. I remember hearing that they aren't very close. It's a very detached marriage. And I keep going back to this text that this Kipman guy across the way kept saying, I know it sounds crazy, but he's a very charismatic, good-looking man. Maybe it was a woman who, you know, made moves on him and he denied her. And I just keep thinking, what if it's, I know even in Austin how many times, Brian, he sees a lot of women up there. And the first thing my sister-in-law said to me when she came here for the funeral was that somebody over there said, well, I know a lot of Amish, especially Mennonites, they have a very strong current of jealousy as husbands. And you really should look into the fact that a lot of these women come to see Brian and they talk to Brian about everything. I mean, they'll come home and I have a late cry on my table every day. I mean, she has so many women crying to him. And what if it's one of these husbands that they come home and they talk all about Brian? And
That's definitely one of the major angles that we're looking at, and that we have followed up on many different things. And there's a few conversations I'll ask you later about a couple specific people that we followed up on in that regard. But that's definitely our prime suspicion is that there is some jealous husband that did this. No, so going back to Eldora and her brother, are you confident that that person was her brother? Did they look like brother and sister?
Yeah, kind of. They both look very quiet, dark.
Did anybody, a couple people that I should back up because we have to talk for a while.
Yeah.
We have conducted
Okay, this is the wife. Okay, this is 10 days. This is March 26th. Murder was March 12th. She's about to get her life insurance policy here in 4 days for $1 million. She's called 11 times already. Okay, listen to this right here. Detective Van Leuven is about to tell Jennifer Drake what is going on in their investigation. Here it is. This is the same guy that we're about to listen to with the Eric Grower interview.
an office somewhere between, and I can't put a figure on it, but probably around 75 interviews at this point. We talked to patients, we talked to friends, we talked to family, we talked to people in the community, we've canvassed bars and restaurants and the gym and people that work out at the gym. And so we have a much better picture of his life and his past. And I have a list of questions to talk to you about specific things that I think maybe when you're in here the first time that you were maybe still in, probably still are, but really closer to the event, still sort of in shock and, unsure about the whole thing, and with your mother and with, his brother. And so maybe there were some things that you didn't want to talk about so much. So, but I'm hoping we can get into some of that, just because at this point we don't have a suspect, we don't have a motive, we don't know why this happened. We're still flailing around in the dark. So there's so many different avenues that we're following up on that I'm just hoping that some of this might help. But regarding Eldora and her brother, I will tell you this. Her brother, it's curious to me, she filmed that video of him playing ukulele and then gave you a copy or gave somebody a copy of it.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that he fits the physical description of the person that the eyewitness saw running away or walking quickly away from the building after the shooting.
Do you hear those exact words that the detective just said? Why does this matter in the Idaho State or the Idaho4 case? Because in his probable cause for the murder and arrest of Brian Drake to arrest Dan Moore, he knows damn well, okay, that Dan Moore is not the person that's walking and running away. He knows it's Eldora Gatchell's brother, who he never follows up with and talks to ever, except he personally, the lead investigator in this case, never talked to Eldora Gatchell's brother. Did you hear what he just said there?
walking quickly away from the building after the shooting.
How he knows that it fits the description is because of the recording that I just showed you guys. The version that I could sit here for a minute and look for it, but the version is way spread out like this, and you can actually see the original version. You can see Eldora Gatchel makes a huge blunder here, and includes. Now, how I got the original video is because these blunders. Eldora Gatchel, on day 1 when she was interviewed, she airdropped it to Leslie Lehman. And Leslie Lehman uploaded it in without the cutout.
He couldn't pick him out of the lineup, but he says that could be him.
He said that could be him, though. And guess when he asked Isaac Funderburg to do the lineup? Not like right after. He literally asked him to do the lineup like this day, a little bit earlier, on March 26th. Why would you wait that long to show him that lineup?
So he doesn't have any criminal history. We've reached out to Hawaii. There's nothing in-house, no problems there.
There's no report of ever reaching out to Hawaii. This is huge. That the eyewitness
proximity within minutes of when the shooting was, he was. Imagine what the motive would be, but he was.
I can't imagine what the motive would be. Well, Lana can. Lana did some serious digging, and the motive is, like anything, is if you actually paid attention, Van Leuven, because that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know if he's corrupt or if he's just bad at his job. But the moral of the story here is that you cannot possibly look at surveillance cameras and make up an Excel spreadsheet and completely forget the fact and just omit the fact that the pilot leaves before the white truck ever arrives. And if you're going in chronological order and you're trying to walk through to explain that, you would then realize, like, wait, the white truck isn't there. How could they have ever seen a white truck? Wait, what's going on?
He was there in close proximity within minutes of when the shooting occurred, and he does match the description.
Have you confirmed that he's having kidney failure and is on dialysis?
No, we're this week we're going to turn and see if we can get him back in. We may have to go. I don't know if he's even still here, but we'll find him and interview him again. Go down that.
Okay, listen. If they interviewed him again, it was never turned over to the defense. Never turned over to the defense. And ready? Not only was it never turned over to the defense, Caleb Kikoa Nazara, he's dead right now. He wasn't dead, though, when I got on the case. He died a couple months after. Nobody would go, and I said, you need to depose him immediately. He died in October of 2023. I put it on record to depose him in, I don't know, August or September. And then, boom, he's dead. I then want to take stuff to Tevis Hall, the prosecutor in this case, about the 911 stuff. What happens to Tevis Hall? Boom, he's found on the side of the road, dead. From an alleged heart attack on the side of the freeway.
What the deal is.
No autopsy done.
He was telling me that he was on dialysis even the day of the funeral because they were going to come and then ended up not coming. And so that's why even when Bubba texted me, he's on, he's like, you thought about, because I saw the video and, you know, it was my sister-in-law got a hold of the video and sent it around. And so he was thinking of that same thing. I'm like, he's on dialysis. Man, he's walking so slow.
You hear how she just said that video was passed around and they were all thinking the same thing. It's like, what are you talking about? You wouldn't know about what the shooter, what Isaac Funderburg ever said. How would you know that? You hear what she just says there?
sister-in-law got a hold of the video and sent it around, and so he was thinking of that same thing. And I'm like, he's on dialysis. The man can hardly. He's walking so slow. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, okay, he was wearing black. He was maybe like.
See how she just says it right there? He was wearing black. He was wearing a beanie. She has no idea that the eyewitness hear what the eyewitness said. Did you guys just catch that? She's saying that she had a discussion with her family prior to ever talking to this detective right here and now on the 26th. And she's fucking up big time. And she's saying that talking about a black beanie. Listen to this. Isaac Funderburg's statements were not known to anybody. Nobody except for the investigators. Okay? So listen to this right here.
And sent it around, and so he was thinking of that same thing. I'm like, he's on dialysis. The man can hardly. He's walking so slow. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, okay, he was wearing black. He was maybe like, weird things have happened, I guess. But I just.
Then I started thinking about it because my family was saying like, you know, and like they were suspicious of those people is what she's saying. And then and then she's like, no, he's on dialysis. Like he can barely walk. And then she's saying, well, I was talking to my family back a couple days ago, you know, yeah, but he was wearing a black beanie and he was wearing black. How, Jennifer Drake, what does that have anything to do with anything that he was wearing those things? Ready? Ding, 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 ding. Jen.
I didn't get that spirit at all.
You said they weren't at the funeral?
No.
Yes, they were. Now, Eldora Gatchel told the police that she went to the funeral. Other people said they saw her at the funeral. Okay. Listen to this. She's saying that they weren't there.
Unless they showed up, and I haven't looked through the list.
So one of your family members told us that they were, and that the niece was actually filming and had filmed some of the family members at the funeral. Do you recall that?
They said that Eldora and then that they were at the funeral? Or they didn't come up and say?
Not only that, they said that her expression of grief seemed over the top to them.
Oh, maybe when they were there.
What is the niece's name?
My niece? Oh, her niece.
Her niece, yeah.
I've never met her before.
This is the niece that's very, very attractive. Totally would be someone that Brian would bone. And she was 38 at the time.
She was just kind of there. I've never met her before. She was just kind of there. I could tell you what she looked like.
At your house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But even his name, I had to say it like 5 times because it's Kekoa, Kekoa, and I could not remember her name. They were just weird names. Yeah, I didn't know they were there.
And you don't know her niece?
No, I don't.
How old is she? Do you know?
I'd say she's probably younger than me. I'd maybe say 39.
That's it.
You know if she's married?
I know nothing about her.
You know where she's from?
I don't. I just assumed she came over with her brother from Hawaii, but that's all a good question. There were just so many people in the room when they came over to the house. It was kind of took me off guard to begin with. And then as he started playing the ukulele and the whole family came in, and it was emotional because she said, I have something to show you. And I did think, I looked at her, I was like, how in the world have you been seeing him for 6 years? And how did you know to videotape him right now? And did you see the videotape? I'm talking like straight up on him, which to me was a gift because I was like, wow, like this is my husband right here in front of me. And it was very emotional for me. And, I keep going back to the fact that this is his brother, who's on dialysis. Maybe he's looking at the end of his life. And maybe that's why she's videotaping him while I'm sitting there waiting. And so I always try to think the best of people, especially because she's never given me a reason ever to question her. But the other thing along that line is, and I know you guys have thought this.
Okay, so then I go and grab all of the books from Brian Drake's chiropractic books. And Brian Drake did everything by hand. And he had all these handwritten charts. And Brian Drake was like really adamant about his money that he would get from people. And he never made a card for a new patient form for Aldora's brother. He never marked down that he ever serviced Aldora's brother. Aldora and her brother said that they both got adjustments. And the money, the intake money for that day, when you add the credit cards and you do the cash together and you look at the book, it's short. It's short. Also, he is really adamant about, like, even if Aldora had a package and he was going to like take from Aldora's, one of hers, to like pay for that. Guess what was missing? Aldora Gatchel's third sheet. So like each time he kept all these cards, and this is how fucking crazy this is. In Discovery, once you fill up a sheet, because it's so many dates, and he would have another big blue card. Aldora had gotten to the point that she had 3 of these. Okay. Well, Aldora was the last patient. So on the desk where there was crime scene photos, the reason I was able to see Aldora's third sheet is because of a crime scene photo. I was like, oh my God, look it. This is the third sheet. Like I found the number 1 sheet and I found the number 2 sheet. Okay. And I looked at the dates of those in Discovery and I was like, dude, this is old. I was like, where's the third one? Like, where's the newest one? And then I was looking at all the crime scene photos and I saw on his desk the third sheet. And so I zoom it up, blow it up. It's a nice quality picture. And I'm like, holy shit. Then I'm looking at everything and I find the date, the 3/12, and where he would like write in, like, that's where he would mark down if it was $50 as it was just one visit, or if they bought a package and it'd be like $250 or $300. And then it would be like a little mark signifying like how many would come off that package. I figured out his whole system. I was like, holy shit. I was like, not only is this missing in Discovery, like basically somebody took that, like, I know that it was there. Listen to this fucking shit. I know that it was there when they took the crime scene photos, like that, like 24 hours after basically. But then guess who they let in the office to take stuff? Well, Jennifer, her dad, and her brother. But if they collected that, then somebody else removed it and did not put the sheet into Discovery and turn it over to the defense. But lo and behold, I was able to find through a picture of the crime scene. That's how I even knew that. But I'm able to show that this is missing. That's how I found that. So again, then I said, where is there any evidence here of the Idaho State Police? They know that this guy he gets cash from patients and he has like a swipe card, like a square. I said, where's a subpoena to see the returns of what different cards were swiped that day? How much cash was there? Now, let me ask you guys something. If you're going to take cash, wouldn't you think that you'd have a little petty cash so that you could like break people off change? I've never seen a chiropractor in my life, or any doctor for that matter, take only $100 bills from their patients. Have you? If you're going to take cash, this guy, all he had was $600 in cash, all $100 bills, and then nothing else. And then the rest, because they didn't do this, but then I had them do it in the civil case. I was like, you need to get like, because then I can do the math on what day of the week it was. I had to do that with all my receipts with the bar that I used to own. Like, you know, when you take a card on Monday, it doesn't deposit into your account. You have to check your terms of service to see when it actually hits your account. And what it did in his sake is it was like, I was able to prove that somebody used that card swipe after he was dead. Even after the deposits that went through, that card swipe, somebody swiped something on the 16th. He was murdered on the 12th. This is fucking crazy ass shit, okay? So I'm uncovering all of this stuff to show that you'd want to ask for Eldora Gatchel's banking records to see if she paid in a card for her package. Because I wouldn't be paying if I'm going to be killing somebody either, right? Or if I paid cash, right? Then I'm going to take, or like right there at the end when it was going to be all said and done, you know, and the police never did this. Or if they did, it wasn't in discovery. You'd want to show everybody that was a patient that day that saw him that day, you'd want everything about them. It's just fucking common sense.
Just speaking out loud of the fact that this has to be somebody who is cased to this joint. Like, is there no cameras that has looked at every single Thursday for how many Thursdays? Because they had to have known his schedule. They had to have known that he stays this late. They had to have known that, like, it means they had to have walked past that window multiple times or they didn't see him. Or
There's no.
Okay, ready? Listen to this.
This joint. I know you guys have thought this. I'm just speaking out loud of the fact that this has to be somebody who is cased to this joint.
She just says to the police, there has to be somebody that has cased this joint. Who says that? Who says that? There has to be somebody that would have been casing this joint.
Like, is there no cameras that has looked at every single Thursday for how many Thursdays? Because they had to have known his schedule. They had to have known that he stays this late. They had to have known that, like, it means they had to have walked past that window multiple times or they didn't see him. Or
There's no video that covers that building or that side of the street. The only video that we have is north and south. So there's no.
That's a lie. It's an absolute lie. Okay, ready? I'm going to read you this. You guys are going to just fall over. Dr. Drake's office was situated approximately 16 feet from a building to the southwest known as the Far North Coffee Lodge. The space between Drake's office and the Far North Coffee Lodge was utilized as a drive-through window for the coffee shop. The Far North Coffee Lodge was owned and operated by defendant Ryan's brother-in-law. So Marty Ryan's brother-in-law and Ryan's wife, Marty Ryan's wife, which would be her brother. His wife worked at the coffee shop drive-through window for her brother, Marty Ryan's brother-in-law. Well, Ryan's brother-in-law, Marty Ryan's brother-in-law, and his wife would naturally have some information about Dr. Drake and his business and patients coming and going from his office. No investigative interviews of these witnesses were supplied to Dr. Moore's defense team. I have spoken and have had two or four interviews with people that worked at that place. Not only were they interviewed, there are cameras there. Okay, there are cameras there. Not only were people interviewed there, they were interviewed by local and state/federal people. How do I know this? Well, a couple of the people supplied me with freaking text messages from 2020 that they have with the owner of the place talking about the cameras, and the owner texted one of the workers and said, hey, who the hell is stealing the toilet paper? Remember, this is around COVID. Hey, who the hell is stealing the toilet paper? The police were looking at the cameras and they saw that somebody was taking the toilet paper out of the, he has multiple places, and she's like, oh, shut up, LOL. You know we have to take the toilet paper out of this closet and take it on over to the next door building to like clean the bathrooms. Okay. And the fucking police are the ones looking at this camera. I give this to, it makes me want to vomit. The police are the ones that alerted Marty Ryan's brother-in-law, hey, I think someone's stealing your toilet paper. Look at this person. And took like, and had screenshots and sent them to him. And then he sent those to the employee.
So the one that, so when we were looking around, it showed the one that, you know, the coffee shop, and it was the drive-through, and there's one right underneath.
Those don't record.
He said those don't record. Immediately, he just said those don't record. Mike Van Leeuwen just said those don't record. And I have a witness that says that's fucking not true at all. Who worked there.
Neither, and there's one right underneath.
Those don't record.
Neither are in the gun store.
Yeah, none of those cameras don't record.
And then Van Leeuwen just says, or I'm sorry, Tolson just says, and neither did the cameras work at the gun store, because the gun store, that's the other building I was talking about. That's where the person that was closing up shop that night had taken, they were using the toilet paper to put at the other place, you know, to make sure everything's all stocked and shit like that. Who the fuck doesn't have a camera at a gun store?
Not in the gun store?
Neither are in the gun store.
Yeah, none of those cameras don't record.
Not in the gun store?
Just cameras, they're just for show.
There are cameras, but they're just for show. What? No. Did you get a search warrant? You're just believing what these people fucking say to you?
Oh, for the love.
None of this is true. None of this based on my.
It's not. I have fucking
They all
screenshots,
heard the shot. They
text
just
messages.
We have one witness that was across the street that was like from here to the front door that heard the shot, looks over there.
Listen to this. Listen to what the fuck they are telling who should be a prime suspect in a murder investigation. Dude, the husband is murdered. The husband is murdered. This is the wife. She's made 11 phone calls to get her $1 million life insurance policy. Listen to what Van Leeuwen tells this woman.
They just didn't see anything. People walking their dog.
Really well. So there's no surveillance. It's showing anything.
The best we've got are vehicles and some people on the street walking. And we've tracked down all those people and interviewed them. There was a couple that were walking their dog. There was another guy that was the first person that water spray suspected. Those people have all been interviewed. They all heard the shot. They just didn't see anything.
That's not true. The people that were walking their dog didn't hear a fucking shot, you dumb bitch. God, I hate this fucking lying cocksucker. And neither did Stephen Hartman. God, you are fucking insane, boy.
There was another guy that was the first person that water spray suspected. Those people have all been interviewed. They all heard the shot. They just didn't see anything. We have one witness that was across the street that was like from here to the front door that heard the shot, looks over there, sees a guy coming around the back of the building. He's walked back in the back of the building before, and he knows that section between the fence and the back of the building is sort of odd. I mean, it's sort of grown up. And yes.
Do you understand that he's never interviewed Isaac Funderburg? Listen to the way that he's talking about Isaac Funderburg. This is the description. Like, he's never interviewed him, at least not on record with a report or a recording.
There's a path there, but it's not commonly used.
Yeah.
So when he sees the guy coming out of there, he's like, that's weird. And he says, hey, was that you? And the guy turns and looks back and then quickly walks up away from him. He goes and jumps in his car, grabs his dog, trying to track the guy down, and doesn't see him again.
So this is not the man from the apartment across the way.
Yeah, the man from the apartment across the street.
Across the street.
That's the witness.
How does she know about the man across the way at the apartment? How does Jennifer Drake know even about this? Joe Bolton, you fucking suck. Dana, Matt, you guys are going to owe the Moores $1.5 million, and you guys should eat the $15 million lawsuit. This is fucking a joke. This is why this documentary is so fucking important. These clowns are the same people that investigated the Idaho4 murders. And I told Steve Gonsalves, I said, buddy, come on, man. Do you know who the fuck investigated your kid's case? This is the worst investigating I've ever seen in my entire life. And they're talk about policy, procedure. Why are you telling her this?
And he actually says something.
He yells across the street when he sees the guy walking out of there. He says, "Hey, was that you?"
Do you understand that Isaac Funderburg was just put a target on his back? This is supposed to be your interview or interrogation of the wife of the man that was murdered. Her husband was murdered.
The guy turns and looks, and then and he describes Keikoa. He describes dark clothing. He even describes that silver vest kind of thing, which he was wearing. He describes the heavy features, but he can't pick him out about a lineup. So for us, it's the best he can do is point us in the right direction.
Why aren't you talking about his timeline of when he fucking could have only have seen the motherfucker? How is that not coming into play? Unbelievable. It's more than that. It's way more than that, what he gives you.
We don't have any motive why Keikoa would do this.
Yeah.
You hear how quickly she says, yeah. She's been sitting there quiet as a mouse.
We don't have any motive why Keikoa would do this.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The woman just told you, Van Leuven, that the sister is over here like fawning over Brian, like, eh. Okay. Maybe he's there because I mean, I think I know the motive. I think I know the motive like 1,000. Drugs and kitty shit. Kitty stuff. I don't know if I've ever put this out there before, but I'll tell you what I cannot believe. If you listen to Keikoa, he talks about in one of his Facebook posts, and he does a video of himself after the murder, and he talks about the fact that basically you're allowed to take out people who basically fuck with little kids. Okay? You're allowed to fuck with, like, if you fuck with little kids, you can be handled. Okay? And I've never put this out there before, but it is 1,000% in the discovery. When the phones were searched, Brian Drake's phones, as well as their iCloud account that the two of them share, there is pictures on those devices that I don't think any parent should be taking of their kid in a bathtub at an age that's, and it was right before the murder. It's like you're posing a child in a bathtub. I couldn't believe it. And I think that's automatic reporting. You know, anybody that would have been in 5th, 6th grade, like, what? I mean, what the fuck what are these cops doing? But anyways, what's interesting about it is that Caleb Coco and Azara basically is talking about that type of shit. And in her interview here, so a motive would be if Brian, let's say, did that and fucking Jennifer saw it and was like, what the fuck? You know, that would be a motive. You know,
so that's something we're going to look into.
Wait, look at the.
We don't have any motive why Keikoa would do this.
Yeah.
So that's something we're going to look into.
They didn't look into it at all, and if they did, not a single report. So think about this. This is these type of guys that look into stuff and don't write reports. That's why when I found out that this was the guy that handled Jack Decor, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god.
And it's interesting that several different friends and family have mentioned to us that they thought the video. One person said the video made the hair on the back of her neck stand up when she watched it. She thought it was odd.
Whoever said that, we don't have that in the report.
But anyway, we'll follow up with that.
You didn't follow up with shit.
Okay. What else?
I think this is a dead end, but I just thought I should say something to you. I take this lightly because I don't want to send you on a rabbit trail. But I completely forgot about this, and the only reason I'm thinking of now is because this happened today. Is 3 years ago, so when we moved here 8 years ago, we moved into a rental. There was a man who was doing all the home improvements.
Okay, so check this out. Right after talking about what the motive would be for Kayla Coco and Azara to ever do this, she goes into talking about this guy who she's about to talk about and about kitty porn. Kitty porn.
To know him very well. Got to know our family very well because he was always hired from the rental agency company and person who owns the house at the time we were renting. And we were always kind. He's by himself. Come in, feel free to come eat. You know, he's tall. He always wears his Confederate hat. If you live around here, you know Klaus Haas because his name is Klaus, Klaus, Haas, Haws.
Haws. Is this the guy you rented the house from that had the multiple bedrooms on both sides?
No,
split up.
That's Josh Whitaker. That would be the other one I was going to tell you about. This guy, and I'm sure that this guy is nothing but he's a little crazy.
Is he the guy that drives around and waves everybody?
Probably.
Confederate thing inside his car?
Yes. He does have, well, he has Confederate bumper stickers all over. He doesn't have a flag. Wears a Confederate outfit everywhere he goes. He's probably 75. We became very close to them. We tried to, always, yes, you're welcome. You're here to do the fence. Come in and have dinner. He started hiring my son. And this was, so.
He started hiring my son.
3 years ago, he came in to ask me to look at his computer because he was struggling and he couldn't get his email figured out or whatever. And I said, just bring it in and I'll figure it out. I'll fix it.
Okay, so listen to her get in front of this. Okay. She's telling this 75-year-old man who supposedly doesn't know how to work his computer or his email. Okay. So she's like, Jennifer's like, come to my house, bring your laptop. Okay. And I'll take a look at it. And at first I'm wondering, why the fuck are you telling this story? Well, because you're trying to get in front of something. Well, what are you about to get in front of, Jennifer? Well.
And while he was standing there, Brian had taken him downstairs. And while they were downstairs, I started bringing stuff up and I saw young boy porn. I saw child porn on.
I saw young boy porn. What the fuck? I saw young boy porn. What?
His computer. And inside, like my sons work for him. At the time, they were 13 and 14. And of course, he had become very close with us. I immediately, when Brian came upstairs, I looked at him and I just whispered, I need him gone now. You have to get rid of him now. So as soon as he did, and he's a big talker, he's very hard to get rid of. He is half crazy. But once he left, I told Brian everything that had happened. And he went to Brian to Klaus's house and said, I stood on his porch and said, I need you to know we love you as a family, but I need you to know this is what we found. And as a family, you may never see my children again. Do not call me. Do not call my wife. Do not go by the house.
Wouldn't you, as a detective, call up this guy and ask him about the situation? She just accused this man in a murder investigation of being and watching child porn. How would she know that's child porn? Well, guess what? Jennifer Drake was asked about this in a deposition.
At that time, we were in the middle of moving. So we moved probably even within the week, month. I don't know exactly the date of when he addressed him.
And so you were in a house that you were renting from him?
From his friends. And he was like the caretaker.
What is the address of that house?
It was 9500 T Rose Trail. It's been sold now. It has completely different owners now.
Where was that? In Post Falls?
It was in Post Falls, yeah.
I did my own investigation, and Jennifer Drake, at the time of this interview, and at the time, a couple years after the interview, all the way up until 2025, January, she was friends with this man on Facebook. He had one friend. And his one friend was Jennifer Drake.
And what year did
No, I'm sorry, not T Rose Trail. That's a different one. Marina Court Drive. Marina Court. I apologize.
9500 Marina Court Drive.
Marina Court, yes. It is Marina Court, but I'm trying.
Why the hell would you be Facebook friends with somebody on social media that you said that you caught with boy porn, child porn? I mean, are these detectives absolutely fucking like first grade?
5520.
5520 Marina, East Marina Court. So he stood on his porch, and he lived in Post Falls. Told him, he was really upset. He's like, that was not me. It's a friend who was using my laptop, and when I got back, I couldn't get it off of there, and it was all my friend. Please don't blame me for this. And again, Brian was very loving, and he just said, this is where this relationship cuts off. Do not reach us. Now, we moved shortly after. That's been 3 years. I have never talked or heard from him until he showed up at my house today.
You guys can't make this up. Ready? This is the documentary I am doing. Then she just says, I hadn't seen him, hadn't talked to him in 3 years until today when he just showed up at my house. What? Huh, Jennifer? Why would he just show up at your house? 3 years later, right? Hadn't talked to him forever. Well, ready?
Which is a bummer because he found out about Brian's death, found out where we lived.
How did you find out?
Showed up today. I think he found out because Tom, the person who used to own the house, didn't know about all this. And then he lives in California, and I think he ended up telling him. That's my guess. I haven't talked to Tom.
Tom, who used to own the house. Interesting. That's new. I know Tom, but I've never. Oh my God, Jennifer, what did you just do? Holy ball.
And he lives in California, and I think he ended up telling him. That's my guess. I haven't talked to Tom to find out. But he goes, well, I've known where you, because I said something, he asked to see the kids, and the kids don't know why. They just know that Klaus went dark. Like, what happened to Klaus? And so, we just purposely broke that tie. And I'm assuming that's how he found out. But mind you, it's been 3 years. He hasn't known where we're at. He has not tried to call, text, and nothing. He's really tall. He knows, everybody knows who he is, and yet he kind of has no friends. So I think that this is absolutely nothing and nobody. Be prepared if you end up talking to him, you will have him for hours, just be aware. So I don't think it's anything, but he showed up today. I just thought, oh, for the love. This was another person who just was not happy with Brian. But we ended on halfway good terms, which is weird. Josh Whitaker was that.
Do you understand that she just told the police that a guy that's involved with kiddie porn hadn't talked to in 3 years? We lived at a completely different house prior to this. Then we move. Somehow this man knows where we live, and 14 days after Brian's killed, he comes just by the house today to do what? See the kids, give condolences, and hand you $1,000 check. Listen to this part when she talks about that he gave her $1,000. I thought this guy has like fucking no money and shit.
All right, hang on. So he brought the computer over for Brian to help him.
For me, he kept saying he was struggling. He couldn't get these emails out, and I said, "Well, bring your laptop over. I'll fix it. I'll fix your Gmail and get you set up." And so when he brought it over, they went downstairs, and I was trying to fix his computer, and I went onto the internet, and that's what I saw. It's all this boy, child, teenage.
And then I was like, bingo, right there. I went on to the internet. It was if they were to pull their internet, in my opinion, if you were to go and get their internet, what's going to be on there? What's it going to look like? That what was being used, like, you guys get it?
Porn. Underage boy porn. And immediately realized my children were like,
Why didn't you call the police, Jennifer?
So he showed up today. Did he come in the house? What happened?
He came, so I was sitting in the car. My girlfriend had just shown up and had some stuff for me. So I sat in the car. A car came up that I did not recognize, and all of a sudden he walked out. And I just thought, oh, what do I do? But my brother-in-law, Johnny, was at the door. He wasn't going to let him in until my son showed up at the door. I was like, oh my goodness, Klaus. I gave him a big hug, had him come in. Apparently, Johnny said he started crying. I can't believe Brian is dead. I just heard about this. I walk in, he hands me $1,000 check. I'm like, no. He's like, nope, I've got lots where it comes from. And of course, I see too. I'm not going to take his money. But it was odd because I could tell he was very awkward. He didn't know how to, it's been 3 years.
He hands her $1,000 check. It says there's a lot more where that came from. What the fuck?
Brian's gone. Here's a check. And then he literally sat at my table and started talking, and we couldn't get rid of him for at least an hour.
Klaus, Klaus, Haws, Haws.
Yeah, he lives in Post Falls, and you'll find he owns a bunch of rentals. He's been here for years.
Now, if you're Van Leuven, would you, like, this is what Aunt Taylor was trying to say is, who was making the decisions to go and interview people, right? Like, how many people out there, raise your hand, would be like, we need to talk to this man. This is a wild story, right? That Jennifer brings us up because this guy just shows up out of the blue and then hands her $1,000 in a check. But yet she told him through Brian, don't come around our fucking family because you have child porn on your fucking computer. And then Klaus is like, no, it's not mine. It's some guy that used my computer. And I raise your hand. That would be the next person I'm calling. I want to talk. I want everything that this woman is saying. I'm vetting.
I'm sure
Again, they do not interview this guy.
probably completely harmless.
Unfucking believable to me. Jennifer Drake did not report the child porn to anyone. No authorities, nothing. They're writing that like
It's very different, and because we just ended kind of on a, but that was
Rock to the window.
never called. Once Brian told him nothing, he has never tried. Now he's always had our phone number and our text, but he has never tried to reach us, and he's never known our address. So I know he didn't know how to.
I want to know how he found out.
At this time, anybody here?
No, that's fine.
Don't you think somebody like that would have, I don't know, called and gave texted and gave? So he was 75 back then. Now, 3 years later, he's what, 78?
Yeah. And my mother actually is the one who brought up Josh Whitaker this week, and that was on my brain. Again, I don't know that it leads.
She just removed your kids from the presence, but we don't have their families and their kids, Jennifer. I'm appalled by this. I'll talk about being a Christian, my motherfucking ass.
When we were trying to move from Marina Courts, we needed we were looking to buy a house. We really wanted to sell this house. We needed like a summer, something just for data room. When he started drinking with his back,
Okay, listen to this.
I think that is pretty much. And he replied back, I have all the documentation. And that was when Brian and I sat down, and I know this may sound weird, but we really did pray about it. We're like, is this worth it? Is this worth going into?
So she talks about Eldora. She talks about child porn guy. Then she brings up her old landlord and they weren't paying bills. So this is so far what Jennifer Drake has brought to the attention in this meeting, and says that someone had to be casing the place Thursday. Okay. Like, did you guys check the videos of like the past Thursdays, and somebody had to be casing the joint?
Dan and Stacy Rodriguez.
Dan Rodriguez.
Dan, I think it's Dan. Is it Dan?
Dan Rodriguez is a prosecutor in Sandpoint. Okay. She literally is name dropping a prosecutor in Sandpoint here. Because he's like, who's the attorney of this matter? Because Brian, and then we're like, well, what do we do? Like, sue him for like. Dan and Stacy were also patients of Brian's.
Van Leuven is the most unprofessional detective I've ever seen in doing all the years that I've done this.
He's the dumbest, of course.
Letters. We went out to lunch with them.
And so was Gary Tolson. Gary Tolson just took a phone call in the middle of the interview. Just up and walks out.
And they're fellow Christians, and we just said, is this really worth pursuing? Do we let this go? Do we really go to court over this? And we did. We let it go. We ended up just not replying. I kept everything in them, so that's why we asked. By who?
Oh, wait, watch this.
We've heard this story, but it had a different ending. That's why we asked.
Okay. They just tell her that this landlord story that she just gave. Wow. Okay. Well, we heard the same story, but a different ending. They tell her that. And then this is what she says.
By who?
Who?
I don't even recall. One of your friends or one of your family members.
I don't even recall. One of your friends, one of your family members. What?
Besides, says that, hey, there could be this guy because I think they sued him and they won like a big judgment against him, and he might have something against him.
We never took it. We let him totally go. But there were words. I mean, Brian definitely, he had words over the phone, and the envelope has everything in it, where we literally just say, that is pretty much all.
Okay, here we go. This gets into the good stuff.
I just wanted to make sure that did you ever, I didn't even think about it. And my mom was like, you need to talk to him about.
But there's no threats exchanged.
The last letter that we never replied to. He never
About how old about was Josh Whitaker?
see that he went. Like he and then he
Unlike
would tell
360.
me, and he'd be there. He'd stay there for an hour or so, and he did that almost every Wednesday for a while.
Was this the one off of Best Avenue next to what used to be Lyle's fabric store? Back behind.
And they met. It was like on 4th Street. I could probably even scroll through his texts. That would be months, but I remember him sending me the address of what it was, and I would see that he went. Like he and then he would tell me, and he'd be there. He'd stay there for an hour or so, and he did that almost every Wednesday for a while.
Was this the one off of Best Avenue next right up to the back surgery?
No, probably he got hurt and they gave him injections and he could work for maybe another week or so, and then they moved his back surgery all the way up because it was so bad. So I don't.
One of his doctors say that he had to dry out before they would go into surgery.
No.
Had to lay off the alcohol for a while before they do the surgery.
Okay, her sister told the cops that Brian could even have surgery on one of the days because he needed to like dry out from the alcohol. And Jennifer's like, no, what are you talking about?
No, that he had to get off of the ibuprofen before they go to surgery. He was bleeding internally because he was in so much pain. He had been taking ibuprofen
He was bleeding internally from ibuprofen
for like a year, if not longer.
Brian would text people in August and tell them that he had the shakes and he had to stop drinking. So whatever this is about this ibuprofen, Brian straight up has text messages to people saying that he has to get clean with the drinking.
So they were saying you have to get off ibuprofen. We will not.
You have to get off ibuprofen.
Okay, so what the accident that sort of maybe was we heard that the back problems had been going on for a long time. That he had back issues for a while.
He had back issues. This pain started about 2 years before his actual surgery, but it didn't stop him from anything. Like
Is that when the paddleboard accident happened?
No, the paddleboard happened like a month before his surgery.
Not really exacerbated.
It was like June or July, and that was the point where ibuprofen. It's when he was drinking more. Then of course they had given him pain meds. So I was like, you have to go, even if it's going to AA. We had a counselor in Texas who was so good. If he used to tell Brian, you should go to AA for no reason other than because he just had a very addictive personality. He's like, you should go to AA for no reason other than
Go to AA because they put him on pain medicine for his back. He should go to AA
to see what it is, and if you don't get your stuff in gear, this is what you could end up to be like. So at that point, I said, Brian, even if you just got into AA once a week, get in and get some accountability. He was only in town once a week. I didn't care who saw him. He didn't care who saw him.
So did he go to your knowledge, he went to AA meetings in Bonner's Ferry?
No, he went in Hayden on Wednesdays. No, I take that back. It was Hayden because I kept asking, why don't you go in Hayden? It was because they didn't meet on Wednesdays. And I would sit there and watch him. I know he went to them. It was in Coeur d'Alene. It was Coeur d'Alene chapter. It had anywhere from 40 to 50. Sometimes it was like a bigger chapter.
Where did they meet?
How would you know how many people were at AA unless you went, motherfucker?
They met. It was like on 4th Street. I could probably even scroll through his texts. That would be months, but I remember him sending me the address of what it was, and I would see that he went. Like he would tell me, and he'd be there. He'd stay there for an hour or so.
Did you just hear what he said? I would see that he went. I would see on Life 360.
So, and He did that almost every Wednesday for a while.
Was this the one off of Best Avenue? Sorry,
I think so.
4th Street,
Yeah.
going east.
I think that's it. So he went for a while until, not for too long, I would say maybe 1 to 2 months, and then he had his surgery. And once he had his surgery.
So during the summer, leading up at the end of the summer, dude, this is taking me down memory. This is the blast from the past.
He was completely off the alcohol, but that's when I realized how bad it was because he was shaking because he was off of that. He was on in order to get through that pain.
Right.
And now Bubba tells me because he said that we went on this New York trip. I was with Brian 24/7, and I looked at Bubba. I was like, that is not true.
Yeah.
I was with him the whole time. Bubba's a huge talker. He's like, I'm telling you, he was swinging while he turned around. I'm like, hard time.
Okay, she's just so full of shit. Dude, they took so many pictures on that New York trip. Her and him are drinking on the plane together. She drinks with him. What the fuck is she talking about? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Jen, I mean,
I believe it not.
You're his wife. I mean, you probably knew him better than anybody else. You spent the most time with him. I get that.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of his friends and family who all said that he drank constantly.
Yeah, but all his friends and family. So this.
do you guys know that he had his alcohol? Okay, when he was seeing his patients that day. Okay. The scene of Dr. Drake's murder established that he had been shot through the window of his office in the back, and his body was found on the floor of his office. That's a staged crime scene. Dr. Drake's phone was recovered, and the call times with his wife confirmed. Inside Dr. Drake's vehicle, parked at his business, was his gym bag containing a bottle of vodka that had been partially consumed. Dr. Drake's blood alcohol content, as determined by his autopsy's toxicology report, was 0.081, over the legal limit to legally drive an automobile in the state of Idaho.
His family, he hasn't spoken to for almost 8 years. So the fact that they sat in here and talked with you really blows my mind because they know so little about him.
Both sides, your family and his family.
Well, Matt and Emily do know that. So I'd say Matt and Emily know that.
So just looking at some of the conversations he's had with some of his friends and putting things together, seems like he is sort of, just to get so he's normal, he's consuming alcohol like vodka in the mornings to stop the shakes, and then kind of maintaining just a low level so he can just kind of get through the day.
How would I not know that?
I don't know.
Like present in front of us? He's not in this room. He doesn't have a secret.
Listen, I don't care if the man drinks. That's not our concern. Our concern is to focus on who might have had a motive for murdering him. So, do you know one of his friends said that his routine?
This is really important. Every single patient of his that day, including not even that day, but just in general, they were asked, did Dr. Drake smell like alcohol? And they said, no. Have you ever smelled alcohol on him? No.
Up in Bonner's Ferry, that he told him what he did was that after he saw patients, he would eat a small amount of food, and then he would go to the gym and work out. And then after the gym, he would eat a bigger meal.
Yes.
And then sometimes he would go to a bar and have a drink before coming back to the office and going to bed.
Okay, so that I didn't know. So everything you said just now is true, and that he would eat a little. He would go work out. Yeah. He never worked out on a full stomach. Then he would eat some more, and then usually he would vacuum and do all his stuff, and then he'd go to bed. And
normally he would vacuum at the. You guys, he slept in Bonner's Ferry in his office on a pull-out couch on a broken back.
I could see it on Life 60. We would talk. He's been doing this for years. Let's see if he had left. And again, every time I would call him, we would talk before bed. Every time he was gone.
That's not true. Also, so she's basically saying, I would have noticed on my 360. Do you hear this? If he was not where he said he was. Well, bitch, are you like stalking that app? Because no, you wouldn't. Okay, also, him just to leave it, him to say, okay, hon, I'm going to bed, leave his phone there, and then go across the street to the bar. Like, that's exactly what he was doing. And also, sometimes he was turning off his phone. He was turning off his locations.
I mean, rarely did we ever fail. So it's not like his phone wasn't with him. Like, I would get it if he had left his 360 there to try to hide that from me. But I never would try to call him and he wouldn't answer.
Was there a particular restaurant that we'd go to?
I went through all their phone records. This is awful. This is all lies.
He went to Yoder's Market, and we know he went to two.
It was so important.
Meal. Yes. And then sometimes he would go to a bar and have a drink before coming back to the office and going to bed.
Okay, so that I did.
Just 360 application.
More, and then usually he would vacuum and do all his stuff, and then he'd go to bed. And I would see it on like 360. Like, he's been doing this for years. Let's see if he had left. And again, every time I would call him, we would talk before bed. Every time he was gone. I mean, rarely did we ever fail. So it's not like his phone wasn't with him. Like, I would get it if he had left his 360 there to try to hide that from me. But I never would try to call him and he wouldn't answer.
Was there a particular restaurant that we'd go to?
You never called him in the middle of the night. You never called him after a certain point in time. The phone records show that was not something that you guys would do. There was no phone calls going on.
She's just making shit up, man. And they're just like fucking just like, I mean, this is such provable shit. It's in front of their faces.
And the texting, and then a work cell phone. And then they allege that Brian had
He had 4 phones. He had 2 burners, a work phone, and his personal phone. And guess what? One of those devices, and he had like the Kindle. And then like one of the old school iPad, like the iPods that you would like play music on. But one of those phones was never turned over to the defense, and it was attempted to be extracted by Homeland Security and by the Canada border people. It's like, what the fuck?
Street, it's a restaurant, but they didn't seem to know him. Like, even when we went.
Two Tones.
Is that the one? It has the outside patio or the outside underneath all the trees.
It's kind of like a red house. It's kind of down the road from his office, south on the other side of the road, about a block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 Tones.
Yeah.
Okay, so he would, but not very often that I know of. Because even when we went, they didn't really seem to know him.
How many times would you go eat with him there?
Oh, not very often. Once every 6 months.
Okay.
I'd be up there maybe once every 4 months. Sometimes the kids would come up. We'd spend a day while they saw patients, and we'd go hiking and then hang with them afterwards.
Okay. So the surgery was when?
I think it was August 22nd. 7 weeks.
No working for 7 weeks?
No working. He was August back. That's what I mean by he was in the house that entire time, and I was able to see everything he drank. And he was on pain meds, and I'm really sensitive to that. I would be like, if you're on pain meds, we don't even drink wine.
Okay. So then I started doing, in this investigation, I started looking into their financial situation all of September, October, and November. And then all of a sudden during those months, Jennifer Drake is getting huge amounts of PayPal deposits into her PayPal. And there are, I'm talking like thousands upon thousands of dollars in PayPal, but they're like 7 to 10 of the same amount. Like it'd be like $512, and it would be like 10 times 10 different people. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Right? You guys. Oh my God. Okay. Ready for it? She collected close to $30,000 or $40,000. Okay. From after when Brian had his surgery, she had to take the bill there was also like an ambulance bill or something. I don't know. I don't understand like why there would be an ambulance bill. Oh, that was maybe from the past. And what she did is she contacted, because she went out in like a year prior to this, they went and got this Christian insurance, okay, where you have to be with them for at least a year before you can put in to ask people to help, because what it does is you all help each other pay your medical bills, okay, instead of having like regular insurance, okay. It's from the church. It's from, there's a word for it. God, it's been a minute since I fucking talked about this. So I don't know this at the time. And all I see is, holy shit, this broad just brought in like 40 G's, $28,000 in like, we're talking like just within 6 weeks.
Period.
We were told that he didn't really do very well on the payments, that they he didn't kind of not.
And especially because they would really make him really drowsy in the evenings. Like I had no problem getting him off the payments. Like if I would just, we didn't.
Okay, so she had to turn in in order for them to pay for this. What it's supposed to do is you're supposed to pay your medical bills with it. You're not supposed to use any of the funds to live off of. That's insurance fraud. Okay. You're only supposed to pay for the whatever the medical bill is. Okay. Then, so she's doing that. Okay. And she's getting direct deposits into this PayPal account. And then the church people that are her friends, so has nothing to do with her church that she's a part of. They then create their own, like, hey, help out the fucking Drakes, and tell people at this church that they belong to. And there's people that are donating anywhere between $10 to $1,000 a pop. Okay. And so here, basically, if Brian Drake has this surgery, Jennifer looks at it like, fuck, dude, you're only bringing in like X amount of dollars. We do this. You have this surgery, and then I can turn it in to this company because we have to be with them for at least a year to be able to submit a back surgery. Like there's rules. I had to like call and like, I did a lot of digging and phone calls and seeing how it was all operating. And what I was looking for is I was like, okay, well, the money is then being transferred from PayPal into an account that is Jennifer Drake's account. They each have their own accounts. And so Brian Drake's money from his chiropractic stuff, he literally it would be transferred over into Jennifer's account. And then she would pay like, all the bills and just go shopping with the money. Brian Drake like spent like none of the money. Jennifer Drake spent all of the money and did not work. And at that point, like the kids are all in school, so I have no idea what the fuck she's doing all day, every day. She literally taxis her kids to school and then picks them up. But also at that point, then Brenner gets his license.
And to see if I have them here. Gosh, I just looked at all these dates this morning, you guys. Because I'm doing all these medical bills that apparently the state of Idaho are now all my responsibility.
Boom, right there. When she says this, I said, holy shit. She just said it right there. She's like, well, after Brian's death, I'm dealing with all these medical bills because apparently like I'm the one that's responsible for this. You guys, I have the proof. She brought in $41,000. $41,000 that was supposed to go to these medical bills. Well, clearly they didn't go to the medical bills. Okay. They went for them to live off of. And what I would think it went to is potentially a fucking hit. That's a nice chunk of money to give somebody a down payment to say, fucking take him out. Okay.
Um, February, I want to say February 10th. It was a Tuesday though, right? Maybe 11th?
February 10th, I believe, was the day that he got the surgery on his leg, ankle.
Okay. He got surgery on his ankle that got busted when somebody, the 11th, literally a month before he was murdered. It's like the mafia. Okay. When they come to warn you and say, where the fuck's our money, motherfucker? And they give you a warning, we're going to fucking hit your leg. Okay. You know, you're not good to me if you're fucking like, I need to collect my money. Right. Now here, Dr. Moore has nothing to do with that accident that they're claiming is an accident, but it really wasn't an accident. About him slipping and falling. He didn't slip and fall. It's not a slip and fall. This is a crunch, twist, fracture, broken ankle. Okay. What does she do? He has surgery. What does she do? She takes the medical bills and turns them in again and has all those motherfucking people sending her all of this money again. And I'm like, oh my God. So basically, Brian is worth so much more banged up having surgeries because she's just raking in all this money and clearly not paying the bills because she says it right here that she has all these medical bills. Well, you shouldn't because you collected fucking close to $40,000.
February, I want to say February 10th. It was a Tuesday though, right? Maybe 11th?
February 10th, I believe, was the day that he got the surgery on his leg, ankle.
Okay, so then it must have been, it was either a Tuesday or Thursday, so it was maybe the 4th?
So several days passed between the injury and the surgery?
Yes, we went straight in the next day into the daycare.
Now, listen to what happened on the day of this fucking accident where his leg gets crushed in. I pull every single record of who he saw that day, who his patients were. And I go through every single text message, every single phone call, 2 days leading up to anybody that set an appointment up with him. I mean, I looked 48 hours, before it, to a week before it, just scouring every single action on his phone. And what do I find? Oh, funny you ask. Okay. So Brian is just now going and getting clear to go back to work. Okay. After this back surgery, right? They have the holidays. And then right after the holidays, you have January. And on this Tuesday, he has his son's basketball game. And he texts Stacy and Dan Rodriguez, I think it was Stacy, husband and wife. The dude's a prosecutor, she's the wife. And he says, hey, are you able to come in earlier today? Because I got to leave early for my son's basketball game. Okay. On this Tuesday. And what they end up doing is they actually just end up canceling that appointment, and it gets rescheduled to, the Thursday or whatever. So I'm able to exclude every time period after when this woman was supposed to have this appointment, because he's clearing all this stuff out because he's got to go to his son's game. Well, the night before the Tuesday, he gets a text message, and it's this random number. It's not saved. And it was deleted on his end. His Cellbrite shows that he deleted this transaction in his phone. And it was a person that had texted him saying, hey, do you have any openings tomorrow? I met with you about a year ago, and you did a really good job or whatever. It was the most bizarre. Then they talk on the phone, and he responds and says, yes. And he puts him in his book, this person in his book. And it was this really bizarre person. And then it's right then and there at that scheduled time that his phone stops reporting to the network on locations. He shuts off his phone location services when he goes up to Sandpoint for the day. And the remaining of the whole entire day does not have his locations on. And when he says that he slipped and fell on ice in the parking lot, the guy that actually owned the lot was a patient of his. He looked at the cameras and there was no slip and fall. Brian and Jennifer sue the guy, literally sue the guy for $5,000. Okay. And the guy's like, wait, you don't even have a contract for you to be renting this. I'm just renting this space out of you for the kindness of my heart for $500 or $250 a month because you're only here like twice a week. And the time that he supposedly was supposed to leave to make it to his son's game, this slip and fall should have happened at like 3:00, 3:15. He doesn't text and call Jennifer until almost 6:00 to say about this slip and fall. All of it is fucking lies. The dude left the parking lot. Okay. None of this is caught on camera. There was a camera there. You couldn't see anything. Okay. He leaves and he went somewhere else. And he was somewhere else and got his fucking but he turned off his locations. Then when he tells Jennifer that this happened, because he was supposed to be at his son's game, it's almost the end of the game when he is telling her that this happened. And remember, he canceled some appointments to clear out the fact to like leave. It's all bullshit. And then I looked up the guy's name and the wife's name of who he actually, like who this person was that was supposed to go and like, you know, have this appointment. And it's a wild ass story, but it's a, I'll leave that part out. But I know the name of the person and their phone number on who created that appointment that literally led to that number being deleted and all the text messages associated with that was deleted. Nothing else that day was deleted.
The day surgery or whatever, and they couldn't get him in because we really.
The wife is an accountant and she does stuff for people in New York. I'll just put it out there like that.
We wanted to try to get in on Friday, and they couldn't, so they made us wait until Monday. So he literally had to lay there with his leg up on a pillow. And again, this is why I am struggling to figure this out, because out of both of these injuries, he was home so much, not even being able to move. And there was no alcohol, and he wasn't like freaking out. So for them to all sit there and say that he was so bad.
Jennifer left the weekend of the Super Bowl and took her daughter and got a train ride and went to her parents' house in Kalispell. Very bizarre trip. Okay, very bizarre trip. And that was right after this slip and fall. Because I believe that the weekend of the Super Bowl was either, it was that weekend after the slip and fall, or it was right before. It was actually, I'm sorry, it was right before the slip and fall. That was the weekend of the Super Bowl. I think the Super Bowl was on the 2nd, and then Monday was the 3rd, and then the 4th was Tuesday. Jennifer Drake, out of the blue, just her and her daughter, she takes her and her daughter, and they go to and get on a train and go to Kalispell, and Brian drops them off in the middle of the night almost, or like at night, and then picks them up in the middle of the night. Really bizarre. And then literally is busted up on the next day. Brian had he was drinking with a friend on like who was over the house that weekend when she was gone.
Alcohol?
They didn't say he was so bad. They just said
that it was so present. And I know he's a big guy, so I know that he could have a lot without being able for it to affect him.
You know, they don't necessarily want someone to 4 days before, so like 2-6 maybe.
I think they would get him in by Friday, and they couldn't.
Your brother-in-law, and then we've sort of reached out and talked to some other people.
There's the name. I put it out there. So February 3rd, 2020. Why did Brian delete his text messages then that he had with Val Burgess, who is the bookkeeper for a limo service in Chicago? her family's mafia-style business. I put it out there.
They say the type of leg injury he had, where you have a spiral
There it
fracture of the
is.
tib fib with then a lateral push, is very almost impossible to get from slipping on the ice, unless your foot gets wedged somewhere, and then there's a strong torsional movement of twisting, and then a push before he goes down. So did he describe that injury to you?
Yeah. So he, many years ago, in fact, with my family, he actually sprained that ankle, almost broke it playing basketball. Since then, he has sprained it several times. So his right ankle has always been weak. So much so that when he did hurt it that first time, it was so, swollen, huge. He thought he had broken it. It's never been the same. He has had problems with his right ankle for years. So that's why I'm surprised Matt said that, just because.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She does not want them looking into any of that on that date. Okay, I'm telling you. Also,
because I think he was there when he heard it, and he's twisted it several times since. And he called me immediately after it happened. It was literally the time he would have been finishing up to come home.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I think I just broke my ankle.
and that's a lie. He called me immediately when it happened. No, he didn't, bitch. That's a fucking lie. The phone records prove that. He was supposed to leave. If his son has a game, so then let me tell you how far I went through. I went and called the school, I went through all the pictures, found the picture that they took of his season schedule of all the games. And here's February, 4th, Tuesday. Double check to make sure that the kid that they would have games that started at 4:15, shit like that. Yep. Mm-hmm. In order to make a 4:15 game, or 5 or 6, whatever time, you would have to leave Sandpoint 45 minutes at least to make it. Okay. Absolute fucking, this broad is how these people just sit here. Like, this is the easiest stuff to check up on. You have her phone. You have his phone. You have his work phone. You have 2 other phones.
And he said, I'm in the car now. I said, do I need to come get you? And he said, I'm going to try to drive home, but it is in so much pain, and I'm sure. And he explained it. I said, what happened? I was walking out of the office, slipped on the ice. It came right underneath me. And he was carrying 2 really huge things. So he had his huge office table, and he had this, that big bin of files.
Look at me calling it out. He texted you this on February 4th, 2020. He didn't call you. He texted this to you and then called you. But this was also well after, like hours after he was done for the day.
And just the way, the weight of all that, I think crushed. And as he told me, he showed me how it just crumbled right under him.
He wasn't carrying any boxes. This is all bullshit.
Put the table right over it. So
you don't have
we'll
any
never
concerns
know.
about?
I don't. I put everything he told me, the timing, every bit of it. Again, I may be completely this naive.
Your husband was just murdered. Wouldn't you be like, yeah, I don't fucking know. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe he's lying to me about that. But she cannot have them looking into this at all. Because if you looked into that, you'd have to look into her locations on where she was on this day.
Now, Brian Drake told her to make sure that nobody else slipped and fell in the parking lot. Then Drake
Could you just lie like
maybe a search warrant to Life 360 is an easier way to do it, but I need to preserve as much of that as possible, showing his movements, because it looks like he had his Google locator turned off on his phone, so that information is not available on his phone from Google.
Well, we should do that. Didn't you say after a month you can't do that or something? So we should do that really fast, right?
Well, I said that the app seems to suggest that we can get 30 days of it, but then you said you already have access to it.
Well, on mine, yeah. And I still have it right here, but says weekly driving summary.
They have his Google and they have her Google. Van Leeuwen's full of shit. I have the Googles. I have the locations. Absolutely full of shit.
Oh, you're right. You said you had to see. I had. It says no network or phone off since March 18th. So now it's not letting me get it. But like, see if this is. So here's my son.
I have it. Our family uses it. I know how it works, but
Why is it not?
Boom! She said she has her son on it.
Mm-hmm. Also, what she tells them here is, well, you'll see.
after the February 10th surgery, how long was he off work?
Until February 10th. I think he went back to work. They said to stay off of it. They recommended for 2 weeks. And I want to say he tried to see patients here, just a couple of them on the 19th, Wednesday the 19th. February 19th. Like a week and a half later, he had gotten that prosthesis piece and he started like even around the house.
That's not true.
And then he took those 2 days off that I remember and he started his first.
Brian Drake's email was not turned off. I tracked Brian Drake through his email being on and that app being on. Boom. Suck that shit, Van Leeuwen. And so could you have. And I think that you did. And if you did not, well, this was going to prove a lot of things if and when you should ever arrest somebody that you shouldn't be arresting.
First full week.
So the practice in Sandpoint, where was the office before the current office?
It was I know this is so.
506 Alder Street?
Because I think he went to one other place.
She's retarded.
Something, or maybe, I don't know what it was, but there was something about another woman or women.
Oh, listen to this.
Found something on his phone, and you talked to their wives about it, and he talked to them about it in the hot tub, and they were kind of trying to hold him accountable for that.
Gosh, no.
Dude.
No?
I don't know anything about that.
Because they independently brought it up, so something had to have been said.
And they know that I knew?
Yeah, that you talked to at least one of the wives about it.
In a hot tub while you were praying.
I don't know whether this was him looking at something on the internet or browsing on the internet, or whether this was an actual communication with an actual person. Or they just knew that and they didn't ask too many questions. They just knew that he felt like he was in the doghouse with you because you were just
texted, or he had been.
What we heard was that he had messaged a woman or women using social media, and they didn't know whether you found out about it independently and caught him, or whether he admitted to you that he did it. They didn't know that. That they just knew that you knew, and that he was in trouble for that.
Gosh, I'm losing my mind. I don't remember any of that. Especially, it seems so odd because he's never on social media.
It's just so odd because he's never on social media. How do you know he's never on social media? Like, if he's not on social media, like, but if you're not on, like, how do you know he's never on social media? I don't understand that comment.
Literally, I've seen him post on social media twice.
Literally, I've seen him post on social media twice. This woman is telling on herself without. He sleeps away from you 2 whole nights of the week. He is not.
If you don't remember, you don't remember. It's odd to me that they independently brought the same thing up and kind of had the same story to tell, though.
Well, they talk among themselves a lot, so I'm wondering if sometimes Bubba makes things up. He told me something else this week, and I was like, I know that's not true. He told me that he gave Brian some cash, and I looked at him and said, I know that's not true.
Oh my God, that's right. Oh my God, that's right. That's enough. Dude, this dude gave them $10,000 at the end of the New York trip I mean, everybody's just handing the Drakes money. This is wild. Oh, nice. In Kentucky? Thanks. Gigi, wait, you do this stupid shit thinking no attorney will not file defamation? Defamation for what? The fuck are you talking about? Gigi, you're making no sense. How is this defamation?
Well,
He showed me the cash he gave me, like right after we left.
we'll get into that. I have lots of money questions. We'll get into that. So it doesn't remember.
I am so sorry.
Well, we're just looking for motives here. So he was contacting some gal
Yeah,
via social media.
that I would like you
Let's
to know
know
about
who
it.
that is and figure that out. So
I would not withhold that one bit.
okay.
And my husband definitely had his secret wars. I would not keep that from you.
This is what happened. Brian, his best friend, Bubba, they're on vacation. He paid for everything with all their friends. Bubba then gives Brian $10,000. And he tells him, Brian says, "Oh my God, I did not see that you put that in my bag." And he's like, "Well, I'm not gonna tell Jennifer that. I'm just gonna tell her that you gave me 4. Like half of the money, basically."
I don't remember any of that.
My take on the whole Jennifer not remembering things is she needs to come across as, I don't remember the things that you're referring to, because if
Did you hear that comment right there? So this is like me. Are you doing this live? And I said, my take on that. You hear that? My take on that. Yeah. And my take and everything I'm putting out is all from like documents that I opine on. Gigi.
know this type, she does not know these things. So then therefore, how could Jennifer Drake have a motive to kill her
Gigi.
husband? Okay?
Jennifer Drake has to act like she doesn't know about X, Y, and Z. Otherwise, that leads to her having a motive. Exactly. That's my opinion right there. You have to act like you don't know anything about this, because if you know about these things, then it would lead to a motive. So Gigi, thank you so much. Gigi, I'm gonna call you Gigi. Gigi, thank you so much for being here and for watching, because I make money off of you watching. Thank you. Appreciate it. Gigi. You might want to pay attention.
Do you remember people sitting in a hot tub?
Oh yeah. They were all talking about, and I remember them even praying in the hot tub.
Right. Yeah, they said they prayed about it.
But I remember it wasn't about Brian. That's what's so funny.
Was there a discussion about somebody else doing this?
Yeah, well, not
Big
necessarily
Jen.
that. They were praying specifically about being accountable to all their wives, and one of them happens to be his friend Paul, who happened to now leave his wife, and they're in the middle of this whole praying thing. So that's so weird that they said it was about him.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever prayed in a hot tub before? Be honest with your friends. And then asked each other to please be accountable to the other. Please hold everybody accountable here to make sure that you are not sticking dicks where they don't belong, licking clits that you shouldn't be. Mark, thank you for the hard work. Merry Christmas, everyone. Mark.
I keep harping on this, and I don't mean to harp on it, but it bugs me.
And I know people are out there listening that are Brian Drake. These interviews.
The Hayden office, maybe a year and a half ago. That's when we were just praying. I was like, honey, your kids are getting old enough to where when you are spending the night, you're missing soccer games, you're missing their games that need you more than they need me. And so we're like, let's start praying about opening this up. The problem is that because he was gone 4 days a week, he never had time to actually work on trying to grow Hayden. The other two practices literally grew overnight because everything was word of mouth. Everything. He didn't have to market. I mean, we marketed out the nose in Austin. Here, it just grew organically, so easy and so fast. And people just, there was a hole that needed chiropractic up there. And that was why it was so hard for us to leave. It's like, my days are so full. It's not like they're starting to slow down to where they don't need me. And yet Hayden wasn't. I mean, yeah, Hayden has how many chiropractors? He knew he was going to have to start doing marketing. He was going to have to start going to do shows. And so it was easy for him to sit back and not work on this. But I was like, until you create this void and you step away from this, we're not going to have time to work on Hayden. So that was like for the last year, just this.
Thanks for letting me opine.
Desire to get.
You can come up here if you want to opine as well.
And so that's why Brian, even on this last New York trip, was talking about.
Do you want to opine, Gigi? I'll drop the link if you want to opine as well. Mess around, it turns into a baptism. True, the transparency land of Obama now that you're reading chat. Samaritan's Purse, that was it. It's something with Good Samaritans. It's Samaritans. It's not Samaritan's Purse, but it's something about Samaritans. I know, I was just hoping that Gigi, you have to put your camera on. Come on, let's make it a really banger. I'd love to hear some opining. Come on, Gigi, you got this in the bag, motherfucker. Shit. All day, let's opine away.
About he's always wanted a wellness clinic and what that. So Bubba was like, I'll help you. And that's when I stepped in and said, please no, because I want us to learn to work harder. I mean, smarter, not harder. You're just going to make him work more. And he's getting older. He can't do this till he's 65. It's hard on him. So I was trying to think through other ways with which we think.
Yeah, so Jennifer Drake came up with ways to make money, which was she was working with Bubba.
Invest in something. Our kids go to an amazing charter school.
Actors in that area.
If you're going to go into partnerships with somebody, you want to make sure if they die, you're not left with bills. Does that make sense?
What percentage of his patients pay with a card versus what percentage pay with cash?
Good question.
I don't know about that. I can tell you, I know I just got a thing in the mail stating how much went on the card, like how much. But first, I'd have to look at our taxes because then I can tell you exactly what came through the card and how much you paid.
Based on what I've seen, it looks like it's about 50.
Okay, that is completely and utter bullshit. They have what you call like a square. And at the end of how Brian has it set up,
I put that out earlier.
Get your card deposits within 24 hours.
I have to check
Texas.
I have to check my taxes.
And it has almost all just trash because he's had it for so many years. It's stuff in the
right there. They talk about those emails.
Thank you.
And she tries to get them on the path of going for the Yahoo trash email. Oh, he does have that email on her, Brian Drake.
The practice was, yeah.
Okay. So that's one of the things that that Craig talked about. And to be honest with you, there's a text conversation between your husband and Craig where your husband is thanking him for the money.
So 4,000.
No.
Not 10. Did you say 10,000 on it?
He says, thank you for the 6,000. He says, I'm only going to tell my wife about 4,000 of it, and I'll explain why later.
He did say that on text.
And then he says to me later, he goes, not only did I give him 6,000, later I gave him another 4,000. So I gave him a total.
Did you give him 4,000? Did you mail it?
I don't know. He didn't say. He just said I did give him a total of 10,000. And he said he told me that he was making between 8,000 and 10,000 a week. And he goes, do you think that's right? And so I just kind of did some rough calculus of what I think he's probably making a week. And I think he's probably making between 6 and 8 a week looking at.
Yeah, depending on whether he did a full week, but he did 10.
Boom. Right there. The $6,000 that he says that he got and received and wanted to thank him, and he was only going to tell his wife.
There you go. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Ready to get some tea? I am here for this. And the water's flowing. Oh, wait. Did I not? I dropped it. You should have it. Oh, there you go. You just have to click that.
About 4 because then not true. Just because you've been a detective.
I mean, it was bad.
So thinking about that, the trip to New York was before the surgery.
Yeah.
Surgery is August 22nd, so the trip to New York was about when?
July.
Exact date after the paddleboard injury, because he's unsure.
Let's
he says he
fucking
doesn't
do
know if you should go on the trip because he's worried about not working.
Yes. So it wasn't. It was before the.
Gigi, don't puss out now. Come on now. It's the holidays. We can chat. You just got to hit the link. I'll give you 5 more minutes, Gigi.
Fall.
Right.
But it was after the paddleboard. It's where he was in pain, but he hadn't like
big fall at the office.
Like he was incapacitated. But the actual date of Bubba's trip was it was July 19th, 2019, 19th through the 28th. So it's 2 weekends, 1 week.
So was he trying to squirrel some money away?
Gigi, you're all talk.
That's
what I thought.
We're talking about if Craig's telling the truth, then I believe that for sure there were 6,000 because Brian texted.
Nothing like a big puss platter. You know what they say. You are what you eat.
Whether there was another 4,000 or not, I haven't seen that. But talking about approximately $6,000 in a short period of time.
Maybe he actually held it off so that if we were struggling or something, he just didn't want me to worry. So he'd say, "Yeah, I made 2,000 this month, or this week, or whatever," and he didn't really.
Right.
So maybe that's just maybe Sandpoint wasn't so busy, or maybe it was a bad week, and so he would just make me feel better because I did all the bills. He never knew. He just knew, can we pay bills this week? Are we good to go? Yeah. And so.
Okay.
That's not true.
That's totally not true.
Were there any issues with anybody or? So an allegation, this is kind of a weird one, came up that this guy in Sandpoint had told some people in Sandpoint that his wife had an affair with Brian in the past, and that's kind of what caused their marriage to break up. We've interviewed her at length. We've interviewed him at length, and their son at length. I don't think that the affair occurred. She denies it. She says no. essentially her story and the son's story and sort of the husband's story too, if you read between the lines, is she had gone to him as a patient, and her son, who was then 13, was in the waiting room and would tell
Gigi,
the
you need the
mom, I
link
think
again?
he likes you. And then would tell dad, I think that the doctor likes mom, and I think mom likes the doctor. And
There you go.
the son kept picking at this. And so she came to him 5 or 6 times. And she said he was really helping my back, but it wasn't worth the stress that my son was causing talking to my husband about me liking the doctor. So I stopped going to him. Their marriage had broken down over a period of years, and they were probably headed to divorce no matter what. But this was just one more thing that the husband, and to be honest with you, the husband didn't really seem to care. I was hoping that we had like this rage-filled, jealous husband that had been pent-up anger that was going to go, that doesn't seem to be the case. And they seem to have an alibi also that we're going to prove. But
who was it?
well, I'm going to show you a picture, see if you remember this person.
What?
And then tell you a story that they told me. Remember her? Stephanie Butler. Does that ring a bell?
This story is amazing.
Okay. So the odd story was, that came from Mr. Butler, was that sometime after she had started seeing Brian, and I'm not sure whether she was still going to him or not, or whether this was after she stopped going to him, but they were with their family at Silverwood, and you were with your family at Silverwood, and one of their kids said, "Hey, that's the doctor that Mom is seeing or used to see or whatever," and that you guys were sitting watching the magic show.
Yeah.
You were kind of down below at the tables, and they were in the bleachers up above. Okay. And
I want to give a shout out to Dawn, Janet. Uh-oh. You're going to have to use a different device or like unlock your device. I see you in the back, but it's not letting you connect your device. Let's see if I can help you. So yeah.
After the show was over, during the show, the magician was throwing cards out, and his wife caught one of the cards. And your husband turned and looked to see who caught the card, and he said out loud, "Oh, you caught the card. You're the one that caught the card." And then after the show, she and one of her kids came up and was introduced to you, or talked to Brian with you there. Any of this ringing a bell?
No.
After this, he said what was odd was he said, I thought that Brian's body language was kind of strange after he had turned and looked and realized that we were sitting there. And then after she came down and talked to you or talked to Brian, I don't know if you were formally introduced to her or not, but that he came and it seemed like you were staring off the end of another line and was.
I'm thinking I'm losing my mind. Patients all the time. Okay. And even in our own church, I
of her, and she's a fairly good looking, in shape woman.
What kind of interview is this?
3 years ago, one time with all our family, so we know, or hey, so and so knows so and so, and
he said when you were,
no, there was a Silverwood, and that was probably about 3 years ago that we lost my son. Literally lost my son in Silverwood. I was panicked. I was freaking out, running around trying to find authority of where my son was. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, because we were all.
Oh, 3 years ago we lost our son at the park. What? No. I want to talk about Tatiana. I want to talk about Jen Drake's threesomes with Tatiana.
Split up. But I
Can we
don't
talk about
remember
that?
that specifically. No,
I want to know
sorry.
why Jen Drake wanted Tatiana to buy her
I was hoping
lingerie.
you were gonna say, "Oh yes."
Can we talk about that?
I remember her, that
Yeah,
tramp,
right.
and her super jealous husband.
Exactly.
That was the story I was hoping for.
Oh. There were so many I met once.
Why aren't they asking about this, like threesomes that they were having around the holidays?
And in 8 years or even 6 years, it's like you meet him once, you never see him again. And I can't remember. It's very hard for me to remember those unless there's something that we interact as a family. Like I remember dances because we sat down with them and had lunch with them. I remember.
Mandy. Mandy, you're on.
What?
Mandy, you're on.
I'm sorry.
You don't want to hit the button? Okay, Mandy. Mandy. Lisa, you have to leave and put a different device in. Lisa, Marie, it's not working for you. You have to like close out your device, come back, do it because you have to, your device is not connected properly. So come on back when you can. It's okay, Mandy. Mandy, why would you hit the link? Thank God we didn't see. Was Mandy, tell me that Mandy wasn't touching her toes or anything. It's okay, Mandy. We got you, girl.
Sat down as families together and actually shared a meal.
I have a question.
Okay.
If you look at his schedules,
What do we got?
if you look at his schedules just from an overview,
Yeah.
why?
Those are his new patients. So
Hey, listen.
Always open.
yeah.
He always, the middle of the day is always open.
Yes.
Why?
Like a huge gap.
Those are his new patients. So in Austin,
He hasn't been doing anything in Austin since like 2000 and like 12. When did y'all move?
we always went through like 1 or 2 companies that always gave us, mentored him through, what do you call them? Teach the world. They're like always recommended certain days or certain times of every single day that you would block off in case you get new patients. So a new patient will always take him anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. So
that is not true. A new patient would take Brian. He would either block off 1 extra time slot or 2. So it'd be a total of 3 15-minute slots. So it's 45 minutes. That's the max that Brian would ever block off for a new patient.
Based on his records, yes.
Not an hour to an hour and a half. That is not true.
Not at all.
Factually wrong. Based on Brian.
For lunch.
Factually
See
wrong.
a block of patients, then you would end up seeing a new patient. Always had it open for a new patient in case they called, and then you would have lunch, and then you'd go on with his others.
He would see these new patients whenever they scheduled it, and if they were a new patient, he would then just block off like 1 or 2 additional spots. These were not always at the beginning of a lunchtime.
She's full of
If
shit.
they're never filled, I've never, noticed to look and see how many. I know that he would tell me, I've got 2 new patients coming in or whatever. And sometimes they would call in the day of, sometimes they call even the day before. But he always tried to keep at least a block open for anybody who would call as a new patient.
11 a.m. to 2 p.m. open. It's a pretty nice lunch period.
And it was almost always before or after, like right around the move. So
let me just ask a question, if you will,
yeah.
on people who are mentoring.
Barter Cancer? Yep, that's who he started his business with.
Carrie, you're so blind.
Mm-hmm. It was a run the business, but yes.
He writes in ink 50, 50, 50, 250, and then he put the little money sign next to it.
Yes.
The numbers don't quite add up, but he had, I think, 650 or 600 in cash. What was it? Something like that.
600.
Okay. So Are the number signs, does that mean cash?
They were all $100 bills, Van Leeuwen. That's a very important part of it. Okay. Because think about it, guys. If a single appointment is $50, okay? $50. Why does he have all hundreds? He's got no two 20s and a 10. He's got no $50 bills. And in order to have all hundreds, you would have had to make change for people. You understand, capiche? Like, the fuck?
Dollar signs means they owe me. So if there's no dollar sign, then it means that I don't need to collect today. It means they probably prepaid rather than pulling their financials every time.
Do you hear how Van Leeuwen just said the dollar signs or the money does to Brian Drake that day? Is they asked them, how did you pay that day? Did you pay with a card or cash? Okay. So they made a list of all the card paying customers that day and all the cash paying customers that day. Okay. Except they didn't ask one of the people how they paid. And that would be Eldora Gatchel.
Boom!
Because
usually the morning of or the day before, he would pull theirs, and it would be his note as he's adjusting. Okay, I know that it's $50 today, so he knew to collect from them. That was his code to say I need to collect from them today.
So Eldora paid $250 on this day.
Ooh, imagine that. They want to ask about Eldorsky.
Does that? But there's no dollar sign.
So I know that she was an add-in at the last minute.
So does this mean she's?
How do you know that, Jennifer? How do you know that she was an added at the last minute? Because that is not correct. She was added.
She was added on the day before biatch.
And actually the day before. The day before Eldora did her texting to Brian Drake, and he got back to her, and he put her at 6 o'clock. And that was all scheduled, and everything was set with that. But she had gotten in touch with him actually the day before.
Mm.
And that's normal. When you want to talk about last minute, Brian Drake set it up with his patients that to have them text and call the day before, the day of. That was 100% normal activity.
Exactly. So it wasn't last minute. It was like, that's his business practice.
Brian Drake ran his operation, which was not really an operation at all, but
paid for 5 sessions.
But if it says $250, it means she must have. Did you ask? Because I would ask her for sure to see if she actually did pay that.
Yeah.
But she was not on the schedule. Even she told me, she said, I called at the last minute saying, my brother's in town. He really needs a chiropractor. He's hurting. Can we please swing by?
None of this is true.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit. Okay. A tiny bit. Okay. Tiny bit.
Told me, she said, I called at the last minute saying, my brother's in town. He really needs a chiropractor. He's hurting. Can we please swing by?
None of this.
She never put it in writing that her brother needed chiropractic services. In fact, the text message was all about her and her brother coming, and that it's like, can you squeeze me in? Like, that was always the lingo. But this motherfucker does not write Eldora Gatchel's brother's name underneath Eldora Gatchel. His name is nowhere. And I'm telling you, Brian is a Jewish person with money. Okay. That is he wrote down everything. He even wrote down, he documented the fact that he was trading steroids and pills for his chiropractic work. And he wrote down what color his pills were that he was getting from this dude, wrote down how many. The dude wrote down everything. Okay.
It's true. None of this is true. And so this conversation.
And also they should be saying, well, he never wrote down the brother's name. Why wouldn't he write down that name? Because he would charge that against Eldora. And if it means like 250 was next to it and it wasn't the money sign, that means that he didn't need to collect it based on her own words.
He
Idiot.
did not say this is my last time that I have with this patient. He did not say this is my last time that I have with this patient.
Yeah.
This conversation
Unreal.
is not true. Calls whatsoever. Last time.
Paid $250 on this day. Does that? But there's no dollar sign.
So I know that she was an add-in at the last minute.
So does this mean she's paid for 5 sessions?
But if it says 250, it means she must have.
When?
Because I would ask her for sure to see if she actually did pay that.
Yep.
He says, yep, like I'm going to do it. Bitch never did it.
If he did the number without a circle and a dollar sign, that means it was a credit card. If he cash, that's how Brian Drake did his booking. Okay. So again, if there was just a number there, like 250, and it wasn't the dollar sign after it, okay, that means it would be 250 and that you paid with a card. Okay. If there was nothing next to your name, that means it's because you're a pre-payer, because you've already paid. Like Aldora on her next visit, there's going to be nothing written down by her name because she doesn't owe anything.
The other thing that's interesting is that Aldora Gatchel is the only person that didn't have any appointment set up for the future. Okay, so when you want to talk about somebody that's like, okay, here, schedule me, like, you know, I'll come in and see you on this, you know, okay, what do you got next week? What? Go look through the book. Aldora Gatchel's name is nowhere to be found for a future appointment.
She paid her $250. In a situation like that, he's already putting dots underneath to block off that you then have, like, that's how many you still have. The mofo, Brian's paid cash. That's Aldora paid in a card, and that means Brian wants to go and write that, and then as he was getting ready to take the money / use her card, it didn't get that far.
He didn't even get to write down the brother's name. It didn't get that far. That's what everybody should be. It should have been underneath Aldora's name where he had his little, like, it's like having a calendar that you have your, it's like a dentist book. It's like a doctor book. You have the appointment spot and you write the name. It's like going to a tanning salon. You have your name. Like, that's what the fucking shit looks like. And you're writing in, and here at the 6 o'clock slot, it was Aldora. She arrives a little bit after 6. And her brother's name is nowhere, never entered, wrote in, underneath her, because he would have charged her and would have just subtracted it from her package. Since she paid for 5, now she only has 3 left because I adjusted you and I adjusted him.
Heard. And that's to pay Olsen money. One Brian would be, none of that was noted in Brian, excuse my language, but
some of these people,
you don't even know, Jennifer.
Money, but no dollar sign. What's that mean?
It means most likely they just decided to go ahead and, like, he didn't think he had to get money, but maybe they were like, hey, I brought $250 to prepay. Some of these people,
you don't even know.
No.
Just for our overwhelming.
How would they pay though, Jennifer? That's what they asked. My work, they said they pay. And then I said records of the
in April of 2014 or 15, I don't remember which year that was. But he was over there for about 4 months. Chad would know exactly. Did you end up talking to Chad, his brother? I did. And yeah, I do remember him talking about.
He didn't mention that.
He didn't. He was like this.
Why would a chiropractor leave? Brian Drake would leave his family, who's in Idaho, Post Falls, leave for like 3 or 4 months and go work with his brother on like an oil rig. Excuse me?
That sounds like somebody that needed to get out of Dodge.
This was definitely on the lower end trying to build, so it was not easy time. But I do remember him getting into, it was a weird, his brother had made him room with a weird homeless guy who actually had a major, I mean, he'd been out of jail. That would actually be a really good question for Chad. And this guy ended up taking off. But I do remember there was a scuffle or something. I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Remember, he was fined for suing the police over a fight, for a ticket or something.
What?
I don't remember.
I don't remember the details. I just
Brian was suing the police. What?
remember thinking I was mad at Chad because he made him room with him. Like this guy had a rap sheet as long as he was.
How would you know that, Jennifer? Just make shit up.
Really, I just remember the guy was really psycho, and I remember Brian telling me about it.
The guys. So your husband, you guys have 4 children. Your husband just up and leaves in the middle of like a fucking school year and stops working in the chiropractic industry because he got booted from where he was working when you guys moved to Post Falls. And he just up and leaves and goes and works with his brother on an oil rig in like Montana or some shit like that. Wyoming. I don't fucking know. One of them states. South Dakota. Who the fuck knows? Fargo. Fuck it. What?
But what they fought over, I don't remember.
And then your brother makes him room with a fucking homeless man? What the fuck are you talking about, Jennifer? And you were just so pissed that Brian for 3 or 4 months was rooming with some fucking dude with a rap sheet who's a homeless man, but he's working for your brother-in-law. And what? Like, who believes any of this shit?
Do you remember it being in a bar, like a bar fight?
It could have been. Everybody there drank.
It could have been a bar.
Do you remember the name of the town?
I would say he has a limited time. He has a limited time for stupid.
Don't.
Gigi, what happened, girl? Come on now. Where you
It
been?
was the one that was like really.
Williston.
Williston, thank you. It was Williston.
Austin.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, what happened in Texas?
What happened
Oh,
in
it's
Texas?
hard.
Well, we've
Okay.
heard several versions of this, and so I'm not sure where it started. But there was a settlement of some kind. Is that right? There was a woman that was a patient at his practice. Remember this?
I remember a woman. I don't remember ever getting a settlement.
We don't know for sure. This is just what we were.
Dude, she is playing dumb. Like she does not know what they are talking about. This was the huge, absolutely huge Brian Drake sticking his dick, okay, in another woman affair.
People have told us that
Touching patients inappropriately.
that there was a settlement involved.
Oh, it was really fascinating. So I remember a patient who's either her husband or boyfriend, I don't know if they were married. Brian made a comment and it was completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. He had said something about boyfriend.
He admitted in text messages and emails to Jennifer that he cheated. Does she not recall any of this?
Something about her.
Is this the swinging thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
The swinging thing? You guys heard that, right? Is this the swinging thing? Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about, Jennifer.
I understand he had an affair with a woman that was a patient.
I understand he had an affair with a woman. Van Leuven, she's making you look like a fool.
And that you found out about it, and that there was an intervention that was staged, and
Oh,
pornography was involved.
He's never had an affair. Never. That I am aware of, he has never had an affair. I know for 100% that
He never had an affair.
But I can tell you that there's definitely pornography, but it has nothing to do with another woman.
You were told that one of the reasons why you left, or the main reason why you left, is because a lot of his patients were from a church you were going to down there.
Yeah.
And that they became aware, the church became aware of the affair, and that there was so much shame involved that you guys kind of wanted to leave to get away from that.
So false. That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. Who said that? Your sister said that. Okay. Not only did she say it, and it is actually factual because we have all of the emails that have gone on between Jennifer, Brian, all these pastors, all these people. I cannot believe that she is literally saying, but she has to, you guys. She has to act like, no, that's not what it is, because this is all leading to motive. Okay. Brian is a bastard. He was a bastard of a fucking husband. Okay.
People.
The affair, the other parts of it, it has there was never an affair, and we never left with a shame. Like I left because so Brian's business down south was a machine. It was big. We had staff. It was really stressful, and it got to where it just was very much. So he made that comment about that woman, and that woman was totally wrong. Brian got into just personally porn.
Wait a second. Did she just blame a victim? Did she just do some victim blaming? Hold on 1 second.
Lana, did you just hear what she says? Brian, he just got into some porn. What the fuck? Dude, literally a couple hours ago, she was talking about this guy having kiddie porn on his. Now, Brian, he got into porn.
So Brian's business down south was a machine. It was big. We had staff. It was really stressful, and it got to where it just was very much. So he made that comment about that woman, and that woman was totally wrong. Brian got into just personally porn, and there was a point to where he I believe my husband had a sexual addiction. My husband is very strong, we had a very, very healthy sexual relationship.
Sure.
When I ended up having my fourth child, it pretty much shut down. I had no family in town. Life was hard. He was stressed. I was stressed. It was a really bad time. I found that he had porn. I found that he actually at one point, which I hate to even drag this all up because this is so part of our past. And it was just 2017, 2018 hit the recession. So we were struggling financially just because
2007, 2008.
2018 or 2008, yes. This is when this all happened. He did end up at one point where I was pretty positive the only reason we had an intervention is because I was on the phone with my sister and realized that I found out and realized that he had taken some of my mother-in-law's drugs and he had given me some in some tea. And
wait, what?
He drugged me.
What the fuck are you what? She just said that we found out that Brian drugged me.
Yeah.
Your husband drugged you? Wait, excuse me, let's back up. Again, listen up, guys. Jennifer Drake is telling us that her husband drugged her.
One point where I was pretty positive the only reason we had an intervention is because I was on the phone with my sister and realized that I found out and realized that he had taken some of my mother-in-law's drugs and he had given me some in some tea. And he had drugged me, and
did he ever admit to that?
Yeah.
To drugging you?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Even when I approached him about it, because I just was blown away. And mind you, it wasn't like he did anything weird. He ended up taking some pictures. And so I'm literally asleep, half topless.
What?
But that was this phase.
Dude, this is Idaho State Police detectives. This is the main investigator. Okay, the lead investigator. He thinks that there is nothing to see here. Like that this is normal. What the fuck? This is the same dude that investigated the Idaho4 murders.
that Brian just went weird on. Like it was about, and I know it was because our sexual life totally went to a halt. Because after my fourth child, I just
So because your sexual life went to a halt, he gives you his mother's sleeping pills to pass you out and then just takes photographs of you while you're passed out? Is that what you're telling this police officer?
shut down, really. I mean, it didn't shut down. It just, between us, his work, my children trying to manage it, the last thing I wanted was sex. And so that's where it went to. It went to him porn. He did this. I freaked out. That's why his sister was on the phone with me saying, my mom, she's missing some meds. I put the two together, realized this immediately.
No, what I realized is that you lied to Brian Drake's family. That's what you lied to these people about why this intervention. Oh my God.
Parents and his sister comes in. That was the only intervention. Had nothing to do with cops. It had nothing to do with an affair. Had nothing to do with, what else did you say?
A woman?
A woman.
And a settlement?
So there is a woman. There's the only other thing I can think of, and it
Her name
wasn't
is
at this
Mrs.
time, was that he mentioned something about, he said something about, the man was standing there and said something about my girlfriend or my wife. And he goes, yeah, she does have a nice ass.
That's not
And
how
that, they stopped saying it was, he seriously said that. But I've never been in an affair.
We're looking for someone who had motive that was,
I think she's trying to tell you that she possibly could have motive here. How do you not see this? But you want to think that somebody had an intentional gas leak and tried to commit suicide? I mean, that's their whatever Drake. We go ahead and file a settlement.
and blames Brian for all this and is tracking down and come up here and
I
shot
would
him.
totally tell you if he had an affair. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, I am either losing my mind or these people, which are all, because we have such a huge family, you hear one thing and then they tell the next person, they all think that, no, I will tell you that my in-laws, so my father-in-law, Jerry, had an affair on his wife.
If he had an affair, it would be you that they would look at.
We moved within probably 6 months after that. And ever since, she has been very, very pissed because she feels like I took my family and moved them up north to be close to my family. And I pretty much left them destitute because the
Dude, Jennifer, his family didn't say any of this shit. It all came from your family. She says, well, my in-laws, she's trying to think like, who the fuck would ever said this? My in-laws, blah, blah, blah. Not realizing that the person that was just spilling all this tea was her closest sister.
rest of the family all lives everywhere else in the country.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
So for them to sit there and talk about those things, and that's just family. There's no offense here, because that was like a messed up year, 2008. I just remember thinking, his stress level, we were like, we need to get out of the big city. You need to slow down. Let's get back up to here.
So,
but there was never
the thing with the church,
yeah.
and saying, well, the concern was that they were sort of leaders in their church, and he was putting himself out there to be this great guy. When now the church thinks he's not a great guy because of an affair that everybody thinks.
No, and I will be honestly say, I was in this meeting, and I remember this as clear as day. Our pastor, Matt Carter, was one of his closest friends, and he actually admitted to Matt.
Now she remembers as clear as day. I was in this meeting, Pastor Matt Carter. Why didn't you interview Matt Carter and ask him any questions about this, family man?
When we ended up having this,
all signs pointed to Jennifer Drake. Everything in this case pointed to Eldora Gatchell, Kayla Cohen-Azara, and Jennifer Drake. You do not have to prove motive, but fuck if there is a lot of it. Brian Drake, after he was killed, a local known meth dealer called Brian Drake twice twice, back to back to back. Yeah.
We found out.
That number has never surfaced on Brian Drake's cell phone. Ever. Ever. None of his devices had that phone number on it ever until the night of his murder, right after it. Back-to-back calls.
He came to him and said what he did. And Matt Carter was like, it is like the same as like raping your wife, even though you didn't do anything. This is like, and so they said, they made him and I sit with the elders, 4 or 5 of them, all very close friends, loved us through this. Brian sat there in front of them and said, this is what I've done. This is all that, la da da da. And they walked him through it so lovingly, so graciously. And we stayed there for another 4 years. This happened in 2008. We stayed till 2012. This was not something, we did not leave because we were embarrassed of the church.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm just looking for information here, and I don't told this story or a version of this story by like 5 different people.
Because they know that this happened, but their timeline was totally wrong. I think they think that we left because he was embarrassed of that, and it wasn't. I mean, yes, he was. It was mortifying, but we grew so much through that.
We've heard all this that you're telling us we've heard.
Okay.
But then the affair and the settlement is a separate issue.
So I need to go back. I mean, I keep records of everything that's paid to everybody. And
one person said that the figure was $20,000.
How would they know that? Do you know how private we are with our stuff? Like the fact that they're telling you this, I'm thinking, where the hell are they getting this information?
It's your family.
I gotta go back and look at stuff now because I am either worried now that I'm losing my mind and I'm not remembering things. But I would think this would be big enough I would remember.
Clearly, you know your life better than anybody else does.
Clearly, I might not.
Well, we're looking for a motive. We're looking for somebody who would have been angry enough at your husband that he would be willing to do this. And so if your husband had an affair with somebody's wife, that is prime motivation here. And everybody we talk to says, if I had to guess of what the motive would be, it would be that.
I know that's what everybody's thinking.
Right. So
who's telling you though it's an affair? Is it his side of the family or mine?
Everybody.
Are you allowed to tell me? Because I'm thinking
we're trying not to drive a wedge between you guys.
We're trying not to cause problems.
And cause problems here.
So
we're just trying to know what you know.
There's no wedge. It worries me that they actually think he had an affair. Does that make sense? I really don't, because whatever they think, it's benign because of what they've obviously think they've learned or heard. For me, I'm thinking, which of my family members actually think that Brian had an affair on me? Because when I sit there and go, I know it's not an affair, he's never had an affair on me, they're looking at me thinking I'm lying. Literally, apparently, because I really believe in my heart that there's never been one. They firmly believe that it has been.
It's your family. Yeah. I'm not saying that they think you're lying. I think that they believe that maybe you're a little bit naive in some of these things, or that Brian was able to fool you in some ways. So we're really probing in the money sex angle here and see where did this money go? Was there such a problem? We're not saying that it is.
I know.
And we're not judging anything. This isn't about
I know you're not.
I'm just.
I don't feel judgment. I don't feel it even
we're not doing
doesn't.
that. But if there was a problem in Texas, here's a thought process. If there was a problem in Texas with money or sex and alcohol, pornography, was that cleaned up? Did you guys decide, okay, we're out. We're up here in Idaho. You want to be near your family, away from his family. I don't know why that was, but did he start this again? Okay, that's what we're thinking, and that's the questions we're asking. If it didn't happen, it did not happen. If it didn't happen in Bonners Ferry, then it did not happen. Then what the heck happened in Bonners Ferry? See our thought process? We are not trying to drive away from your family.
Oh, I know.
We're not trying to stir up a storm here.
Yeah.
So another thing that has come up is allegations that he was angry and physically abusive towards you and the kids while he was in Texas.
In 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true?
His dad has a really bad temper, very bad temper.
What does it have to do with him?
So during this season of 2007, 2008, he was very physical. But again, I say all this to say I'm not going to hide any of that because 2008, 2009, 2011, we get one of the best counselors ever walk us through so much. He was amazing. How much stress he was under down there. I'm not going to make excuses for him. I mean, I looked at him at one point and said, you ever touch me like that again, I will call the police and it will be no more. I mean, 2008 was horrible. It was bad. But
Was he physically striking?
He hit me once. He hit me once very hard.
Did he strike the children?
He didn't strike the children, but there was one time that he got so mad that he grabbed one of the.
I know that my father and brother, if I had a brother, I have a father, they would take out a motherfucker that touched me or my children. There's a big question that was surfacing. Jen was asked when her brother came to town. Her brother, because of the body cam that Willie Cowell was wearing, you can actually see that her brother was there with her dad and her. I believe his name is Andrew. And that is a bombshell. Because when did Andrew come to town? That was on the 14th. He was there. He lives across the country. I want to know when Andrew came to town.
Children, and I thought they couldn't.
Because there was a question, I believe, that was asked. I think it was in a deposition or maybe by the police on when the family all arrived. And that does not match what the fucking video shows.
He was trying to get him to stop being loud, and I remember walking in on it, and I remember saying, never touch our children like that again. You will never see them again. But that, again, was 2008. As soon as that would happen, within an hour, he was, tormented and horrid, and, so that's what I mean by he had his secret wars. I know he learned it from his dad. We went into intense counseling, and over time, the Brian that's up here is.
Can you guys believe that after this interview, Jennifer Drake was cleared as a person of interest and got her $1 million? If this interview doesn't bring in way more questions and this is the decision making of these people. This is how, and I sent this to Ann Taylor. I said, dude, if these people had anything to do with your investigation, these people are fucking awful. They are so bad at their job, or they are so corrupt. I don't know what it is. Or it could be both.
Nothing like the Brian that was in Texas. I would have never saved in a marriage like that. He knows I told him. And it was part of the reason why we came up here is because his parents owned 38 dogs. His parents were nowhere to be found anytime ever. So we never had any support down there. And so getting him away from the big city, getting him away from family that really.
I wonder how Brian's family feels about hearing that. I cannot believe they're not asking questions about their fucking son's murder. His murder is still unsolved. It is 2026, people. I'm sorry, but a chiropractor did not kill him over patience.
Yes. I knew that if things didn't change, I needed to be by my parents, by my family. The kids were going to be next to their cousins. But everything, it sounds so cliche.
She was like at least 4 hours from her family. At least. That is like not, if that's what people think is close.
You guys, I need you to know the Brian up here was nothing like the Brian down there. Never, since we have moved here, never once did he ever strike me. Has he ever hurted the kids? That move was the best thing we ever did for ourselves. He wasn't, he had crossed a point where he'd maybe yelled, but he was never violent until that year to 2 years. He hit rock of everything just exploded. It was like
Was he drinking during that time?
Drinking,
Some drinking.
right, so if he was drinking, I don't know, he didn't have drinking buddies, his buddies were all the buddies of church,
Let me ask you. The vodka in the water bottles.
yeah. That really surprised me.
Other people in your family are not surprised and know that he did that and would say that not only would he, anyway, but what I'm saying is, I asked the question, okay, wait a minute. If he's drinking that much, then how do you not smell the alcohol in his breath?
Yeah.
And every time he takes the cap off, how do you not smell the vodka in the air? Yeah. And
Van Leuven just said, how do you not smell the vodka in the air when you take the cap off of a water bottle that has vodka in it? I'm officially dead. You don't smell the vodka in the air because you take the cap off. I can't. This is why cases don't get solved in Idaho. I mean, how did you not know that he was drinking? I mean, how did you not smell it on his breath? How did you not smell it when he took the cap off the bottle? What? What? Like, what?
the response I get is that she just doesn't.
You had your chance, girl. Bye-bye.
She doesn't want to acknowledge that problem is going on, so she just kind of papers over it and doesn't want to address that and sort of accepted it. That's the answer we get.
So from you to me, that is absolutely yes. There's nothing in my personality that ever glosses over something like that. If I knew that he had that in there, it would be hell. I would be, for one, for the patient's sake. Like, that is beyond 100 times wrong. That he would actually do that and try to hide it from me is number two. Like, there is nothing about me wanting to gloss that over.
Him having a problem with alcohol to where he's drinking it like that is not because he's enjoying it. That's a disease.
Just because he needs it.
He's doing it because he physically needs it. So this isn't a failing on his part.
No, but it's not me wanting to gloss over anything. There is no way I would choose to not see that. Like the fact that we have no vodka at our house. I mean, again, we have some Crown Royal that I check every once in a while. It's been there for like 2 years. He hasn't touched it. The only other alcohol that we have in our house ever that I could look anywhere, unless he's hiding it from me, is wine. We drink wine together, and even that is rare.
So there's no question about the alcohol. We know his purchase history from the liquor store up there. We know that they know him. We know what he buys. All his friends know what he buys, and it's what he buys at the liquor store. So there's no doubt about it.
And it's bottom shelf, shitty ass Burnett's or some shit like that. He wasn't even going with the Grey Goose or like the fucking.
So he bought from the liquor store on a regular basis up north?
Yes. Absolutely.
What he had in the car, what he had in the car is what he buys. Right.
His friends know that. They knew
Well, I know
exactly
he
what it
drinks,
was.
like if we would go on trips, he'd have vodka with friends. He would, like even when we went to but I never knew he did it on a regular basis.
I keep having to say this. I know that this upsets you, but this is not me addressing a moral failing or judging him.
She's over here. She's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, if we were on vacation, like he would have like a drink with a friend. Jennifer, you drank with him. You guys got on a plane. First thing that you do, because I have a picture of it, is you order. You guys both got an alcoholic beverage. And that was in July of 2020 or 2019. Okay, July.
I'm trying to figure out.
There is no wife that would ever drink with her husband who was a fucking alcoholic. Okay.
The cause of a murder here.
I know.
So how, if at all, I'm trying to figure out the cause of a murder here.
I know.
So how, if at all, how is this
I'm trying
associated
to
with
figure out the cause of a murder here. He is listening to all of this shit. All of these fucking issues that are going on with this marriage. This woman just told you the last time you interviewed her on the 16th that everything was fucking perfect. Clam. Woo. nothing further from the truth. You also have her phone and have his phone, and you know what's in it. I know what's in it. And he has an app for people who try to break in. And the night before he is fucking taken out, it's not Dan Moore trying to bust into his phone. It's this broad. She's caught. Unfucking believable. Then she tells you guys, Brian doesn't have any passwords on his phone. You should be able to get right in.
And why would he be hiding it from me? Because it does tell me that if he's hiding that from me, and I am literally that naive, could be something else that I am completely naive about.
Well, we don't have any evidence of that thus far. Every time we get a lead, we chase it down and it doesn't go anywhere.
That's not true.
So,
and I'm so glad that you just said that. Every time we get a lead, we chase it down. Oh my God. Unbelievable. You never talked to Eldora's brother again. You never followed up with Stephen Hartman. You never followed up with Isaac Funderburg. You never got Isaac Funderburg's phone records to see when he truly did call 911 and what number he called from. You never did, Dick.
Well, please no. I think if there's nothing.
So there's nothing.
You never listened to the 911 call that she made. You never looked at her to see that. I mean, she told you guys the 911 call's not on my phone. You didn't go and even get the 911 call to obtain it, to listen to it. You didn't put it into evidence until October of 2020, which was 8 months after the murder and the night before the preliminary hearing. Unfucking believable, man. You didn't turn it over to the defense. Then you know that it's all jacked up. You don't even have a chain of custody on where you got that 911 recording. Where'd you get that recording from? That you put into evidence, Van Leuven. Where'd you get that from? There is no chain of custody on the 911 call. You couldn't even testify to it at a preliminary hearing. Where did you get that recording? Did Jennifer give it to you?
There's nothing in Texas that would have followed him back up here that could have caused this.
No.
No problem with any person, no settlements, no affairs, no nothing. There's nothing in Texas that could have caused this.
And now that you say settlement, I'm going to go back even into our history and see if I can remember that, because I do all the business stuff. I would think I would remember that. The only thing I ever remember would be people who would prepay. And I remember even her, where we had to give her her money back because she had prepaid and stopped payments.
Was there an issue with his license in Texas, where he lost his license for a period of time?
No.
Not aware of that.
No, I know that here he was too late in getting his license, and he ended up having to pay extra in order to get it renewed.
Hearing Jennifer Drake take the stand in
Wait, what did she just say here?
And now you say
Texas that would have followed him back up here that could have caused him.
This could be something else that I am completely naive about.
Well, we don't have any evidence of that thus far. Every time we get a lead, we chase it down and it doesn't go anywhere.
Well, please no. I think if there's nothing.
So there's nothing in Texas that would have followed him back up here that could have caused this.
No.
No problem with any person, no settlements, no affairs, no nothing. There's nothing in Texas that could have caused this.
And now that you say settlement, I'm going to go back even into our history and see if I can remember that, because I do all the business stuff. I would think I would remember that. The only thing I ever remember would be people who would prepay. And I remember even her, where we had to give her her money back because she had prepaid and stopped payments.
Was there an issue with his license in Texas, where he lost his license for a period of time?
No.
Not aware of that.
No, I know that here he was too late in getting his license, and he ended up having to pay extra in order to get it renewed.
Hearing Jennifer Drake take the stand.
Okay, so
No.
To losing his practice.
But
So this idea that he was at risk of losing his practice in Texas is not a true thing.
no.
So I have the Texas Board of Chiropractic Examiners,
Yeah.
and the explanation, which makes sense to me, is that you guys had left, and they wanted to know why he had not renewed his license.
Right.
And so he wrote him a letter and says, because I moved to Idaho and I'm not renewing it, I said, okay, you cannot renew your license. Right. So that was one of their findings.
Yeah.
Okay. That ring a bell?
Yes. But do you have any?
When did he take the test to become a licensed chiropractor in Idaho? And he was seeing patients in Montana, and he wasn't even licensed in Montana.
Chiropractic techniques, but
No.
nothing against.
Just-
If there was, surely the Texas Chiropractic Board would know it. Right?
Have they asked her one question out of like, where the hell were you on? We have to ask everybody this.
We gotta ask everybody this.
Huh? Did you call 911 with because your phone? How in the world is this not a question on?
Yeah, that I am aware of.
We're just double checking, and I'm letting you know that we do check.
No, I'm great that you're checking. You
And
tell
we're
me
not
if
saying
I'm
that
wrong.
we're not saying that you're misleading us. I don't believe that at all. Unfortunately, Jennifer, I kind of believe I got a little bit of inkling that maybe Brian was misleading you on something. Okay. So that's why I'm kind of going back and forth here. Okay.
The Drake family and Jennifer Drake. At the time of Brian Drake's death, the family was suffering financial hardship resulting from Dr. Drake's inability to meet the family's expenses with his business income. At or near the time of Drake's tragic death, the Drake family had resorted to seeking financial assistance from their church. And this is how bad Jill Bolton's people are. It was like way worse than that. Okay. Way more than that. And she was also Airbnb their own house. And then they would go and stay with family or friends so they could get money. At the time of Dr. Drake's death, Dr. Drake had developed an alcohol dependency, which greatly distressed his wife, Jennifer. No, he's just always been that way. The Drake marriage had also suffered some setbacks relating to an inappropriate conduct by Dr. Drake. The Drake family had moved to Idaho from Austin, Texas, after Dr. Drake had inappropriate contact with a female patient in Austin. This female patient, through her legal counsel, had made a demand for payment for the injuries. Dr. Drake had caused her and threatened legal action. Dr. Drake attempted to resolve this dispute on his own and offered money to the female patient to resolve the dispute. Jennifer Drake had also discovered other conduct by her husband that involved a serious violation of her trust. Jennifer Drake had secured a $1 million life insurance policy covering the life of her husband, Brian Drake, prior to Drake's death, and said the policy was in effect when Drake was shot. There was no policy on her. Prior to starting his own business, Dr. Drake had previously practiced with other chiropractors in the Hayden and Coeur d'Alene area, and upon information and belief, left vodka. Wait. Upon information and belief, left those practices after inappropriate physical contact with a female staff member at one of the offices and pursuant to a dispute he had with one of the managing chiropractors at another office. Jennifer Drake reported to law enforcement that she believed one local chiropractor with whom Dr. Drake had worked previously with was the likely shooter because her husband had taken several of the chiropractor's patients when Dr. Drake left the practice to open his own practice. This was a theme Idaho State Police and Bonners Ferry Police Department would pursue at Jennifer Drake's insistence, rather than pursuing Jennifer Drake as a suspect. Notwithstanding the potential for Jennifer Drake's involvement in the death of her husband, law enforcement failed to competently investigate her as a suspect. Rather than competently investigate Jennifer Drake as a potential suspect in her husband's death, defendants provided her details of the investigation, including engaging in regular text messaging with her and following the leads she proposed they follow, including the lead that the person who killed her husband was likely another chiropractor who lost patients and business to her husband. On May 6, 2020, Detective Alderson and Van Leuven met with Dr. Moore at Moore's office again to ask him questions. At this interview, like the one before, Dr. Moore denied having ever met Dr. Drake and denied having anything to do with his murder. I went ahead and looked up their web history searches, and it was Dr. Drake. Could have been actually Jennifer. It was just his phone, but it was during a time when he was at that she could have been using it. He Googled the name Dan Moore years before his death. This second visit by law enforcement, because the first one was not recorded, focused on a gas leak that had occurred at Dr. Moore's office on Sunday, March 15, 2020, that had rendered him unconscious. After Dr. Moore truthfully described the gas leak incident, Detective Van Leuven and other law enforcement officers developed the unfounded theory that Dr. Moore had attempted suicide. That Dr. Moore had attempted suicide from his overwhelming sense of moral distress over having killed fellow chiropractor Drake. Officers would later learn that members of Dr. Moore's staff had suffered headaches and complained of a gas smell near the time of the gas leak. That Dr. Moore, there's witnesses, that Dr. Moore had described consistent with Dr. Moore's description of the event. Officers also learned during their May 6, 2020 questioning of Dr. Moore that he had suffered a leg injury that had rendered him incapable of running long before the murder of Dr. Drake. Committing suicide by a natural gas leak and then lying about what the experts said about the gas leak, that no, I don't think that this is a suicide attempt. Oh my God. Woo. Woo. Let's see. Ooh.
But I wish you would come away from here. I know it's very hard. I wish you would come away from here understanding that we're not trying to drive a wedge in.
I know.
We're trying not to badmouth your husband. We are trying to go in the direction which we keep telling you, which is true.
Yeah.
Trying to solve this thing. We're trying to figure out a reason why someone would do this to Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. Murdering somebody is not the way to solve your problems, anything. So why and what occurred that somebody did this, well, we're not. We're not trying to address his family problems.
I know.
We don't know the gentleman that came from Mississippi and Tennessee and everything, but they volunteered to come in here and talk to us. They think Brian was the greatest guy. They miss him, but they also told us that as we sit here as well, men have faults. And some of these faults may be exposed to you, and some of these faults may not be exposed to you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Clients when they weren't aware of it.
There was one instance, but she never knew about it. I'm the one who actually saw. And it was like the lady was laying down. She's fully clothed.
Was there an issue of him taking pictures of clients when they weren't aware of it?
There was one instance, but she never knew about it. I'm the one who actually saw. And it was like the lady was laying down. She's fully clothed. But he took a picture of her backside. And that's why I was like, why are you taking this picture? It was along with she never knew. But that was immediate. That's why we.
Did he have an issue with taking pictures?
He did.
That was annoying?
Yes, very much so. And again,
how was that addressed?
With our counseling. Like he ended up to where we literally took off the camera off his phone. But even I could tell you looking through.
Did you just hear what she said? We literally had to take the camera app button off of his phone. He couldn't have a phone that had the ability to take pictures. Also, we took the Google off of his phone, so he could not Google porn. Gee, you disagree with Lana's assessment of this case. Anybody who disagrees with my assessment of this case is welcome to it. I just ask that you hit the link so we can have a conversation of how absolutely unbelievable this interview is of a wife whose husband was murdered.
You know, thousands of, it was all photos of me. It got to be to where it was just like I had triggers. That man was so intense. But again, that was so long ago, and I think he was demented or something.
Well,
how could he be adjusting his client's back? Okay, they're laying, like, you lay with your face down and you're on an adjusting table, okay? And he just whips out of his pocket his fucking phone and just takes a picture. What? Just like, what an impulse, just random like that. Just what?
And it's weird here because on one hand you've lost your husband, and we're asking you to tell us all the bad things about him.
I know.
And to expose all the warts.
Yeah.
And every person has warts and has things in their past that they wish they'd done differently. I know I do. I'm sure my wife would have plenty of things to say if she were in your position. But I have to tell you,
they did.
Your husband, you know, he just an amazing man, amazing friends. Everybody we talked to loved him. Far more friends than I have. And so don't let our inquiry make you disappointed in your husband, because by all accounts, there's no reason to be so. You know, I've gone through his photos, for instance, in his phone. My God.
Oh my God. He just admits that he went through his photos in his phone. How do you miss the evidence? So then you saw that he took a picture of, or somebody with that phone or that iCloud account took a picture of their daughter in a bathtub at different angles and from a higher up, and while she was in the master bathroom. That is absolutely unfucking believable. Van Leeuwen, that you're admitting that you went through the pictures. And wow.
Gosh, he takes a lot of pictures of his family, and I mean that seems to be his whole focus in life. So, you know, it's not like, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We wanted to look at his browsing history and his phone. He has an app on his phone called Perfect App Lock, which requires code. Do you know the code? Can you tell me the code?
I haven't been in a long time, but I think it's SAFE, if I remember right.
It's a numerical code.
Yeah, whatever those. I think it's a numerical.
Perfect app lock.
Numerical that goes. I think it's safe. Otherwise, the other one might be 2, 4, 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 5. So it's one of those two, because it was either SAFE, SAFE, whatever those numbers are, or it was the first name of my kids. And the reason we did that was because after 2008, when we were doing counseling, he even said, he took it even to the pastor and said, lock down my phone. If I can get into it, you're fired. You know, kind of like, because the pastor would use the same thing, just to keep them to where it was, kept me, you know, triggers. It made me feel safe, knowing that whatever he had on there was clean. I'm not naive enough to think that even though a man has a porn problem, doesn't mean 2 years later he's not going to end up in it again. And so he did whatever he could to try to. Now I know that at some point, even within the last month, I'm like, Brian, I can see that you have Google, and we didn't put it on his business phone. So I'm like, okay, I'm not stupid. Like, are you having problems with this at all? And he's like, no. Now I don't know that he was.
This is a woman who wouldn't let him have the Google app, like, to search. Like, She monitored what he had on his phone. Do you understand this?
So whatever you find on there, I'm not going to say whether you can or can't find something. I'd like to think that he wasn't struggling, but
Well, obviously, we'd like to find something like a Tinder app, where he has an account or something.
right,
That would be great.
that would be great.
So,
And the other thing to look for, which I don't know that you can know, but I'm telling you, like 2007, 2008, the other thing that I found was that he had learned how to, let's say you've got this, let's say you've got a page that is empty, and they taught, I remember him looking it up, this was in 2008 when we were so forward, and you had a way to be able to do this, and all of a sudden an app would show up, like it's hiding. Does that make sense? So
he'd hit all four corners of the
like,
screen.
or he'd hit a certain spot,
On
and
the screen.
to where it would come up. Now this was back when he had it.
Like it's like the hidden calculator app.
Whole different phone, and all these were just coming out on the market, and you could buy a book and go through all the apps.
He has an app on his phone called Black Screen.
Okay,
Is that a thing?
I don't know. So I'm
And
really
he does have on his main menu. He has 4 pages. The first page is blank. The second page is full. The third page is half full, and the fourth page is blank.
So that's what
Why don't you ask her about? It's called the Hidden Eye app. Why haven't you asked her about that? The night before the murders, she is literally trying to break into his phone, and the phone is taking pictures of her. And that's on the one side. Okay, and on the other side, you see the bottom of the carpet. So you see like the floor, and it's their carpet. And I was able to match it up because she put her pictures out there on the Airbnb site that she was using to put their home up. I then made an exhibit of there. It's the carpet. Here's the video. Here's the picture from the phone. So this picture is taken inside that house the night of the murder, or the night before the murder, right before she goes upstairs with the phone. But she could not get into it. She did not know the password. She attempted the password at least 4 or 5 times, and there's all these pictures of her because it takes a new, like a little, like a shot. They know this.
that would be the next thing I would look at, because, and again, I haven't seen anything in 8 to 10 years, even when I would sit there. So we always had this ever since we moved, or even before that, when we started counseling. There's been no passcodes. And anytime that I want to look at the phone, he just hands it over immediately. And
did you just hear this?
Since we moved, or even before that, when we started counseling.
She did not know that he put this app on the phone. Okay. I sent this clip to the Idaho State Police in the anonymous tip for the $10,000 reward. I said, Jennifer Drake told you this in an interview. Played this clip right here.
I would sit there. So we always had this ever since we moved, or even before that, when we started counseling. There's been no passcodes. And anytime that I want to look at the phone, he just hands it over immediately. And since that time, of those 2 years, we've never gone backwards. To where I've never found something. I've been completely clean. We've kept the app on there so we can make our son do it. So I've never found anything. It just does not mean he's much.
Then I took 10 exhibits of the Cellbrite download of his phone to show the timestamps of when I showed the app that it was created, when it was created, and then that night the timestamps, and then all the pictures showing that Jennifer Drake attempted to break into his phone by using a password that was not correct and attempted more than 4 times. 2 partials, all these photos. Here's the timestamp. It was at their house, and it was the night before the murder. How the fuck? Okay, how the fuck? How the fuck do you come back and say that that doesn't matter, or that we're not going to ask her any questions about it? That's just one teeny little thing. But here, she lied to you. So that's why this part's important, because you interviewed her and she said, we don't have passwords on our phones. What the fuck?
It's 10 years. even when I would sit there, so we always had this ever since we moved, or even before that, when we started counseling, there's be no passcodes. And anytime that I want to look at the phone, he just hands it over immediately. And
anytime I want to look at the phone, he just hands it over immediately. Do you understand? His phone, Brian's phone, is downstairs in the living room because you could see the back of the carpet. Brian is not with his phone. Brian is upstairs somewhere else, and she's trying to get in like a motherfucker and can't. And then the very next day, he is murdered. Unfucking believable. And the Idaho State Police, nothing to see here. That's why all this Idaho4 case, yeah, we should all question it.
since that time, of those 2 years,
Because these Van Leuven did fuck Gary Tolson. They did so many of the interviews. Not only did they do so many of the interviews, but then they made decisions on who to interview next or who not to and why. Like, they made these decisions. From this interview, you should have a list of like wild shit, like the Kloss guy at the beginning, the boy with the porn, like the guy that was supposedly had this kiddie porn. Immediately talking to him to get his version of that. Eldora's brother, right? Then you'd be talking to the woman from Texas that with the settlement. You would be talking to the pastor, Matt Carter. You'd be talking to,
or gone backwards. You know, it's where I've never found something. I've been completely clear. I've never found anything. It just does not mean he's much more savvy than I am. I don't have the time to even figure out if there's something hiding. But I would.
she's the tech savvy one. She knows all of this. And one of her really close friends at the time, she would always hit him up. Dude, the shit she was doing. Oh, that was our part about all this like medical expenses. Like the money that came through that PayPal account, they never went and got any of these financials. They didn't do shit. Okay. If a wife out there, do you understand that what's his name's Brian Walsh? There was no body. No body was found. Okay, for Anna Walsh. Okay. Motherfucker arrested, right? Charged with murder. The type of shit that is on their devices leads right back to home sweet home. There's way more shit in her phone. I mean, calling life insurance 11 times. Who has ever gotten paid $1 million from life insurance within? He was murdered on the 12th. She got it on the 1st. March 12th, murdered. April 1st, $1 million. And this interview was March 26th, and you're clearing her. Like, the people had to like call and say, the insurance people, and Van Leuven said she's been nothing but cooperative, and we have no reason to suspect that she has anything to do with this. That's on a recorded line. Unbelievable.
You know, on a regular basis, scan through, just look at it, and he was always handed over in time. But that doesn't mean that something's not hiding on one of those 2 pages that I just don't know how to see.
But it also means that he may not be doing anything wrong at all.
Right. It's true. I wish that's not an easy answer for you. I get it.
He may not have slid back at all.
Right.
That was kind of a track.
These are the detectives in the Idaho4 case. This is what got me to even find this case, was Gary Tolson being listed as a person that was being sued in a lawsuit. This is how I
found it, because Ann Taylor mentions that she wanted the training records. And then it came back in one of the filings and Tolson's name was said. So I started Googling these people and I want to know all about these people. That's how I came across this case. And I was like, holy shit. This case is after Brian Drake was murdered, there was a huge drug bust up in that area in Bonners Ferry. Okay. And then again in October. I mean, we're talking like, God, that take us down memory lane. The only connection I could ever see, and it wasn't even like when I say a connection, there was a family up in Bonners Ferry that they're known as like the cartel family. That they like, I don't know, they're off almost to the Canadian border, but they needed a chiropractor to like work on their whole family. They had like, I don't know, AKAs. It would just like, people in that area know that that's just like the cartels up there or something. Anyways, from my understanding, at one point, Brian Drake would go and service these people. And then Dr. Moore did. I don't know what order, who serviced who first or whatever. But if all of that stuff's true, I guess they just ran out of town and just like left without, I don't know, something's weird going on in Bonners Ferry. A lot of things are going weird in Bonners Ferry. Like people are fucking, like the police chief's brother was arrested for like, I don't know, they were fucking their kids and I don't fucking wild shit. But this interview just gave me at the time, I didn't know all the stuff that I know now, but all this kitty ass vibe shit. And then what Caleb Cohen-Nazar had spoke on his Facebook was about, it is okay to take out somebody if they fuck with children. Like that's something like, you know, because he's all about the church and but God would forgive you because you sometimes have to do the holy work. And so him killing Brian Drake, okay, there was justification for it. And the only thing that man said before he died in one of his videos, which I saved, thank God, because they have since deleted it. Okay. But we got it. I got it. I downloaded it and I preserved it. He talks about the fact that it's okay, and that it's almost like our duty. Caleb's video. It's like our duty to take out perverts. And it's like, Eldora Gatchel, Caleb Cohen-Nazar, the niece, Brian Drake, and Jennifer Drake. If you want to talk about some of the investigative stuff that I looked into as well, is that Eldora Gatchel was out there back in the day seeking out people that she could go into business with that either had money and wanted to be like a silent partner or in some capacity. And she wanted to do business in Hawaii as well as other areas. And she asked Dr. Moore to go into business and to basically invest in having a store in Hawaii for her mom or some shit like that. And Dr. Moore said no. After that, Eldora Gatchel used to be a patient of Eldora Gatchel used to be a patient of Dr. Moore's. Okay. She just kind of like went away. Next thing you know, she ends up becoming Dr. Drake's patient because he did actually steal a bunch of Dr. Crawford's patients from Coeur d'Alene, because people were traveling that lived in Bonners Ferry / Bonner County, which is like Sandpoint. These Mennonites were traveling like an hour and a half to like go and see a chiropractor because there was not that many or not good ones in town over there in Bonners Ferry. Anyways, moral of the story here is that Dr. Drake, without telling these people who he was in business with that he was going to open up and go see patients in Bonners Ferry instead of having all these Mennonites travel, and just go out, he would on Fridays go out to Bonners Ferry and see these patients. People like the people that had hired him found out about it and was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like really, what are you doing? Like, that's your day off Friday, but you're really not using it as a day off. You're traveling out to Bonner's Ferry and seeing 15 people, which were all of my patients that my practice got so big, I brought it on you to see some of these people. I'm getting normally a cut of that money. Now here you think it's ethical. And Jennifer Drake's like, well, what the fuck? There's what's wrong with that? Jennifer, you're an idiot. Everything is wrong with that. Okay. Your husband was actually the person that stole patients. And they stole them from Scott Crawford. And then the other broad, what the fuck was her name? Anyways. Moral of the story is Brian, if they had anything on Dr. Moore. So how do you get to the point of there's been no criminal trial because nobody has since been arrested, but the police have come out and say that their guy is still Dr. Moore. Okay. You would get, why don't you think that anybody's been arrested? Or I should say, why don't you think Dr. Moore has been arrested? But yet he has a $15 million judgment over his head for a wrongful death civil case. $15 million. Brian Drake's life. $15 million. $15 million. For how does the judge order a $15 million, it's not settlement, it's an order, when there was no criminal case? There was no criminal trial. $15 million. 15 mil. 15 mil. $15 million. There's no money. Jennifer Drake hasn't gotten a dime. The lawyers took it all. The lawyers took every single penny that the Moores had. Jennifer Drake's running around putting liens on every fucking thing she can possibly find. Lean these tits. $15 million. Off of what? Inadmissible evidence. Off of a detective named Van Leuven testifying to an Emmys report. What the fuck? And then here are these saps that were representing the Moores. Dana and Matt. They just literally sat there and were more concerned if I was watching the civil case via Zoom or not. Oh my God, Lana called me a cunt. I said, you lied to your clients. You told your clients that you interviewed Eldora Gatchel twice in 2020, in 2025, at the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, and you never did. You told your clients that. You lied to your clients about a material interview, and then your client said she needs to be deposed, and you lied and said you interviewed her twice. I'll get the notes from Chuck, the investigator. And then the Moores talked to Chuck, the investigator, and he's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I did not interview no Eldora woman. Why would I? Fucking priceless. And I'm over here just like, cannot believe what these people are fucking. I'm just like, how is this happening? How are they think they're going to get away with this? And I just said, you know what? Let them get away with it, but fucking do a huge ass documentary and expose the fuck out of them. Expose everybody. Lose every legal battle. Who gives a fuck? Okay? If Idaho wants to circle jerk each other, people need to see this domino effect. What literally these lawyers, and it all started with Jill Bolton, and she made, it's malpractice. It's ridiculously. Dana, Matt, Jill, it's all malpractice across the board. It is the most stupidest shit I've ever seen and heard from somebody that claims that they went to law school. That you would ever make a decision to put your client's life in jeopardy the way that I saw it. Unreal. Yeah, let's countersue Jennifer Drake for defamation. The fuck are you doing? You don't need to. You would just answer that and put it in a stay, and you would just let it stay because the criminal case has to happen, and it's never going to happen. Never, ever. But you know why you would ever lift the stay if you're Joe Bolton? So you could sit there and make $750,000. $750,000 in a 2-year period is what I believe that Jill Bolton pulled in off of just having the Moores as a client. Then Dana and fucking, what's their name? Dana and Matt come in and they take $2,000 in cash to supposedly represent and go to trial. And then at the last minute, they want to withdraw because they want the Moores to default judge. Why would the Moores pay an attorney to come in to default judge? You would have default judged, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. Or wait, why, Jill Bolton, did you ever have them answer? The court should have never let Jill Bolton out of representing them. So we're going to expose it all. I'm going to expose it all. All of it. Because it's one domino that literally and then everybody protected the original domino. These fucking cops sitting here doing these interviews. Jennifer Drake doesn't make any fucking sense. Jennifer Drake, Eldora Gatchel, and Caleb Nazar should be arrested. Caleb's dead. Arrested. There is more probable cause to arrest these motherfuckers than you could ever imagine. What's in these phones? The lies. Eldora Gatchel saying that she saw a truck when her pilot was gone 2 minutes earlier. Bitch, then you still there. Would you leave in the white truck? Bitch, you still there if you can see the white truck when your pilot already left. All they had to do was go get the grocery store video from Super One to see who gets out of the vehicle because pilot went to the grocery store. All you had to do is go get Isaac Funderburg's phone records. But guess what? They knew all of this. They couldn't go and get the material because it would expose all of this, so you just don't preserve it. And Jill Bolton had no fucking clue truly what any of this had to do with. Because the question should be is, how did Jennifer Drake get Eldora Gatchel and her brother to come in on the homicide of Brian unless this was a assisted suicide that was going to be played off as a murder, okay? And so that they could then sue, and it was like a double win with money. You're going to collect the insurance money, and then you're going to sue civilly down the road. But then a drug addict and a drug dealer called Brian Drake's cell phone back to back. That's when I said this is not an assisted suicide. Bonners Ferry, Bonner County, it's all drugs up there. It's all drugs and adults touching little kids. And they're all hiding it. You guys hear me? It's all drugs up there. And it's a nice little pipeline there to Canada. But more importantly, adults are touching little kids and they're being protected up there. And you people that live over there, y'all fucking know what I'm talking about. See you on the next one.